inevitably multiplied. The number of early decrees and resolutions regulating relations between Narkomnats and the People's Commissariat of Education one suggests the difficulty of securing coordination and smooth working even in this limited sphere. Evidence is scanty for the later period, but it can hardly have been less difficult to fit the claims of Narkomnats into those of major political and economic organs. Relations between the local organs of commissariats in the provinces and the local Soviets and their executive committees were a constant source of difficulty in the early years of the Soviet system, and the local sections of Narkomnats are unlikely to have been an exception to this rule. Friction between the representatives of Narkomnats and of Narkomindel in the independent republics led to a decree of June 8, 1922, appointing the former councillors on the diplomatic establishment. Friction of another kind is suggested by an order of Sovnarkom to the Moscow housing authorities to reserve for Narkomnats as a matter of great urgency accommodation for all its delegations. 3. The revised statute of 1922 gave Narkomnats the right to establish federal committees for the affairs of particular people's commissariats, with the laudable purpose of bringing the activity of the central people's commissariats into harmony with their work in the autonomous republics and regions. 4. An interference which, however well justified from the standpoint of the nationalities, is unlikely to have been welcomed by the commissariats concerned. In particular, the cardinal importance now assigned to economic policy and the first developments of planning encouraged the view that authority could be more efficiently decentralized through a system of economic rather than of national regions. In general, the nationalities question seemed, with the stabilization of the political system, to have lost some of its initial acuteness and significance. The drawbacks of a special people's commissariat of nationalities began to outweigh the advantages. When the Soviet Union was formed in the first half of 1923, the Council of Nationalities was introduced into the new constitution as the second chamber of VTSIK, and on the day after the new constitution came into force Narkomnats was abolished. Once seen in retrospect, Narkomnats was an instrument well designed to enlist the support of the non-Russian nationalities for policies of cooperation and eventually of reunion with Moscow, and to secure the execution of these policies in a way most likely to placate them, or not unnecessarily to offend them. In that sense it guaranteed respect for the rights of non-Russian groups remaining within the Soviet system, it encouraged their languages and cultures and the development of their educational systems. In economic matters it provided a channel for making their views known and could broadly be regarded as their protector. But as time went on, any tendency to seek the main function of the sections of Narkomnats in the juridical defense of the legal rights of the nationalities represented by them was expressly deprecated. To whatever its original intention, the essential character of Narkomnats as an organ of the central government made it primarily an instrument of centralization. In this respect its development may not unfairly be associated, not only with the whole evolution of the Soviet constitutional structure, but also with the personality and opinions of its first and only commissar, who, however great his loyalty to Lenin's national policy, emerged as a strong centralizer. It was an instrument for maintaining a point of assembly during troubled times between the dispersed fragments of the former Russian Empire, and for bringing them nearly all back, when the troubles were past, into the fold of the Soviet Union. It had then, in the words of the decree abolishing it, completed its fundamental mission of preparation for the work of forming the national republics and regions and uniting them into a union of republics, and its existence was logically terminated. Chapter II. Self-determination in practice. The Western borderlands. Only parts of the Tsarist Empire where the demand for complete national independence followed immediately on the February Revolution were Poland and Finland. Each of these countries possessed a well-developed and numerous native ruling class, in Poland, landowning and feudal, in Finland, commercial and bourgeois, which had led the national movement and was capable of managing the affairs of the nation. Before 1917 the demand in both countries had been for national autonomy rather than for national independence, and this limitation had been due partly to disbelief in the practicability of the more far-reaching alternative and partly, perhaps, to fear of the social revolution which complete independence might unleash. Lenin had diagnosed the second of these causes some years earlier. There are two nations in Russia which are most cultivated and, in virtue of a whole series of historical and social conditions, most differentiated, and which could most easily and naturally exercise their right to separation. The experience of the revolution of 1905 showed that even in these two nations the ruling classes, the landowners and the bourgeoisie, renounce the revolutionary struggle for freedom and seek a rapprochement with the ruling classes in Russia and with the Tsarist monarchy out of fear of the revolutionary proletariat of Finland and Poland. But, once revolution broke out in Russia itself, these inhibitions disappeared and the demand for national independence developed rapidly. The reaction of the provisional government was, however, not uniform in the two cases. Poland was this time wholly under German occupation, and the Central Powers were already offering independence to a puppet Polish state. The Russian provisional government could hardly do less, and was in a position to promise without any immediate obligation to perform. It issued a proclamation committing itself to the recognition of an independent Poland, though the proclamation was, as the cautious Milyukov, then Russian Minister for Foreign Affairs, afterwards admitted, not couched in precise juridical language and reserved the right of a future Russian Constituent Assembly to give its consent to the modification of Russian territory which will be indispensable for the formation of a free Poland. One about Finland, which still lay outside the zone of military operations, the provisional government temporized, and was more than once reproached by the Bolsheviks for its grudging attitude. After the October Revolution the Soviet government unconditionally accepted the independence of Poland, and no formal steps were thought necessary to regularize it, though 10 months later a decree cancelling a long list of past agreements with Germany and Austria-Hungary, including agreements on such matters as copyright, extradition, mutual recognition of consular certificates and sanitary inspection, also contained the following clause: all treaties and acts concluded by the government of the former Russian Empire with the government of the Kingdom of Prussia or of the Austro-Hungarian Empire concerning Poland, in view of their incompatibility with the principle of the self-determination of nations and with the revolutionary sense of right of the Russian people, which recognizes the infeasible right of the Polish people to independence and unity, are hereby irrevocably rescinded. Finland presented more serious embarrassments. While the Finnish bourgeois government seemed firmly in the saddle, the Finnish Social Democrats were a strong, organized party. There were Russian troops still in Finland who could have aided their Finnish comrades. The moment might well have seemed ripe for a proletarian revolution. This belief clearly inspired the appearance of Stalin at a congress of the Finnish Social Democratic Party in Helsingfors on November 14-27, 1917, where he made his first public speech as People's Commissar for Nationalities. 1 Nonetheless, the principle of national self-determination, including the right of secession, was clear and Bolshevik promises incontrovertible. When the Finnish government pressed its claim, the Soviet government had no option but to recognize the national independence of Finland. The resolution to that effect adopted by Sovnarkom on December 18-31, 1917, was confirmed by VTSIK 4 days later. That the decision caused some misgivings is shown by Stalin's half-hearted defense of it during the discussion in VTSIK. In fact, the Council of People's Commissars against its will gave freedom not to the people, but to the bourgeoisie, of Finland, which by a strange confluence of circumstances has received its independence from the hands of Socialist Russia. The Finnish workers and Social Democrats found themselves in the position of having to receive freedom not directly from the hands of socialists, but with the aid of the Finnish bourgeoisie. Stalin described this as the tragedy of the Finnish proletariat, and attributed it to the indecision and incomprehensible cowardice of the Finnish Social Democrats. Thus reproached and thus encouraged, the Finnish Social Democrats attempted to seize power by a revolutionary coup in January 1918, and in the civil war which followed received aid from the Soviet forces still in Finland. The Soviet government found itself in the anomalous situation of recognizing both the bourgeois government of a neighboring country and an embryonic workers' government which was seeking to overthrow it. On March 1, 1918, A treaty was even concluded between the Russian Federal Soviet Republic and the Finnish Socialist Workers' Republic. For it was not the only, or even the first, occasion of the kind. A similar situation had already arisen a few weeks earlier in the Ukraine. Nor had the convenient division of functions between the Soviet government and Comintern yet been invented. But this dilemma had no bearing on the formal issue of Finnish independence, since it might equally well have arisen in a foreign country. The Finnish Civil War was fought with great bitterness and did not end until the arrival of German troops called in by the Finnish bourgeois government to settle the issue. Thereafter the bourgeois regime in Finland was firmly established, and relations between Soviet Russia and Finland were those of separate and independent states. Lenin in his utterances of 1917 frequently coupled the Ukraine with Poland and Finland as a nation whose claim to independence was unreservedly accepted by the Bolsheviks. In an article of June 1917, he denounced the provisional government for not carrying out its elementary democratic duty by declaring for the autonomy and for the complete freedom of secession of the Ukraine. The parallel was, however, far from perfect. The peculiar national texture and history of the Ukrainian population, peasantry, proletariat, and intelligentsia, created in the Ukrainian national movement ambiguities and cross-currents from which the Polish and Finnish movements were exempt. The Ukrainian peasantry was not only the vast majority of the population, but the only section having a long tradition behind it. Its social and economic animosities, always the foundation of peasant nationalism, were directed against the landowners, predominantly Polish west of the Dnieper and elsewhere Russian, and against traders and usurers, almost exclusively Jewish. Its Orthodox religion united it with the Russian Church, and made Polish Catholicism as well as Jewry alien to it. Ukrainian nationalism was therefore anti-Semitic and anti-Polish in complexion even more than anti-Russian. The 17th-century Cossack leader, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who was a popular national hero, though himself of Polish origin, had led the Ukrainian peasants against their Polish masters and had done homage to Moscow. The Ukrainian, or Little Russian, peasants were conscious of their separateness from the Great Russians, but they recognized themselves as Russians in the wider sense, and spoke a recognizably cognate language. The political supremacy of Moscow or Petrograd might be resented. Kiev was a more ancient capital than either, but Kiev, too, was a Russian capital. A Ukrainian nationalism which relied first and foremost on a sentiment of hostility to Russia had no strong appeal to the peasantry. At the next level the situation was complicated by the lack of an indigenous Ukrainian proletariat. The new industrial centers, which became increasingly important after the turn of the century, were populated in large part by immigrants from the north, both workers and management. Kharkov, the largest industrial city of the Ukraine, was also the most Great Russian. This element, combined with the official and professional class, gave a predominantly Great Russian background to the urban culture of the Ukraine. The effect on the situation in 1917 was characteristic. Throughout Russia the strength of the Bolsheviks lay among the urban population and the industrial workers. In the Ukraine these groups were not only weak in numbers. The elections to the Constituent Assembly in November 1917 gave the Bolsheviks only 750,000 votes in the Ukraine, but were predominantly Great Russian. This gave Bolshevism in the Ukraine the double handicap of being an alien movement as well as a movement of townsmen. The coincidence of the national division with the cleavage between town and country proved equally embarrassing for the nationalists and for the Bolsheviks. The Ukrainian national movement evoked at this stage no widespread response either from the peasant or from the industrial worker. It remained the creation of a small but devoted band of intellectuals drawn predominantly from the teaching and literary professions and from the priesthood, and ranging from university professors to village schoolmasters, and it received encouragement and support from the same classes of the Ukrainian population in East Galicia across the Austrian frontier. In this form Ukrainian nationalism was directed against the oppression, no longer of the Polish landowner or of the Jewish merchant, but of the Russian bureaucrat. But even here some qualification is required. The first champions of the movement were moved by hatred of the Tsars rather than of Great Russians as such. They were revolutionaries as much as nationalists. Carrying, as a Russian governor-general said in the 1880s, the works of Shevchenko, the Ukrainian national poet, in one pocket and the works of Karl Marx in the other one, though tradition and a peasant background allied them with the Narodniks or the anarchists rather than with the Marxists. Increasing economic prosperity, as well as the force of foreign example, gradually detached the movement from the cause of social revolution. The first years of the 20th century witnessed the growth, here as elsewhere in Russia, of an intelligentsia inspired by the ideals of liberal democracy, which combined readily enough with Ukrainian nationalism. But this group remained too small, too much isolated from the masses, and therefore politically too ineffective, to form the nucleus of a native ruling class. Unable to make any social revolutionary appeal to the masses, it was compelled to rely for its national appeal on a campaign against the political and cultural oppression of Moscow. This was real enough. The ban on Ukrainian literature and the Ukrainian newspapers imposed in the 1870s was relaxed in 1905, only to be reimposed in full force in 1914. But such restrictions meant little to the peasant and less than nothing to the great Russian industrial worker, so that the movement, lacking any solid support at home, was compelled to seek foreign patronage, turning successively to the Austrians, to the French, to the Germans and, finally, to the Poles, and these expedients ended by discrediting a movement whose protagonists so readily sold themselves to foreign powers. And behind these domestic weaknesses and embarrassments of Ukrainian nationalism lay the bare fact of the economic dependence of the Ukraine on the Russian market and of the economic importance of the Ukraine to any Russian state. The Ukraine contained 1/5 of the population of Tsarist Russia, its land was the most fertile in Russia, its industries among the most modern, its industrial manpower, as well as its industrial management, was mainly Great Russian, its coal and iron, so long as the resources of the Urals were relatively undeveloped, were indispensable to Russian industry as a whole. Had the Ukrainian claim to secession been as clear-cut as that of Poland or of Finland, it would have been far more difficult to reconcile with economic realities. But it is fair to recognize that the claims themselves were not comparable. Trotsky afterwards taunted the Russian bourgeoisie under Kerensky with having been unwilling to agree to the autonomy of the wheat of the Ukraine, the coal of the Don and the ore of Krivoy Raj. But the economic interdependence of industrial Russia and the Ukraine was a fact which transcended forms of social or political organization. This rudimentary national movement received a strong impetus from the February Revolution. It found three leaders: Hrushevsky, a learned professor whose history of the Ukraine provided a literary and historical basis for the movement; Vinnichenko, a revolutionary intellectual who had played some part in the events of 1905, and Petli Ura, a self-made man who had tried many trades, journalism being the most recent. The first two were sincere nationalists, the third an energetic adventurer. In March 1917 a central Ukrainian Rada representing social revolutionaries, social democrats, social federalists and national minorities constituted itself under the presidency of Hrushevsky. In April it secured the blessing of a national Ukrainian Congress. It appears to have had no formally representative character, and at first, in conformity with the mainly social and cultural character of the movement, no political functions were claimed or exercised. But by slow steps the Rada emerged as an embryonic national assembly of some 600 members. On June 13, 1917, after vain attempts to negotiate with the provisional government in Petrograd, it issued a decree proclaiming an autonomous Ukrainian republic, though without separating from Russia and without breaking away from the Russian state, and established a general secretariat with Vinnichenko at its head, which soon assumed the form and functions of a national government. The provisional government in Petrograd, whose tactics throughout had been those of procrastination, partially and grudgingly conceded the claim to autonomy, always subject to the eventual verdict of the constituent L. Trotsky, Istoria Ruskame Revolutsiai, 2, 48. Assembly. But this was a symptom rather of the weakness of the provisional government than of any great strength in the Rada and the General Secretariat. After the October Revolution in Petrograd, the virtual breakdown of authority at the center further stimulated the movement towards independence. On November 7, 1917, the Rada proclaimed a Ukrainian People's Republic, though the proclamation specifically repeated the intention not to separate from the Russian Republic and to maintain its unity and to aid it to become a federation of equal and free peoples. The General Secretariat now became a regular government, with Vinnichenko as its prime minister and Petli Ura as its secretary for military affairs. But given the declared policy of the Soviet government, all this did not necessarily imply a breach between Kiev and Petrograd, and correct relations were maintained for some time. Nor was the process of separation pressed very far in practice. As late as November-December 29, 1917, the Rada was demanding funds from the state bank in Petrograd for the payment of its railway employees. 3 Failure to comply with this request compelled the Rada to issue its first currency notes in December 1917. Before the revolution was a month old, however, relations were already seriously strained. Soviets had made their appearance in various parts of the Ukraine during the summer of 1917, notably a Soviet of Workers' Deputies and a separate Soldiers' Soviet in Kiev. After the October Revolution, these united, and the encouragement given to them by the Soviet government in Petrograd led to charges of deliberate attempts to undermine the Rada's authority. The breaking point came with the organization of an anti-Bolshevik army on the Don by the White generals Kornilov and Kaldin, the latter being the ataman of the Don Cossacks. The specific grievances of the Soviet government against the Rada took a predominantly military form. The Rada was endeavoring to effect a separation of the armies by recalling all Ukrainian units to the Ukraine and thus helping further to disorganize existing fronts and confuse the procedure of demobilization. It was disarming Soviet and Red Guard units on Ukrainian soil, and it was refusing to allow Soviet forces to pass through the Ukraine to form a front against the Whites, while giving passage to Cossack formations on their way to join Kaldin on the Don. The conclusion of the armistice with the Central Powers at Brest-Litovsk on December 2, 1917, relieved the strain on the slender military resources of the Soviet government. On December 4, 1917, a long communication was dispatched to the Ukrainian Rada and simultaneously made public. It began by according recognition, in the name of the principle of self-determination, to the People's Ukrainian Republic, but went on to accuse the Rada of pursuing an equivocal bourgeois policy which has long expressed itself in a refusal by the Rada to recognize the Soviets and Soviet power in the Ukraine, and demanded the immediate abandonment of the 3 practices enumerated above. It also included the positive demand that the Rada should render assistance to the revolutionary armies in their struggle with the counter-revolutionary Cadet Kaldin rising. If these political recriminations loomed the growing threat of hunger in Petrograd and Moscow and the urgent need for Ukrainian grain. If you want food, wrote Radek in Pravda, cry death to the Rada. The threat from Petrograd produced its predestined reaction. The inherent tendency of the Ukrainian national movement, faced with superior Russian power, to place itself under foreign patronage was once more illustrated. A French military mission under General Tabois had been for some time in Kiev. Exactly at what moment efforts began to induce the Rada to reconstitute a force of resistance and remain faithful to the Allies is not known. But these efforts are referred to in what appears to be the first formal communication from General Tabois to Vinnichenko, which is dated December 5, 1917, the day after the ultimatum from Petrograd, and asks for particulars of the financial and technical aid which the Ukrainian Republic would desire to receive from France. The fact of a Franco-Ukrainian agreement quickly became known in Petrograd, where Stalin published in Pravda on December 15, 1917, what purported to be an intercepted telegram from the French mission to the Rada. In Kiev, General Tabois announced his appointment as Commissioner of the French Republic to the government of the Ukrainian Republic, and on December 29, 1917/January 11, 1918, informed Vinnichenko that France would support the Ukrainian Republic with all its moral and material forces. A similar declaration was made about the same time by a British representative at Kiev. For on the Bolshevik side, the decision implicit in the ultimatum of December 4/17, 1917, to break with the Rada required the speedy building up of an alternative authority in the Ukraine. On the day preceding the ultimatum, an all-Ukrainian Congress of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants deputies opened in Kiev. In preparation for the Congress, the local Bolshevik party had met and renamed itself the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party of the Social Democracy of the Ukraine, a hybrid title which rather clumsily aimed at reconciling party unity with a concession to Ukrainian national feeling, but this did not save the Bolsheviks at the Congress from being shouted down by the supporters of the Rada. 1. An unsatisfactory reply from the Rada to the ultimatum. 2. Was not followed by an open break, partly because neither side really wanted war, partly because the Soviet government had now found a better means of handling the situation. The Bolsheviks of the Ukraine retired from Kiev, where the power of the Rada was still beyond challenge, to Kharkov, where on December 11/24, 1917, they convened a new all-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets. 2 days later, a Central Executive Committee of the Ukraine elected by the Congress telegraphed to the government in Petrograd that it had assumed full powers in the Ukraine. 3. It was composed mainly of Bolsheviks with a sprinkling of left SRS. From this point onward, the Soviet government frankly pursued a double policy. On the one hand, it greeted this new authority as the genuine government of the People's Ukrainian Republic, and undertook to afford it all possible support both in the struggle for peace and in the transfer of all lands, factories, workshops, and banks to the toiling people of the Ukraine. 5. Yet this did not prevent a continuance of the negotiations through various intermediaries with the Rada. 6. Or the reluctant recognition of the credentials of the Rada's delegation at the Peace Conference of Brest-Litovsk, which could not have been withheld without throwing doubt on the sincerity of Bolshevik protestations of devotion to the cause of national self-determination. 1. But by this time, as Vinnichenko frankly admitted, the vast majority of the Ukrainian population was against us. 2. The area of the Rada's authority rapidly contracted as more and more of its forces disbanded themselves or went over to the Bolsheviks. On January 9, 1918, it issued a fourth universal proclaiming at length the Ukrainian Republic as an independent, free, and sovereign state of the Ukrainian people, and its independence was recognized by the German government 10 days later. While, however, these formalities were being exchanged, Soviet armies were surrounding Kiev, which they entered on February 26, 1918. The Rada was overthrown, and a few days later the new Ukrainian Soviet government was installed there. For this was not, however, the end of the story. The rule of the Ukrainian Soviet government lasted for less than 3 weeks, during which it did little to propitiate the population or to remove the impression of an occupation by an external foreign force. 5. At the moment when the Rada was being dispossessed in Kiev, its delegates were signing a treaty of peace with Germany at Brest-Litovsk. True to the tradition of seeking foreign protection against the power of Petrograd, the Rada on February 12, 1918, appealed for help to Germany. 1. The German armies quickly swept over the Ukraine, and on March 2, 1918, the Bolsheviks abandoned Kiev to the forces of the Rada under Petliura. But neither the religious thanksgiving celebrated by Petliura nor the eloquence of Hrushevsky, who returned to Kiev as president of the Rada, concealed the bitter truth, admitted by Vinnichenko, that the Rada owed its restoration to German heavy guns. 2. Nor did its complacency save it for long. At the end of April the Rada was contemptuously dismissed in favor of a more effective or more compliant German-sponsored Ukrainian government under the hetman Skoropadsky. The new regime was a German military convenience. Insofar as it had any significance in the interplay of domestic forces in the Ukraine, it represented the interests of large landowners and well-to-do peasants, whose surplus production offered to the German occupying authorities the last hope of replenishing empty German granaries. It was a frankly reactionary regime which offered little to the Ukrainian nationalists and nothing to the advocates of social reform. This did not prevent the continuance of peace negotiations between it and the Soviet government. 3. There was nothing to choose from the Soviet point of view between a German-sponsored Rada and a German-sponsored Hetman, and a Soviet delegation pursued inconclusive discussions at Kiev through the summer of 1918. The unwillingness of the Bolsheviks to resume the war against the Germans in the Ukraine was one of the grievances on which the left SRS harped at the 5th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in Moscow. The assassination of Eckhorn, the German general in the Ukraine, was, like that of Merbuk, an unsuccessful attempt to disturb Soviet-German relations. The authority of Skoropadsky over the Ukraine endured till the German military collapse of November 1918. Thereafter the history of the previous winter repeated itself. Elements of the old Rada re-established themselves at Kiev as a Ukrainian directorate with Vinnichenko as president and Petli Ura, now emerging in the character of a would-be dictator, as commander-in-chief. French aid was once more invoked. But General d'Anselme commanding the French forces at Odessa had little to offer but words, and even these were less encouraging than the promises of General Tabois a year earlier. The only novel feature in the situation was the proclamation, now that the authority of the Central Powers had collapsed, of the inclusion in the Ukrainian Republic of the so-called Western Ukraine, the former Austrian province of East Galicia. A bone of contention was thus created between the Ukraine and Poland. It was significant of the lack of organized support for the Bolsheviks in the Ukraine itself that, even in the chaos created by the downfall of the German power and the flight of Skoropadsky, they were unable to effect a direct seizure of power. Nevertheless, Bolshevik tactics were bolder than before. Within a few days of the German collapse, a provisional workers' and peasants' government of the Ukraine under Pyatakov constituted itself at Kursk on the northern frontier. On November 29, 1918, it issued a manifesto announcing its assumption of power and the transfer of the land to the peasants and of the factories to the Ukrainian toiling masses. 2. In Kharkov, a Soviet seized power after a 3-day general strike at the beginning of December, and presently Bolshevik armies began their southward advance. In reply to protests of the Directorate, Chicherin in a note of January 6, 1919, disclaimed responsibility for Pyatakov's government and its armies, which were completely independent. 10 days later the Directorate declared war on Moscow, apparently against the wishes of Vinnichenko, who resigned shortly afterwards. But this did nothing to delay the Soviet armies, which established themselves in Kharkov and then, in February 1919, fought their way back into Kiev as they had done just a year before. They were greeted by the population with every show of enthusiasm. 3. The members of the expelled Directorate transferred their main activities to the Peace Conference in Paris, where their pleas fell on the deaf ears of statesmen more interested in the cause of Poland or of white generals pledged to reconstitute the unity of the Russian Empire than in that of Ukrainian nationalism. The capital of the Soviet Ukraine was now established at Kharkov, its most important industrial center, and Pyatakov, who, though a native of the Ukraine, seems to have shown too little sympathy for the claims of Ukrainian independence, was replaced as head of the Ukrainian Soviet government by Rakovsky. On March 10, 1919, a constitution of the Ukrainian Socialist Soviet Republic was officially adopted by the Third All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets. It did not diverge in any important particular from its prototype, the constitution of the RSFSR. The weakness of an independent Ukrainian SSR was revealed by the list of members of the Presidium of the Third All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets who signed its constitution. Rakovsky, Pyatakov, Bubnov, and Kvyring were well-known Bolsheviks, but their credentials as spokesmen for a Ukrainian nation were not very substantial. 6. Meanwhile external conditions were in OSP1C1 in every respect. Fighting continued for some time in the west, where Petli Ura's retreating forces distinguished themselves by ruthless massacres of the large Jewish population. In the eastern Ukraine, a peasant leader of outstanding abilities, the anarchist, Nestor Makhno, had organized a group of partisans in 1918 for guerrilla warfare against Skoropadsky. This group now swelled into an organized movement with an army some thousands strong, controlling at different times wide stretches of country and fighting now on the side of the Bolsheviks and now against them. 2. Pockets of German troops still remained here and there on Ukrainian soil. French detachments had been landed on the Black Sea coast and in the Crimea. In July, Denikin's volunteer army with Allied backing began its northward advance. The Red Army retreated, and in September Kiev was again occupied by the forces, first of Petliura, then of Denikin himself. Disorganization was now complete. Hunger, typhus, and other diseases swept the Ukraine. Several independent military leaders, of whom Makhno was merely the most formidable, ranged the countryside with bands varying in character from organized armies to predatory gangs. Among the peasants, discontent with Soviet rule was forgotten in hatred of the harsher oppression of Denikin's occupying forces. The defeat of Denikin led in December 1919 to the recapture of Kiev by the Red Army. A military revolutionary committee of 5 members, 3 of them Bolsheviks, was installed under a decree signed by Rakovsky as president of the Ukrainian Sovnarkom, and for the third time the attempt was made to consolidate a Soviet regime in the Ukraine. By February 1920 Soviet authority had been re-established in the main centers. But even this was not the end of the period of troubles. In December 1919 the discomfited Petliura, defeated by the Bolsheviks, ignored by the Allies in Paris and spurned by Denikin, turned to the one conceivable alternative source of moral and material support, Poland. Poland, opposed to a reincorporation of the Ukraine in a united Russia whether under Soviet rule or under that of Denikin, found in Petliura the sole remaining figurehead of Ukrainian separatism. Petliura cynically abandoned the Ukrainian claim to East Galicia in exchange for the ambition of ruling the Ukraine as a satellite unit in a Polish empire. Petliura's agreement with the Polish government, which was concluded in Warsaw on December 2, 1919, marked the ultimate bankruptcy of Ukrainian bourgeois nationalism, since the rudimentary national feelings of the Ukrainian peasantry had been stimulated mainly by hostility to the Polish landowner. But it opened the way for a fresh incursion into the Ukraine, this time by Polish armies, which occupied Kiev for some 6 weeks in May-June 1920. This time, however, the defeat and expulsion of the invader brought the Ukraine immunity from foreign invasion for 2 decades. It took the best part of another year to restore order throughout the Ukraine, and sporadic fighting with partisans did not end till Makhno crossed the frontier into Romania on August 28, 1921, with the last remnant of his forces. 3 Then at last in undisputed possession of the country, the Soviet regime appeared to offer to the Ukrainian population not only the blessings of peace, but a government more tolerable than any which it had experienced in these turbulent years. Thus the Soviet Ukraine was brought to its difficult birth. The right of national self-determination and secession had been officially vindicated. But whereas in Finland the bourgeois ruling class had been strong enough to win recognition as representing the Finnish nation, in the Ukraine the revolution had been hurried on a step further and the bourgeoisie ousted in favor of a dictatorship of the toiling and exploited masses of the proletariat and the poor peasants, which thus became the repository of Ukrainian national independence. The interest of Petrograd in such a solution was obvious. Yet the evidence also supports the conclusion that Ukrainian bourgeois nationalism had been weighed and found wanting. It had no national workers' movement to which it could appeal. It failed to win the peasants owing to its failure to espouse the cause not merely of social revolution, but of social reform on any significant scale, a failure frankly and repeatedly admitted by Vinnichenko, the most honest of its leaders. Its weakness made it constantly amenable to foreign pressure and thus precluded any real freedom of action. Its final bankruptcy came in 1920 when its last active leader Petliura made his pact with the Poles, the national enemies of the Ukrainian peasant. The Ukrainian bourgeoisie had proved even less capable than the great Russian bourgeoisie of bringing about a bourgeois revolution. Its failure left the succession open. Except for the Bolsheviks there were no serious candidates in the field, and the disintegration one after another of all the forces opposed to them showed that the Bolsheviks were at any rate accepted by the Ukrainian masses as the least of possible evils. This did not, however, make a solution easy. The only effective choice which confronted the Soviet government at the beginning of 1918 and again at the beginning of 1919 was between direct incorporation of the Ukraine in the Russian Soviet unit and an attempt to satisfy Ukrainian national aspirations by creating a separate Ukrainian Soviet unit. The second alternative was dictated by the principles which they had publicly proclaimed before the revolution and by Lenin's firmly held belief that the largest measure of dispersal in the name of national self-determination was the surest road to an ultimate union of hearts. Of Lenin's personal struggle to impart reality to the policy of an independent Soviet Ukraine there is ample evidence. When Soviet authority was about to be established there for the third time after Denikin's defeat in December 1919, a resolution on the Soviet power in the Ukraine drafted by Lenin and approved by the Central Committee was submitted to a special party conference in Moscow. It was concerned primarily with the attitude of the Soviet administration to the Ukrainian national question and to the Ukrainian peasant. It denounced artificial attempts to push back the Ukrainian language into a secondary place, demanding that all officials should be able to speak Ukrainian, and it prescribed the distribution of former large estates to the peasants, the creation of Soviet farms only in strictly necessary proportions, and the requisition of grain only in strictly limited amounts. But it encountered stiff opposition at the conference from the Bolshevik leaders in the Ukraine. Rakovsky argued that large-scale Soviet farms should be the foundation of the Soviet order. Bubnov, one of his colleagues in the Ukrainian Sovnarkom, regarded the demand that officials should speak Ukrainian as an exaggeration of the importance of Ukrainian nationalism, and Bubnov, Manuilsky, and others protested against any compromise with the Borobisti, a Ukrainian peasant party of SR complexion which was seeking an alliance with the Bolsheviks. Lenin's resolution was carried, and in March 1920 the Borobisti were admitted to the Communist Party. 2. But, where the opposition of the men on the spot was so keen and so far-reaching, the difficulties of applying the party line could not be easily overcome. Nor would it be fair to attribute these difficulties to the blindness or obstinacy of a few individuals. Ukrainian national aspirations could not be satisfied within a bourgeois framework. But when the Bolsheviks, by setting up the Ukrainian SSR, announced the transition from the bourgeois to the proletarian revolution, the Ukrainian national problem presented itself in a new and almost equally intractable form. It was an essential of Bolshevik doctrine that the proletariat could alone lead the peasantry on the revolutionary path, and in the absence of a native Ukrainian proletariat, the national content of social revolution in the Ukraine remained artificial and in some degree fictitious. For the Ukrainian bourgeois intellectual, the blot on the new regime was that its leaders were still predominantly Great Russian in spirit and in training, if not by birth. This impression was not quickly removed. The winning over of a few of the former Ukrainian nationalists, notably the veteran Hrushevsky, who returned to Kiev in 1923 to become president of the new Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, thinly veiled the Great Russian complexion of the administration of the Soviet Ukraine. For the Ukrainian peasant, the handicap of the new regime was that it was a regime of townsmen. This handicap was less keenly felt in the period of reconciliation with the peasantry which was symbolized by NEP. Later, when proletarian pressure on the peasant was resumed, and the discontents of the Ukrainian peasant coincided with those of the Ukrainian intellectual, the truth was once more illustrated that the national problem became acute when it acquired a social and economic content. The establishment of a White Russian SSR in February 1919, almost at the same moment as that of the Ukrainian SSR, represented a further application of the policy of dispersal in the name of national self-determination. The problem was simpler than in the Ukraine, since there were no more than the beginnings of a White Russian bourgeois nationalist movement, but this very fact made the solution more artificial. The Ukrainian pattern was closely followed. As early as March 1917 a White Russian National Congress had issued a declaration favoring a federal Republican democratic order for Russia, and set up a White Russian National Committee. In August 1917 a bourgeois White Russian Rada was established at Minsk, and its delegates actually appeared early in January 1918 at the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, only to find themselves denied a hearing and their mandates disallowed. 3. In the last days of 1917, striking events had occurred in Minsk. A Bolshevik military revolutionary committee, which came into existence after the October Revolution, had overthrown the Rada, established a council of people's commissars of the Western region and front, and proclaimed the right of the toiling people of White Russia to national self-determination. 1. For a few weeks a rudimentary Soviet government ruled in Minsk. 2. But in February 1918 the advancing German armies overthrew it, and, anxious in their turn to pay lip service to the fashionable doctrine of national self-determination, installed a White Russian Rada of their own. Later in the year congresses of White Russian refugees were convened in Moscow and proclaimed their unalterable desire for union with the Russian Viet Republic. 3. No further practical issue arose until the German armies behind the frontier accepted at Brest-Litovsk began to disintegrate in November 1918. Provision had then to be made for the government of the liberated territory, and, as in the Ukraine, the choice lay here between its incorporation in the Russian unit and the creation of a separate White Russian unit. The same considerations dictated the same decision. It was taken by the Central Committee of the party, and the necessary instructions were conveyed by Stalin to the local communist leader, Myasnikov by name, on December 25, 1918. 4. On January 1, 1919, a provisional government of the White Russian Independent Soviet Republic proclaimed its authority in Minsk and declared the venal bourgeois White Russian Rada outside the law. 1. Exactly a month later the First White Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants deputies assembled at Minsk and on February 4, 1919, adopted a constitution of the White Russian SSR and set up a White Russian government. 2. The work was done in such haste that the constitution, framed on the same plan as that of the RSFSR, defined the functions of the Congress of Soviets and a central executive committee, but failed to include provisions either for local Soviets or for a Sovnarkom. Like the Ukraine, White Russia had to pass through a further period of tribulation even after her establishment as a socialist Soviet republic. During the spring of 1919 plans were made for a federation between the equally young and almost equally feeble White Russian and Lithuanian republics. 1. But in April 1919 a Polish advance extinguished the Lithuanian SSR, and Polish armies occupied a part of the territory claimed by White Russia, taking Minsk itself in August 1919. In the Polish-Soviet War of 1920 the White Russian Republic was liberated by the advance of Soviet troops into Poland and celebrated the victory on August 1, 1920, by a flamboyant proclamation. 2. The Polish-Soviet armistice of October 1920 once more deprived White Russia of the western part of her territory. But this time the decision was final, and a period of peace set in. In December 1920 the Second White Russian Congress of Soviets repaired the omissions in the Constitution of February 1919 by adopting a series of supplements. 3. To the White Russians, observes a recent historian, nationhood came as an almost unsolicited gift of the Russian Revolution. 4. A writer in the official journal of Narkomnats admitted that the White Russian workers and peasants always considered themselves a part of the working people of Russia, and only an insignificant part of the petty bourgeois White Russian intelligentsia stood for the independence of White Russia. But nationhood was, in Bolshevik theory, a normal and useful, if not indispensable, stage of historical development, and if a White Russian nation did not yet exist, analogy suggested that it was in an advanced state of gestation. This was the rather dubious argument with which Stalin 2 years later at a party congress, defended himself against the charge of artificially cultivating a White Russian nationality. Some 40 years ago Riga was a German town, but since towns grow by drawing on the country, and the country is the preserver of nationality, Riga is now a purely Lettish town. Some 50 years ago all the towns of Hungary had a German character, now they are Magyarized. The same will happen with White Russia, in the towns of which non-White Russians still predominate. 1. This was perhaps the most extreme example, at any rate in Europe, of the invocation of the principle of national self-determination for the purpose of stimulating national consciousness rather than of satisfying it. The case of Estonia and Latvia fell midway between Finland, on the one hand, and the Ukraine and White Russia on the other. Both countries were of Lilliputian dimensions, having populations of 1,250,000 and 1,750,000 respectively, but their languages, different from each other and akin neither to Teuton nor to Slav, gave them a distinctive position. In both countries a small but authentic bourgeois nationalist movement had grown up in protest against the domination of German merchants, industrialists and landowners, far weaker and less firmly established than its counterpart in Finland, but stronger and more determined than in the Ukraine. In both countries Soviet regimes had been proclaimed at the moment of the October Revolution, but had been quickly swept away by the advancing German armies. On the German collapse in November 1918 bourgeois national governments were installed in Riga and Tallinn. But their duration was brief. On November 29, 1918, came the proclamation of an Estonian Soviet government at Narva, to be followed by the proclamation of a Lettish Soviet government 3 weeks later. Soviet armies, native and Russian, began to move in from the east. This was the period at which the slogan of self-determination for the workers was officially current, and Stalin's announcement of policy was clear and unequivocal: Soviet Russia has never looked on the western regions as its own possessions. It has always considered that these regions constitute the inalienable possession of the working masses of the nationalities that inhabit them, that these masses have a full right of freely determining their political destiny. Of course this does not preclude, it presupposes, help of every kind from Soviet Russia to our Estonian comrades in their struggle for the liberation of workers' Estonia from the yoke of the bourgeoisie. 1. The Estonian Soviet Republic was recognized by Petrograd on December 8, 1918, the Latvian Soviet Republic on December 22, 1918. 2. Early in January 1919 Soviet power had been established as far as Riga. So far the Ukrainian precedent had been followed, and as Riga had a large native industrial proletariat, the foundations of Soviet power seemed more solid on the shores of the Baltic than in the Ukraine. But here the ubiquity of British naval power was the decisive factor. With the termination of hostilities against Germany, British naval units appeared in the Baltic. The Estonian Soviet Republic collapsed in January 1919. The Latvian Soviet Republic held out in Riga for 5 months and then succumbed to the threat of British naval guns. In both countries the bourgeois governments, restored under British patronage, had time to consolidate their authority. Thereafter, the Yudenik Adventure 3 once liquidated, the Soviet government reconsidered its attitude. The two bourgeois governments had shown greater strength and cohesion than had been expected, and their hostility to Yudenik had shown that they were not altogether unfriendly to the Soviet Republic. Above all, now that foreign trade was beginning to come within the orbit of Soviet policy, there would be some advantage in treating the ports of Riga and Tallinn as a sort of no man's land between the capitalist and the Soviet worlds. It was decided to follow the Finnish rather than the Ukrainian precedent, to drop the project of Estonian and Latvian Soviet republics and to recognize the bourgeois governments as beneficiaries of the right of national self-determination. Peace treaties were concluded with Estonia on February 2, 1921, and with Latvia on August 11, 1920. 2. The regime thus established lasted for just 20 years. The third Baltic country, Lithuania, followed the destiny of Latvia and Estonia with a few variations. A bourgeois national council, the Taryba, was set up during the winter of 1917 to 1918. Like the White Russian Rada of February 1918, it was essentially a German creation, and, with the compliance of the German occupying authorities, proclaimed the independence of Lithuania on February 16, 1918. After the German collapse, a provisional workers' and peasants' government was proclaimed in Lithuania for and, somewhat prematurely, recognized by Petrograd at the same time as its more fully developed Latvian counterpart, on December 22, 1918. 5. In the following month the bourgeois Taryba was actually evicted from Vilna, and Soviet power established there. In April 1919 the capture of Vilna by the Polish army put an end both to projects for a federation between Lithuanian and White Russian Soviet republics, and to the existence of Soviet Lithuania. A year and 3 months later, when Soviet armies retook Vilna in the course of the Polish War, other councils had come into fashion. On July 12, 1920, a treaty of peace, parallel with the Estonian and Latvian treaties of the same year, was signed with the bourgeois Lithuanian government, and, though this did not save Lithuania later in the same year from losing Vilna to the Polish freebooters Ligowski, Soviet recognition was not withdrawn from the Lithuanian government, which transferred its seat to Kovno. Lithuania, though slightly larger and more populous than Latvia or Estonia, was an almost exclusively peasant country, without a proletariat and with only a small handful of intellectuals. Its claim to independence, whether under bourgeois or under Soviet auspices, rested on precarious foundations, drawing the major part of its support, moral and material, from a large Lithuanian population in the United States. The main interest of Lithuanian independence for Soviet Russia was negative. Were Lithuania not independent, it was likely to fall within the Polish orbit. On the other hand, an independent Lithuania could be a thorn in the side of Poland. Here, therefore, it was a Soviet interest to give the widest possible scope to the principle of national self-determination. The eastern borderlands, the western borderlands of the RSFSR, were inhabited by peoples who, whether Slav or non-Slav, stood within the wide circle of European civilization, shared the Russian tradition and had attained standards of culture and material welfare not lower, and sometimes appreciably higher, than the Great Russians themselves. The question of their relation to a predominantly Great Russian central unit was analogous to that presented in Western Europe, say, by the Czechs in the Habsburg Empire before 1918 or by the Slovaks and Sudeten Germans in Czechoslovakia after 1918. The alternative solutions of secession, federation, autonomy, or integral incorporation were all open, and arguments could be adduced for each. But, whatever the solution, the issues raised were of the same nature as those known to Western Europe as minorities questions. The eastern borderlands, meaning the lands of the Volga Basin and of the northern slopes of the Caucasus, and Central Asia east of the Caspian Sea, presented problems of a different order. The populations of these regions, by their origins, by their language and by the still remaining vestiges of a medieval Mongol civilization, belonged to Asia rather than to Europe. Some 10 millions of them were still nomadic, and primitive tribal organization was not extinct. Standards of living and culture set them far beneath the Russians and the peoples of the western borderlands. Here the sparsely scattered Russian inhabitants played the part of settlers and colonizers. Engels had written in the 1850s of these regions, Russian rule for all its nastiness, all its Slav slovenliness, has a civilizing significance for the Black and Caspian Seas, for Central Asia, for the Bashkirs and Tatars. The issues raised by their relation to the central unit, or by projects for their emancipation, were in Western terms not minorities but colonial questions. In Soviet literature the national and colonial questions were commonly linked together. In the Western borderlands the application of the principle of self-determination had resulted before the end of 1920 in the recognition of independent non-Soviet republics in Poland, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and in the establishment of independent Ukrainian and White Russian Soviet republics in close but still undiffered relations with the Russian Soviet Republic. In the East the solution was less clear-cut, partly owing to the inherent complexities of the situation, partly owing to the varying incidents of the Civil War. But the broad pattern remained everywhere the same. The first stage of the revolution had proclaimed the principle of national self-determination, taking the practical form of a demand for autonomy rather than for complete independence. The Bolsheviks, by asserting this principle more vigorously and more consistently than the provisional government, at first secured unqualified support from the national movements of the Eastern peoples. But when these same Bolsheviks, after the October Revolution, appeared in the form of a Russian government ruling from Petrograd, and when, by passing over to the second stage of the revolution, they explicitly or implicitly challenged the existing social order. The self-constituted national leaders transferred the allegiance to the forces of counter-revolution. This step had, however, the same sequel as in the Ukraine. None of the white generals who led the campaign against the Soviet government had any sympathy for the national aspirations of the backward peoples of the former Russian Empire, which they were fighting to reconstitute, so that the national leaders of these peoples found themselves between the devil who promised them only a return to the Tsarist yoke and the deep sea of social revolution. Hence the Civil War sealed the bankruptcy of what may be called by analogy the bourgeois national movements of the Eastern peoples, and hastened the Soviet authorities on the path of transition from national to social revolution. Broadly speaking, the Civil War marked the dividing line between the two phases of Soviet policy in the eastern borderlands. Unrest among the Muslim peoples of the Tsarist Empire had begun to make itself felt even before the February Revolution. One among the Tatars of the Volga, who alone possessed the rudiments of a commercial middle class, among their immediate neighbors, the Bashkirs, formerly nomadic, but now mainly settled in agriculture and forestry, and among the still predominantly nomadic Kazakhs, two who occupied the vast steppes stretching eastward from Kazan far across Central Asia, incipient national movements, fostered by tiny groups of intellectuals, had existed since the revolution of 1905. These movements were fanned by the colonizing policy of the Tsarist regime which, partly by settling the natives and partly by importing settlers from elsewhere, had sought to extend and improve the cultivation of the soil. The filching of their traditional grazing grounds from the Kazakhs for occupation by Russian settlers was a perennial source of embitterment, and, followed by attempts to mobilize the population for labor during the war, had led to a serious Kazakh rebellion in 1916. Further south, among the more settled population of Khiva, Bukhara, and Turkestan, the relics of the medieval empire of Genghis Khan, the same ferment was at work. During the winter of 1916 to 1917 the semi-independent Khan of Bukhara had been compelled to call in Russian armies to repress a rebellion of his subjects. These symptoms were the precursors of the general movement of 1917. In May of that year a first all-Russian Muslim Congress met in Petrograd to demand not national independence but national autonomy, the main controversy being between a majority which demanded a democratic republic on national-territorial federal principles and a minority which would have been content with cultural autonomy within a unitary Russian state. In the confusion then prevailing throughout Russia the different Muslim peoples set to work to realize their ambitions. A second all-Russian Muslim Congress, meeting in Kazan in July 1917, was mainly controlled by the Tatars who, as the most advanced of the Muslim peoples, sought to dominate the Muslim national movement and even played with Pan-Turanian aspirations. A Bashkir Congress was held simultaneously at Orenburg to demand autonomy for the Bashkirs. About the same time a Kazakh Congress assembled, also in Orenburg, and set up a national council under the traditional name of Alashorda, and a program was issued declaring that Russia should become a democratic federal republic with Kazakhstan as an autonomous unit. At various dates in the summer of 1917 the smaller Muslim nationalities of the Volga Basin, the Mari, the Voshyaks, and the Chuvashes, held congresses and put forward similar claims. 1 and 2 congresses of the Muslim tribes of the Northern Caucasus took place at Vladikavkaz in May and September. None of these was revolutionary in the social sense, and nearly all of them had a more or less marked religious flavor. Of the Bashkir Congress it was recorded that it was composed of mullahs, elders, and kulaks, a fee of 50 rubles a head being charged for admission. 3 And the Muslims of the Northern Caucasus elected a mullah named Gotsinsky as their leader with the title of Mufti. 4 In these circumstances it was not surprising that the national question in the East should at first have presented itself to the Soviet leaders almost exclusively in its Muslim guise. The first act of the Soviet government in this sphere was to follow up the General Declaration of Rights of the Peoples of Russia with a special appeal to all Muslim toilers of Russia and the East. Having announced that the burning desire of the Russian people was to obtain an honorable peace and to aid the oppressed peoples of the world in order to bring them independence, it continued, Muslims of Russia, Tatars of the Volga and the Crimea, Kyrgyz and Sarts of Siberia and Turkestan, Turks and Tatars of Transcaucasia, Chechens and mountaineers of the Caucasus, and all you whose mosques and oratories have been destroyed, whose beliefs and customs have been trampled underfoot by the Tsars and the oppressors of Russia. Your beliefs and usages, your national and cultural institutions are henceforth free and inviolable. Organize your national life in complete freedom. You have the right. Know that your rights, like those of all the peoples of Russia, are under the powerful safeguard of the revolution and of its organs, the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants. Lend your support to this revolution and to its government. It then passed to the cause of the Muslims of the East beyond the old Russian border, who were abjured to overthrow their oppressors and also promised aid. A decree of January 19, 1918. Created the Commissariat for Internal Muslim Affairs. The Commissar was a Tatar, his chief assistants a Tatar and Bashkir respectively. A significant gesture of this period was the handing over to the Regional Congress of Muslims at Petrograd 11 of the so-called Sacred Quran of Osman 11, which had formerly been brought from Samarkand to the Imperial Library. Another was the issue by the Commissariat of Muslim Affairs, on the occasion of the rupture at Brest-Litovsk and the renewed German offensive, of an appeal to the Muslim revolutionary people 11 to hasten to the red banner of the Muslim Socialist Army. A Congress of Muslim Communist Organizations held in Moscow in November 1918 set up a Central Bureau of Muslim Communist Organizations which issued propaganda material in many languages, including a daily paper in Turkish, sent out agitators and organized local printing presses. A Second Congress in November 1919 was addressed by both Lenin and Stalin in person. The second stage of Soviet policy, which set in early in 1918, was marked, in the East as in the Ukraine, by active intervention against the bourgeois national governments which had sprung into life in the interval between the February and October Revolution. These governments, like the Ukrainian Rada, tended after October to turn against the Soviet government in Petrograd, whether because it was thought to threaten the existing social order or because, being a Russian government, it was regarded as naturally inimical to the former subject peoples. A Bashkir government under one Validov, which had proclaimed an autonomous Bashkir state after the October Revolution, went over to the Orenburg Cossacks who were in open warfare against the Soviet government, and this was typical of the prevailing attitude of the nationalists. The split led the Soviet government to seek support among the quasi-proletarian elements in the regions concerned and to foster their incipient discontent and aspirations, the eastern counterpart of the Western policy of self-determination for the workers. This period, unlike its predecessor, was marked by vigorous attacks on the Muslim religion and its traditions and practices, partly, no doubt, on ideological grounds, but partly also to destroy the influence of the mullahs, who had often been the backbone of the bourgeois national movements. The autonomous governments of the Tatars and Bashkirs were supplanted by the proclamation in March 1918 of a joint Tatar-Bashkir Soviet Republic of the Russian Soviet Federation too, which would also have embraced the Chuvashes and the Maras, and this was followed by a decree of April 13, 1918, dissolving the former Tatar National Council and by the arrest of Tatar leaders. According to one account, this policy was adopted by VTSLK and imposed by Stalin on Narkom Nats in face of strong opposition from his colleagues there. For that it was designed to serve as a precedent was shown by an important declaration signed by Stalin as People's Commissar for Nationalities and addressed to the Soviets of Kazan, Ufa, Orenburg and Ekaterinburg, to the Sovnarkom of Turkestan and others. Observing that the revolution begun at the center has been spreading in the borderlands, especially in the eastern borderlands, with some delay, the declaration notes that special measures are necessary to draw the toiling and exploited masses of these borderlands into the process of revolutionary development. Since the bourgeois national groups demand autonomy in order to convert it into a weapon for the oppression of their own masses, salvation can be found only in organizing local congresses of Soviets and proclaiming Soviet autonomy. The policy of an enforced Sovietization of the eastern borderlands, based on the hypothetical support of native revolutionary masses hostile both to bourgeois nationalism and to Islam, proved a fiasco. Though the influence of the mullahs and bourgeois intellectuals who headed the embryonic national movements can easily be exaggerated, especially among the nomadic peoples, there was even less understanding or sympathy for the purposes and methods of the Bolsheviks, and plans hatched in Moscow by men familiar with Western conditions had little appeal to communities engaged in primitive agriculture or to nomads whose problems were the insufficiency of their flocks and denial of access to grazing grounds. 2. It was impossible to obtain any serious Tatar or Bashkir backing for the proposed Tatar-Bashkir Soviet Republic, the Chuvashes, who, according to a local historian, wanted neither independence nor autonomy, protested against their inclusion in it, and, though preparatory work was being done in Moscow in May 1918, for the Republic never in fact came into being. The Civil War descended on a scene of widespread anarchy and confused and conflicting aspirations, and in June the anti-Bolshevik Samara government began to extend its authority over a large part of the Middle and Lower Volga. The only constructive achievement of the year 1918 in all this region related to a non-Muslim community on its western confines. In October 1918 the 400,000 Germans of the Volga were allowed to constitute themselves as an autonomous workers' commune with its own Congress of Soviets and Executive Committee. In other Muslim communities a similar policy was pursued, with the same inconclusive results. In the Crimea a directorate set up by a Tatar National Assembly, formed in the interval between the February and October revolutions, was overthrown by the Bolsheviks in January 1918, the taking of Sevastopol being long remembered for the atrocities which accompanied it, and a Tatar Soviet Republic of the Crimea was proclaimed in its place. But this was short-lived. The Germans, advancing through the Ukraine, set up a puppet government in the Crimea under a Russian general named Sulkovich, whose rule, like that of Skoropadsky in the Ukraine, ended with the downfall of German power in November 1918. Thereupon a group of white refugees from Bolshevik rule, a majority of them cadets, formed a government of the Crimea which was pan-Russian in composition and sentiment and had no pretension to represent the Crimean Tatars. This government, dividing its authority somewhat uneasily with Denikin's military administration, and enjoying some measure of recognition and support from the Allies, maintained its position till after Denikin's defeat. 2 In the northern Caucasus and in Dagestan an intermittent struggle was waged throughout 1918 between Bolsheviks and local nationalists, the latter aided and abetted by the Turks, till Denikin's armies swept over the region in the spring and summer of 1919, outdoing all the hardships and horrors inflicted in the earlier stages of the struggle. 3 The first Soviet moves after the landslide of 1918 were dictated by the exigencies of the Civil War and by the opportunities which it offered. By March 1919 the centers of fighting had moved away from the Volga. The Bashkirs, exposed to the persecutions both of Kalkak and of Dutov, the Ataman of the Orenburg Cossacks, were ready to listen to overtures from Moscow, and an agreement was concluded between the RSFSR and the government of an autonomous Bashkir Soviet Republic under the leadership of Validov, temporarily restored to high favor. 2 Further east similar influences were at work. The Kazakh Alashorda split into two, one section going over to the Bolsheviks. In June 1919 a decree was issued setting up a revolutionary committee for the administration of Kazakh territory, providing for separate jurisdiction over the Russian and Kazakh communities. The decree attempted for the first time to meet Kazakh agrarian grievances. While not evicting Russian settlers already in possession, it forbade any further settlement at the expense of the Kazakhs even on lands already allocated for settlement, a standstill in the arbitrary taking over of Kazakh land, though not a radical, still less a revolutionary, solution. 3 This measure was clearly designed to rally the support of wavering Kazakhs in the Civil War. The Alashorda was declared dissolved. 4 A month later a proclamation was issued to the Kalmyks, an isolated, mainly nomadic group some 200,000 strong, speaking a Mongol language and Buddhist in religion, living round the head of the Caspian Sea near Astrakhan. It announced the intention to convene a Kalmyk Workers' Congress, and appealed for enlistment in the Red Army to fight against Denikin. 1. This was followed by a decree, almost identical in language with that issued a few days earlier to the Kazakhs, assuring to the toiling Kalmyk people the full enjoyment of their land and forbidding the allocation of any further Kalmyk land to Russian settlers. 2. But these enactments of 1919, for the most part, served purposes of propaganda and exhortation rather than the establishment of working social and political institutions, and throughout the eastern borderlands little or nothing was created at this time that proved durable. The opposition which the Bolsheviks continued to encounter almost everywhere in the eastern borderlands down to the end of 1919 was in large part the product of fluctuating military fortunes. So long as the fate of the Soviet regime was in the balance, and so long as its hold on these regions remained intermittent and precarious, the local populations were unlikely to rally to it. But the opposition was intensified by the intransigent attitude of Soviet emissaries towards the Muslim religion. The Soviet leaders had had little knowledge of the eastern parts of the vast domain which they had so unexpectedly acquired. They had in their minds a vague picture of oppressed peoples awaiting emancipation from superstitious mullahs as eagerly as from Tsarist administrators, and they were astonished to discover that, while the hold of Islam over the nomadic peoples and in parts of Central Asia was little more than nominal, it remained elsewhere a tenacious and vigorous institution which offered far fiercer resistance than the Orthodox Church to new beliefs and new practices. 3. In regions where it was strong, notably in the Northern Caucasus. 1. The Muslim religion was a social, legal, and political as well as religious institution regulating the daily way of life of its members in almost every particular. The imams and mullahs were judges, lawgivers, teachers and intellectuals, as well as political and sometimes military leaders. That this authority was usually wielded over a population enjoying low economic and cultural standards of life gave the Bolsheviks a case against them, but it made the problem all the harder to face. By the end of 1919 the Soviet authorities seemed to have reached the conclusion that the only course was to divide the priesthood against itself by wooing the support of its younger members. 2. This involved a compromise with Islam, in other words, an abandonment of the stiff ideological attitude of the Civil War period and a return to the toleration of the first winter of the Revolution. The year 1920 marked a sharp change in relations between Moscow and the eastern borderlands. Hitherto Soviet policy had looked primarily to the West, which had been at first the source of hopes for world revolution and later the source of danger to the survival of the regime. But the main danger was now over, though it revived for a moment in the Polish invasion of May 1920. The defeat of Kalkuk and Denikin made it possible for the first time to bring order to the eastern borderlands, and to embark on Lenin's project of drawing the revolutionary masses of the exploited nations of the East into an alliance with the revolutionary workers and peasants of Russia. The weight of Soviet policy shifted decisively from west to east. The Congress of Eastern Peoples in Baku in September 1920 inaugurated the crusade of the Eastern nations under Soviet leadership against the imperialism of the West. The same moment brought a corresponding change of attitude among the Eastern peoples themselves. In all these regions the ultimate effect of the civil war waged by the whites with foreign backing had been to consolidate the prestige and authority of the Russian Soviet government. In Russian and non-Russian areas alike, the scarcely veiled ambition of the white generals to restore the old system of land tenure and industrial ownership won the hesitating sympathy of a majority of peasants and workers for the Soviet cause. In the non-Russian areas their determination to restore the unity of the Russian Empire with its tradition of the complete political and cultural subordination of non-Russian elements made a somber contrast with Soviet promises of unfettered national self-determination, conditioned though these were by certain political and social presuppositions. In 1918 and 1919 the Muslim peoples had been generally recalcitrant to the Soviet power. Experience of the heavier hand of the White armies was one of the factors which from 1920 onwards made them more amenable to Soviet pressure and guidance. In pursuance of this policy decrees were issued by VTSLK in the course of May 920 creating Bashkir and Tatar autonomous SSRs and a Chuvash autonomous region, and these were followed later in the year by the creation of a Kazakh autonomous SSR and a Kalmyk autonomous region. 2. This did not mean that difficulties were at an end. Organization was everywhere embryonic, and boundaries were often still in dispute. In some places opposition from bourgeois nationalist elements had still to be crushed by force. In Bashkiria, the creation in May 1920 of the Bashkir Autonomous SSR, which involved the removal of the capable and troublesome Valadov, was followed by serious trouble throughout the summer and autumn of 1920, including a movement for the restoration of the Valadov government. Conditions of anarchy and civil war prevailed throughout the territory. According to one authority, a general Bashkir rising was narrowly averted. 3. In Kazakhstan, the land question remained particularly acute, and since the Russian settlers and even the settled Kazakhs tended to support the regime set up on the initiative of Moscow, while the Kazakh nomads, insofar as they were at all politically conscious, regarded the Russian Bolshevik as the natural successor of the Russian Tsar, the obstacles to any far-reaching agrarian reform were serious. There were, moreover, solid reasons to resist the breakup of cultivated holdings for the purpose of restoring land to Kazakh nomads, whether for grazing or for settlement, for such a step, however just and however politically expedient, could hardly result in anything but an immediate decline in production. Accurate information on the extent to which a redistribution of land taken from the Kazakhs actually took place is not obtainable. But it is certain that the famine of 1921 struck Kazakhstan, as well as the whole Volga region, with particular severity. 1. In the northern Caucasus, a general settlement was also reached before the end of 1920. Down to the autumn of that year the scene was still one of confusion. The Mulligatsinski still defied the Soviet power in Dagestan. 2. And further to the west, the Cossacks of the Terek region rose in the rear of the Soviet forces facing Urgel in the Don Basin, and once more cut the vital communications between Moscow and Baku. But by October 1920 an armistice was signed with Poland. The armies of W. Wrangel were in full retreat towards the Crimea, and Stalin had defined in Pravda the new policy of Soviet autonomy. 1. In the same month Stalin set forth on an extended tour of the northern Caucasus. On November 13, 1920, he addressed a Congress of the Peoples of Dagestan at Temir-Khanshur, their temporary capital. The voice of authority was undisguised and unmistakable. Now that Urgel had been defeated and peace concluded with Poland, the Soviet government is able to concern itself with the question of the autonomy of the Dagestan people. It followed that Dagestan should be governed according to its own peculiarities, its own way of life and customs. Religious customs and practices would be undisturbed. The Soviet government considers the Shariat as fully valid customary law. On the other hand, the autonomy of Dagestan does not mean and cannot mean its separation from Soviet Russia. 2. 4 days later a similar Congress of the Peoples of the Terek region, grouped together under the common name of Mountaineers, was held at Vladikavkaz. Here Stalin came to declare the will of the Soviet government in regard to the conditions of life of the peoples of the Terek and their relations with the Cossacks. He had penalties as well as rewards to announce. Experience had shown that the living together of the Mountaineers and the Cossacks within the limits of a single administrative unit led to endless disturbances. The recent treachery of some of the Cossacks had compelled the Soviet authorities to expel the offending communities and to settle Mountaineers on their lands. It had now been decided to complete the process of separation between Cossacks and Mountaineers, making the river Terek the frontier line between the Ukraine and a new autonomous Socialist Soviet Republic of the Mountaineers. 3. The sequel of the Congresses at Temir-Khanshur and Vladikavkaz was the creation 2 months later by decree of VTSIK of two autonomous Socialist Soviet Republics, Dagestan, and the Republic of the Mountaineers. The latter, which had its capital at Vladikavkaz, was afterwards subdivided by the formation of several autonomous regions. 1. The settlement reached throughout the eastern borderlands in the winter of 1920 to 1921 was the sequel of the crowning victory of Soviet arms in the Civil War. The issue of power had been decided. Moscow was the ultimate source of authority and it was time to settle down under forms of government acceptable to Moscow and under rulers who, whether Russian or native, would work in harmony with Moscow. In all these territories autonomy was a reasonable solution of the administrative problem, since none of them could on any count be said to possess the elements of independence, and the degree of autonomy to be enjoyed in practice was limited not so much by the niggardliness of the sovereign power as by the limited capacity of the local authority. The constitutional form of the settlement was significant. No kind of agreement or stipulation was made for any of these territories between the central and the local power. Autonomy was granted in each case by a unilateral decision of the Central authority. Thus the question of status was settled within the constitution of the RSFSR. The issue of the ultimate form of a wider union of socialist Soviet republics did not arise in the Eastern European borderlands. Of all the borderlands in this region, the Crimea was the last to be settled. Its history during the years of revolution had been particularly checkered. It was the last refuge of Virgil, the last of the white generals, and after his final eviction at the end of 1920 the turbulent Tatar population continued for nearly a year to defy the Soviet administration. Finally, a decree of October 18, 1921, constituted a Crimean autonomous SSR as a member of the RSFSR. To Central Asia, the region commonly known before 1914 as Russian Turkestan was a broad strip of territory running eastwards from the Caspian Sea along the northern frontiers of Persia, Afghanistan, and India, and abutting on Xinjiang in the east. It had formed part of the medieval empire of Genghis Khan, and its principal cities, Tashkent, Samarkand, Kokand, Bokhara, Khiva, and Merv were full of the traditions and monuments of an ancient civilization. History, as well as a settled way of life, thus sharply distinguished the people of Turkestan from the nomad Kazakhs of the steppe country to the north, from whom they differed little in racial origin and speech. Except for the small Iranian group of Tajiks in the southeast, the population of Turkestan was uniformly of Turkish origin and spoke Turki dialects. The later division into Turkmen in the west, Uzbeks in the center and Kyrgyz in the east was partly a matter of administrative convenience. It was a product of local jealousies rather than of profound racial or linguistic or historical differences. Turkestan had been incorporated in the Tsarist Empire only in the 1870s, the Amir of Bokhara and the Khan of Khiva had retained a nominal independence to the last. The remoteness of these provinces and their comparatively recent acquisition rendered Russian control here unusually weak. But Turkestan had become an important commercial center, especially with the introduction of the cotton crop, and a total population of some 12 million included 500,000 Russian immigrants. Tashkent was the administrative center of Turkestan and the home of the largest Russian colony. It was through Tashkent that the influence of Europe was chiefly radiated. The disturbing influences of the War of 1914 were intensified by the Kazakh Rebellion of 1916 across the northern border, and by the presence in Turkestan of large masses of German and especially Austrian prisoners of war who even before the revolution were subjected to no very effective control. The February Revolution was followed by the formation at Tashkent of a Turkestan Committee, composed of officials and supporters of the provisional government, and of a Soviet of workers and soldiers deputies of more radical complexion, whose president, Broido by name, though at this time still a Menshevik, was to play some part in Soviet Eastern policy in the next few years. Both these bodies were exclusively or mainly Russian in composition. The only organized Muslim party in Turkestan, the Ulama, was composed of mullahs and landowners, and was even less disposed to the cause of social revolution than the Muslim movements of the Volga Basin. As elsewhere in the Russian Empire, the general breakdown of authority precipitated a demand for autonomy. Already in September 1917 a local coup by the Central Executive Committee of the Tashkent Soviet overthrew the authorities of the provisional government. Tashkent thus became the seat of the first Soviet government to be established in the former dominions of the Tsars. Within a few weeks of these events, a rising of the Orenburg Cossacks under their Ataman severed communications between Europe and Central Asia for the best part of 2 years. Throughout this time European Russia was deprived of the oil and cotton of Turkestan, and Turkestan was deprived of essential supplies of grain, so that famine occurred over large parts of Central Asia. In these difficult conditions the revolution in Turkestan was left to work itself out with little or no interference from the center. The revolutionary movement at Tashkent was at the outset confined to the Russian colony. A resolution of the Tashkent Congress of Soviets of November-December 19, 1917, expressly excluded Muslims from governmental posts, and one of the first acts of the new government was to suppress a revolt in the native quarters of the city. Meanwhile, however, a Congress of Muslims had met in Gokond, the chief town of the province of Fergana, and had proclaimed an autonomous Turkestan in union with a federal democratic Russian Republic. The Tashkent government took the offensive and, after savage fighting, defeated its rival and captured Kokand. For the next 5 years Fergana was in a state of anarchy, being terrorized by the Basmachi, a generic regional name for bands of outlaws and adventurers who took to the mountains and lived mainly on banditry. On the other hand, a Soviet offensive against Bokhara, which counted in vain on the aid of a young Bokhara party, a bourgeois nationalist group with Panturanian pretensions, failed, and on March 25, 1918, the Tashkent government concluded a treaty with the Amir, recognizing him as an independent power. Further west, the Khan of Khiva was also left in temporary enjoyment of his independence. And in the Turkmen territory east of the Caspian, a short-lived anti-Bolshevik Russian government composed mainly of SRS established itself in June 1918 with the support of a small British force, which moved up through Persia and occupied Merv. Meanwhile, the Tashkent government was completely surrounded by hostile or potentially hostile territory. Another serious rebellion against it occurred in Tashkent in January 1919 and provoked fierce reprisals. Its almost miraculous survival appears to have been the work of a few capable and ruthless men in a situation where no alternative power was readily available. The Communist Party in Turkestan was a young organization. Before the October Revolution, Social Democrats were rare in Turkestan and no distinction was made between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Not till June 1918 did the Turkestan Bolsheviks hold their first modest congress of some 40 delegates. Paucity of numbers was, moreover, the least of the weaknesses of the new party. Born after the victory of the revolution, it had not served its apprenticeship as a fighting organization. It was, so to speak, an official party from the first, and the quality of its membership suffered accordingly. The Russian colony in Turkestan fell into two main categories. The first consisted of officials, merchants, and members of the intelligentsia, the second of Russian workers, most of them railwaymen. Both these groups had their reasons for joining the party, which also included, according to one witness, such anomalous figures as the communist priest, the Russian police officer and the kulak from Semireki who still employs dozens of hired laborers, has hundreds of heads of cattle and hunts down Kazakhs like wild beasts. The Turkestan Bolsheviks, fired by Russian example, quickly gained the ascendancy. But left to their own devices, and deprived of direct guidance from Moscow, they fell into two major heresies. In the first place, like the Mensheviks, they regarded the peasants as essentially counter-revolutionary and rejected the Leninist doctrine of an alliance between the proletariat and the poor peasantry to drive home the revolution against the landowners and the bourgeoisie. Secondly, they retained enough of the mentality of a ruling race to look down on the Muslim masses and to exclude them as far as possible from active participation in affairs of government, with the natural result that the few Muslim members of the party became on their side strongly nationalist in sentiment. Thus the party exhibited samples both of a great Russian chauvinism and of a Muslim nationalism which were equally anathema to sound party doctrine. Militant Great Russian chauvinism and the defensive nationalism of the enslaved colonial masses shot through with mistrust of the Russians, that is the fundamental and characteristic feature of Turkestan reality. Meanwhile, the 8th Congress of the parent party had met in Moscow in March 1919, and, in the course of adopting a new party program, had a long discussion on nationalities policy. Though Turkestan was not mentioned, a few delegates may have been aware of a discrepancy between proceedings at Tashkent and the principles enunciated at the Congress, and it was at this time that Moscow first began to take cognizance of events in remote Central Asia. On June 1, 1919, an article in the official journal of Narkomnats drew attention to the importance of Turkestan as a starting point for the liberation of the East, and a fortnight later a further article declared that Turkestan, the outpost of communism in Asia, awaits help from the center. 2. On July 12, 1919, a telegram from the Central Committee of the party drew the attention of the Tashkent government to the necessity of drawing the native Turkestan population into governmental work on a broad proportional basis and of stopping the requisitioning of Muslim property without the consent of regional Muslim organizations. 3. According to a British officer stationed in Tashkent at the time, the first request was received with consternation. To fill 95% of administrative posts with natives of Turkestan would have meant an end of the Bolshevik government. 4. Mutual understanding between Moscow and Tashkent was a slow growth. In October 1919, when after nearly 2 years interval communications were once more established, 1. VTSIK and Sovnarkom by a joint resolution appointed a commission to proceed to Turkestan in an endeavor to clear up the situation. 2. The resolution reminded it that, the self-determination of the peoples of Turkestan and the abolition of all national inequality and all privileges of one national group over another constitute the foundation of all the policy of the Soviet government of Russia and serve as a guiding principle in all the work of its organs. It is only through such work that the mistrust of the native toiling masses of Turkestan for the workers and peasants of Russia, bred by many years' domination of Russian Tsarism, can be finally overcome. 3. The mandate of the Commission was reinforced by a letter from Lenin to communist comrades in Turkestan exhorting them to establish comradely relations with the peoples of Turkestan and to eradicate all traces of Great Russian imperialism. 4. At the end of January 1920 the first Red train left Moscow for Turkestan with a full complement of propagandists and literature in the local languages. The arrival of the Commission, and no doubt the reinforcement to the prestige and power of the central government through the defeat of Kolchak and Denikin, led to a rapid improvement during 1920. Units of the Red Army were now available for the first time to stiffen local levies, and the hitherto independent principalities of Khiva and Bokhara could be brought into line. The Khan of Khiva was driven out, and April 1920 saw the birth of a Soviet, though not yet socialist, Republic of Khwarezm. 6. About the same time the Amir of Bokhara succumbed to the Young Bokhara movement while Bolshevik forces under the command of Frunze were advancing on his capital. 1. And on October 5, 1920, the first Congress of Bokhara workers met in the old palace of the Amir in Bokhara. 2. It was at this point, according to one witness, that the influence of the Young Bokhara movement, which consisted of the younger generation of enlightened merchants who drew their inspiration from the Young Turks and were dreaming of a national renaissance, began to yield to that of an embryonic Bokharan communist party whose leader was Feyzullah Hozov. 3. In December 1920 a Bokharan delegate appeared in Moscow to bring the greetings of Soviet Bokhara to the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets. 4. The establishment of Soviet regimes in Khwarezm and in Bokhara was quickly followed by the conclusion of treaties with the RSFSR. 5. The Commission from Moscow, and particularly Frunze, its military member, had evidently played a large part in organizing these victories. It proved difficult, however, to impose more than an outward semblance of unity and orthodoxy on the local party, or to apply in Turkestan the Eastern policy of wooing the alliance of the Muslim peoples which had been adopted in the other eastern borderlands from 1920 onwards. In the summer of that year a letter from the party Central Committee to party organizations in Turkestan declared that it was first and foremost the duty of Russian communists to win the confidence of the toiling and oppressed peoples. 6. Attempts were made to break down national discrimination. 7. But there were few trained communists in Turkestan, and doctrines handed down from Moscow seemed inapplicable in a country where the principle of national equality and non-discrimination would subordinate a small and relatively progressive Russian minority to the backward peasant masses as represented by a handful of nationally minded Muslim intellectuals. The situation invited abuses which could not be quickly eradicated. Safarov, one of the few old Bolsheviks who had visited Turkestan, wrote in 1920, "From the first days of the revolution Soviet power established itself in Turkestan as the might of a thin layer of Russian railway workers. Even now the impression is widespread that only the Russian can be the bearer of the proletarian dictatorship in Turkestan. National inequality in Turkestan, inequality between Europeans and natives, is found at every step. In Turkestan there have been some peculiar communists, and they have not yet all gone. A few weeks later a Muslim delegate from Turkestan made a frank speech on the same theme at the Baku Congress of Eastern Peoples. Complaining that Zinoviev, Radek, and other revolutionary leaders had never been in Turkestan, and referring to the inadequacies of Soviet policy for the past 3 years, he demanded the removal of your colonists now working under the guise of communism, and continued, "There are among you, comrades, people who under the mask of communism ruin the whole Soviet power and spoil the whole Soviet policy in the East." The indictment was repeated at the 10th Party Congress of March 1921 in Moscow, when Safarov, as one of the delegates from Turkestan, criticized once more the composition of the local party and demanded a more active struggle both against Great Russian chauvinism and against Muslim nationalism. 3 As late as January 1922 the party Central Committee was still publicly exhorting the Turkestan communists to get rid of the colonist deviation, and warning them that Turkestan could not be allowed to become a Russian Ulster, the colonists' front of a national minority counting on support from the center. The national problem was still therefore unsettled when, on April 11, 1921, a decree of VTSIK created a Turkestan Socialist Soviet Republic as an autonomous unit of the RSFSR, though the hesitations which accompanied the decision were shown by the dispatch to Tashkent of a temporary commission for the affairs of Turkestan, responsible to VTSIK and to Sovnarkom, for the practical carrying out of the policy of Soviet power in the national question. The new republic embraced the part of Central Asia from the Caspian Sea on the west to Xinjiang on the east, from the frontiers of Persia and Afghanistan on the south to the confines of Kazakhstan on the north. The supreme organ of the republic was the Congress of Soviets of Workers, Deons, Peasants, Red Army and Cossacks deputies, the conspicuous inclusion of the Deons, or Muslim peasants, being manifestly intended to proclaim the new policy of national equality. The new regime failed to bring immediate peace. In the autumn of 1921 Enver Pasha suddenly appeared on the scene to place himself at the head of a serious rebellion in eastern Bokhara. Appealing to the Panturanian aspirations of the young Bokhara movement and of many of the Muslim communities of Turkestan, he effected a junction with the Basmachi and raised the eastern part of the country against Tashkent. The revolt was finally quelled after many months' fighting, in the course of which Enver himself was killed on August 4, 1922, a trivial end to a melodramatic career. Thereafter the Soviet authority was gradually re-established. It was not till after the formation of the Soviet Union and the death of Lenin that it was decided to ease the problem of government in Turkestan and to grant a wider scope to national aspirations by breaking it up into 4 separate national republics. This occasion was also taken to carry out a promise made in 1920 to the newly formed Kazakh Autonomous Republic to transfer to it, in accordance with the declaration of the will of the population, the Kazakh lands hitherto included in Turkestan. The Transcaucasian republics. The situation in Transcaucasia was complicated by the dual character of the national problem. The region contained, like the western borderlands, advanced peoples whose claim to national independence could not be rejected out of hand, and, like the eastern borderlands, primitive peoples whose stage of development limited them to the most elementary form of local autonomy. Apart from a substantial immigrant population of Russians and Turks, Transcaucasia was the home of some 8 indigenous national groups, of whom the 3 largest, the Georgians, the Armenians, and the Azerbaijani, were each less than 2 million strong, and the intermingling of different peoples had been a common source of conflict. The economic and social structure was equally variegated. Peasant standards of life were low, even in comparison with European Russia, they were lowest of all in Azerbaijan. Feudal systems of land tenure survived among the Beks of Muslim Azerbaijan and the princes of Christian Georgia, Armenia, and to a much smaller extent Georgia, possessed a commercial class and a radical intelligentsia, but virtually no proletariat apart from a handful of railway workers, In Baku the oil industry had attracted a large Russian as well as a large Armenian colony and a proletariat which was partly indigenous, partly Russian. The ethnic frontiers dividing the three main national groups were in many places ill-defined. Armenia suffered particularly in this respect owing to the frequent persecution and dispersal of Armenian populations by Turkey. There were more Armenians in Georgia and Azerbaijan than in the Armenian Republic as ultimately constituted. Tiflis, the Georgian capital, had a larger Armenian population than any other city, and contained more Armenians than Georgians. In these circumstances national animosities were as often directed against rival national groups as against the comparatively inconspicuous Russian power. If there is no serious anti-Russian nationalism in Georgia, it is primarily because there are no Russian landlords there or a Russian big bourgeoisie to supply the fuel for such nationalism among the masses. In Georgia there is an anti-Armenian nationalism, but this is because there is an Armenian big bourgeoisie there which, beating the small and still unconsolidated Georgian bourgeoisie, drives the latter to anti-Armenian nationalism. 1. The February Revolution, both by stimulating national movements and by paralyzing Russian control, opened the door to a prolonged period of disturbance and chaos. Nowhere, however, in the former Tsarist Empire did a solution on national lines appear at first sight less promising or less practicable. A regional congress of Caucasian Bolsheviks held at Tiflis in September 1917 came to the conclusion that, in view of the variety, small numbers, and geographic intermingling of the nations of the Caucasus, it could not recommend either separation or the formation of federal states by the Caucasian nationalities. 2. The first result of the October Revolution was the establishment at Tiflis on November 15, 1917, of a Transcaucasian Commissariat, whose authority derived from a Transcaucasian Assembly, composed by an ingenious arrangement of the representatives elected by the Transcaucasian provinces to the Constituent Assembly in Petrograd together with supplementary representatives chosen by the different parties in the same proportions. The Commissariat embodied an uneasy coalition between the Azerbaijani chiefs and Georgian landowners, who hoped to substitute their authority for the defunct Russian power, and the Georgian radical intelligentsia, which nourished national aspirations and also hoped to provide the ruling class of a future nation. 1. Its composition and driving force were predominantly Georgian. Its president was the Georgian radical politician Gagashkori, and it functioned side by side with a regional center of local Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers deputies which was presided over by the Georgian Menshevik leader, J. Ordania. The Commissariat did not at first purport to constitute a government or claim independence for Transcaucasia. Its first proclamation, issued on December 18, 1917, in the name of Transcaucasian Revolutionary Democracy, asserted the full self-determination of nationalities proclaimed by the Russian Revolution, but only claimed to exercise authority pending the convocation of the Constituent Assembly in Petrograd. 2. But its outlook was essentially anti-Bolshevik, and its refusal, after the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, to recognize the Russian Soviet government gave it, whatever its professions, a de facto independent status. Meanwhile an armistice with the Turks had been signed on December 5, 1917, and the last Russian armies on the Turkish front melted away. The Brest-Litovsk Treaty of March 3, 1918, in the negotiation of which Transcaucasia had had no part, contained a provision for the cession to Turkey of the Georgian provinces of Kars and Batum and the mainly Armenian district of Ardahan. It was loudly denounced by leading Georgian spokesmen, J. and the Transcaucasian Commissariat officially protested against the cession of Transcaucasian provinces by an act concluded without its knowledge or consent. 4. Turkey hastened to take over her new gains, occupying Batum on April 15, 1918, and showed some ambition to extend them. Faced by the necessity of countering the Turkish menace and without hope of Russian support, the Transcaucasian Assembly on April 22 proclaimed an independent Transcaucasian Federal Republic. Its writ purported to run throughout the Transcaucasian provinces of the former Tsarist Empire, except for the area ceded to Turkey at Brest-Litovsk and for the town of Baku. In Baku, Thanks mainly to the large colony of workers, Russian and other, in the oil industry, the Bolsheviks obtained a firm footing in the first winter of the revolution. A regular Soviet government, headed by Shomayan, an old Bolshevik and a friend of Lenin, was established in April 1918 and enjoyed the support of a large part of the substantial Armenian community, which feared the Turcophile Azerbaijani population of the hinterland. In these conditions it survived for some 4 months. On the other hand, a statement by Stalin in May 1918 that Baku, as the citadel of Soviet power in Transcaucasia, had grouped around itself the whole of eastern Transcaucasia from Lenkoran and Cuba to Elizavetpol too seems to have been little more than wishful thinking. The experiment in Transcaucasian unity was short-lived. When a conference to conclude peace with Turkey met at Batum in May 1918, the underlying animosities between the 3 members of the Transcaucasian Republic quickly came to light. The Georgians expected the unqualified support of their partners in resisting the Turkish claim to Batum. But Armenia's grievances against Georgia were as keenly felt as her grievances against the Turk, and the Azerbaijani preferred their Turkish kinsmen and co-religionists to their Christian partners. Jealousy of Georgia's dominant role in the Republic was common to Armenia and to Azerbaijan. In each of the 3 countries these national frictions were fanned and exploited by the ruling party, the Mensheviks in Georgia, the Dashnaks in Armenia and the Musawat party in Azerbaijan. Cooperation soon broke down. On May 26, 1918, the Transcaucasian Assembly met to dissolve the Republic, and on the same day a Georgian National Assembly proclaimed an independent Georgian Republic. 3 independent Armenian and Azerbaijani republics were proclaimed 2 days later. The independence of these new creations proved even less durable than that of the Transcaucasian Republic. Within the next few weeks Turkish forces overran the greater part of Armenia and Azerbaijan. Independent Armenia ceased to exist even in name, and the government of Azerbaijan became a puppet of the Turkish military command. Georgia saved herself from the same fate by seeking the patronage and protection of Turkey's ally, Germany. On May 28, 1918, a German-Georgian treaty was signed under which Georgia accepted the Brest-Litovsk frontiers but secured a tacit German guarantee against further Turkish encroachments. Germany undertook to appoint diplomatic and consular officers in Georgia, though she refrained from formal recognition of Georgian independence, apparently out of respect for Russian susceptibilities. Germany thus secured control of the important Transcaucasian Railway which carried the oil of Baku to the Black Sea, and Georgia agreed to place all her raw materials, manganese being by far the most important of them, at the disposal of Germany for the duration of the war. Strengthened by this alliance, Georgia concluded a peace treaty with Turkey on June 4, 1918. A German garrison was established in Tiflis, and the Soviet-German treaty supplementary to Brest-Litovsk, which was signed in Berlin on August 27, 1918, contained a clause by which the Soviet government consented to German recognition of an independent Georgia. The reason which enabled Georgia to assert a nominal, and to some extent real, independence at a time when Armenia and Azerbaijan were virtually extinguished as independent entities was partly accidental. Germany was interested in Georgian manganese, and was also concerned to maintain her footing in the Caucasus to supervise her unreliable ally and to watch Russia, and for these reasons she was willing to cast the mantle of German power over the Georgian Republic. But Georgia also enjoyed certain inherent advantages over the other 2 Transcaucasian national groups. Georgia possessed the remnants of a native Georgian aristocracy and the elements of a native Georgian bourgeoisie and intelligentsia which gave it a certain national cohesion. In Georgia even the Social Democratic Party was a vigorous native growth, and produced several notable figures besides Stalin himself, though, like most Russian social democratic groups outside the great industrial areas, it was mainly Menshevik in composition and in leadership. The appointment of Jordania, the party leader and president of the Soviet, as head of the government in June 1918 ended the duality of government and Soviet, and confirmed the Mensheviks as the ruling power. The question whether Georgia, in the absence of external intervention from any quarter, could in these years have established an effective independence as a tiny bourgeois republic remains academic. but her claims were somewhat less unreal than those of the other two main Transcaucasian peoples. The summer of 1918 had thus seen Transcaucasia partitioned between Germany and Turkey, with Russia totally excluded, except for the precarious Soviet hold on the town of Baku. The collapse of the Central Powers in the autumn of that year had the effect of substituting British for German and Turkish power. British forces under General Dunsterville had already advanced from Persia into Azerbaijan, and actually entered Baku at the end of August 1918, only to retire on September 15 before the advancing Turks. When both German and Turkish resistance collapsed 6 weeks later, British forces advanced once more and occupied Baku and the principal towns of Transcaucasia in time to nip in the bud in December 1918 an incipient frontier war between Georgia and Armenia. On December 31, 1918, the British government informed a Georgian delegation that they view with sympathy the proclamation of the independence of the Georgian Republic and are ready to urge its recognition at the peace conference, and national governments of Armenia and Azerbaijan, resuscitated by the downfall of Turkey, and enjoying a less conspicuous degree of British patronage, also sent delegations to the peace conference in Paris. Here, however, the issue was complicated by the support given to Kalkak and Denikin, who were unwilling to recognize Transcaucasian independence. It was only after the defeat of the principal white armies that the Supreme Council decided in January 1920, at the instance of Curzon, on the de facto recognition of Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. But fine words in Paris meant little in Transcaucasia. Before the end of 1919, British troops had been withdrawn from the whole area. In the absence of foreign support, and even of elementary agreement among themselves, the independent bourgeois Transcaucasian republics had no capacity for survival. The significant feature of Transcaucasian politics since the October Revolution had been the absence of Russian power. The vacuum had been filled in form by independent local governments, in reality by the military power, first of Germany and Turkey, then of Great Britain. When Britain finally withdrew, Russian power was ready to step into its place. The three Transcaucasian republics had been boycotted by the Soviet government as puppets of a foreign power. They now succumbed in the order of their weakness. At the end of April 1920, the Azerbaijan government, left in power by the retiring British troops, the recipient of Allied recognition in January 1920, was overthrown without much difficulty by a communist rising in Baku. A military revolutionary committee, acting in the name of the revolutionary proletariat of Baku and the toiling peasantry of Azerbaijan, denounced the defunct government as traitors and appealed to Moscow to conclude a fraternal alliance for the common struggle against world imperialism. Aid was quickly forthcoming. An Azerbaijani Socialist Soviet Republic was proclaimed, and Kirov, Arhonikij, and Mikoyan, a Russian, a Georgian, and an Armenian, arrived to lay the foundation of Soviet power in Transcaucasia. For the moment, however, with the Polish War just beginning, the Soviet authorities preferred caution and refrained from seeking further gains. On May 7, 1920, they rather unexpectedly signed a treaty with the bourgeois Georgian government, which thus secured Soviet recognition at the price of itself recognizing the Soviet Republic of Azerbaijan. From the Soviet standpoint, it was not a new departure. The same policy had been pursued in the agreements with the bourgeois governments of the Baltic states. But it was none the less difficult to believe that the Soviet power, having got its foothold across the Caucasus, could confine its scope to Azerbaijan, or that Georgia could remain indefinite as an unallocated bone of contention between Soviet Russia and a revived Turkey. The second stage came in Armenia. Owing to fear and hatred of the Turks, the Armenians were traditionally Russophile, without regard to the regime of the moment, alone of the Transcaucasian governments. The Dashnak government of Armenia had contrived to have amicable relations with Denikin. The re-establishment of Russian power in Soviet guise in Azerbaijan had a powerful effect in Armenia and provoked a combined peasant and Bolshevik rising, which was easily suppressed. One trouble, however, soon came from Turkey. The moral support of the Allies and the long-drawn-out and finally unrealized hope of an American or Allied mandate over Armenia had been the principal assets of the Armenian government. In the summer of 1920, with the withdrawal of the last Allied forces from Transcaucasia, these visions faded away. The belated signature of the Sèvres Treaty on August 10, 1920, gave Armenia formal recognition by the puppet Turkish government in Constantinople, but inflicted an unforgettable insult on Kemal and the Turkish nationalists. In October 1920 fighting broke out over a frontier dispute, and Turkish troops seized Kars and Alexandropol. In Armenia it was widely believed that there was collusion between the Turkish nationalists and Soviet Russia to overthrow the Dashnik government. Had such collusion existed, more favorable results might have been expected for Soviet Russia. As it was, the Turkish advance continued. It was only late in November, when the Turkish victory was all but complete and the Armenian government in dissolution, that Soviet forces advanced from the northeast, bringing with them a revolutionary committee which proclaimed itself the government of a new Armenian Socialist Republic with its capital at Yerevan. The new government quickly received recognition from Moscow and, thus strengthened, was able to conclude a treaty of peace with Turkey on December 2, 1920. A truncated Armenia survived as an independent Soviet republic. The regime was, however, not established without further resistance. In the middle of February 1921 the population rose against its new rulers, seizing Yerevan and the other principal towns. The Revolutionary Committee, in the words of the Armenian Bolshevik historian, recognizing its own impotence, called Soviet Russia to its aid, and, saving itself by flight under cover of a small detachment, handed over to the Red Army the task of saving Armenia. The rising is said to have been provoked by the severity of the grain requisitions, and it was not till the beginning of April, after the promulgation of NEP, that order was fully restored. The respective parts played by economic and by national discontents in this rebellion can only be guessed. The Georgian Menshevik Republic still remained, and in the last few months of its life made some unexpected and conspicuous excursions into the international arena. In September 1920 it received a delegation of some of the most distinguished Social Democrat and labor leaders of Western Europe, including Koski, van der Velde and Ramsay MacDonald. It was a moment when communists throughout Europe, egged on by Comintern, were seeking to split socialist parties. Feeling ran high. The purpose of the Georgian trip was to collect material for anti-Bolshevik propaganda, and the Georgians were assiduous suppliers. Georgia, now well in the swim of international politics, made a strong, though unsuccessful, bid for admission to the League of Nations at its first assembly in December 1920, and secured de jure recognition from the Supreme Council of the Allies in the following month. This eagerness to curry favor with the principal enemies of Soviet Russia was hardly prudent. At the Baku Congress of Eastern Peoples in September 1920, held at the Mont-Nt when Georgia was receiving the Western Social Democrats, one of the Bolshevik orators launched a vigorous attack on the attitude of the Menshevik Republic towards its minorities and its neighbors. Charges were made of destroying and exterminating the Ossetians, of burning whole villages in Abkhazia, and of putting forward chauvinistic claims to Azerbaijani and Armenian territory, and it was recalled how Georgia at the end of 1918 had begun a war with Armenia which was only stopped by the intervention of England. Stalin, during his visit to the Caucasus in October 1920, remarked that, with the conclusion of peace between Soviet Russia and Poland, the Entente might be expected to transfer its military operations to the south, in which case it is quite possible that Georgia, in accordance with her obligations as a kept mistress of the Entente, will not refuse to render service. In November 1920 the official journal of Narkomnats complained that, though the Communist Party had been legalized in Georgia after the Soviet-Georgian Treaty of May 1920, so many communists had been arrested that no one was left at party headquarters in Tiflis but a woman clerk. Ominous reproaches continued to appear throughout the winter in the Soviet press, and Soviet armies were massed in adjacent territories. A frontier dispute with Soviet Armenia caused a local outbreak of hostilities. On February 21, 1921, Soviet and Georgian Bolshevik forces crossed the frontier, 2 days later Turkey presented an ultimatum, demanding the cession of the 2 districts of Ardahan and Artvin, which was complied with. On February 25, 1921, Tiflis fell, and a Georgian Socialist Soviet Republic was proclaimed by the victors. For except for mopping up campaigns in the troubled regions of Turkestan, it was the last military operation of the Red Army in the territories which were soon to form the USSR, and it was the last instance of forced Sovietization for nearly 20 years, when foreign war once again loomed threateningly on the horizon. Lenin's unusual anxiety on this occasion was expressed in a letter to Arhonikij of March 3, 1921, recommending not only a policy of concessions in relation to the Georgian intelligentsia and small traders, but even a coalition with Jordania or similar Georgian Mensheviks / 1. The coalition was not realized, though an amnesty was proclaimed for the Mensheviks. By the middle of March resistance had ceased throughout the country, and the Georgian bourgeois and Menshevik politicians fled to Paris, where the first and last minister of the Georgian Menshevik Republic had presented his credentials on the day when Tiflis fell to the Bolsheviks. During the course of 1921 the 3 minority districts of Ageria, Abkhazia, and Yugo-Ossetia were constituted as autonomous republics and an autonomous region respectively within the Georgian SSR. Siberia in the European, Central Asian and Transcaucasian regions of the former Russian Empire where independent authorities were established after 1917, national movements, however embryonic, had existed, so that the process of dispersal, though set in motion or furthered by conditions of civil war and foreign invasion, had at any rate some ostensible national foundations. In Siberia, where the inhabitants of the developed belt along the railway were mainly Russian colonists, and primitive native tribes were scattered over vast, thinly populated areas, no effective nationalist or separatist movements arose. Buryat Mongolia became an autonomous region in 1922 and an autonomous republic in the following year. 2. The vast territory of the Yakuts in northeastern Siberia was recognized as an autonomous republic in 1922, though much of the country was in open rebellion till the end of 1923. 3. But apart from these minor exceptions, the independent authorities, which made their appearance from time to time, were either the products of temporary political expediency or professed aspirants to rule over a reconstituted Russian Empire. The 6 months after the October Revolution were marked by a kind of interregnum in Siberia. Soviet power asserted itself sporadically and spasmodically. Local Soviets, having more or less intermittent contact with Moscow and with other local authorities, civil or military, exercised an undefined control in most areas. This indeterminate situation was broken by foreign military action. On April 5, 1918, Japanese forces landed in Vladivostok, nominally to protect Japanese lives and property, and subsequently advanced along the Trans-Siberian Railway as far as Lake Baikal. In May 1918 the Czech legions, composed of former Czech prisoners of war, whose evacuation through Vladivostok had been negotiated with the Soviet government, clashed with the Bolsheviks in western Siberia and took organized military action to safeguard their position. Not without Allied encouragement they moved westward onto the Volga, thus sealing off the whole of Siberia from the Soviet power and temporarily annexing to Siberia certain regions of Eastern European Russia. The Czechs occupied the key point of Samara on June 8, 1918. In these conditions various anti-Bolshevik governments began to crystallize throughout Eastern European and Asiatic Russia. A group of former members of the Constituent Assembly, all socialists, almost all right SRS but including a few Mensheviks, set up a provisional government at Samara under the protection of the Czech Legion. In Omsk a Siberian government of bourgeois complexion was established in July 1918, and for the next 4 months exercised a measure of authority over western Siberia. 2. Further east Semyonov, the ataman of the Siberian Cossacks, collected an army in Harbin during the winter of 1917 and in March 1918 marched into Siberia. His initial move was apparently made with French support. But on the arrival of Japanese occupying forces in the summer of 1918 he quickly came to terms with them, and, with their connivance, established himself at Chita, whence he dominated a considerable part of Transbaikalia. The first attempt to consolidate these separate interventions by creating a single anti-Bolshevik authority was made at a conference at Ufa in September 1918. Semyonov, no doubt at the instance of his Japanese patrons, boycotted the conference. But it was attended by representatives of the Siberian government at Omsk, of the Samara government, of so-called National Kazakh, Turko-Tatar and Bashkir governments, of several Cossack military governments and of other minor authorities of somewhat uncertain jurisdiction, and on September 23, 1918, it signed an act constituting a provisional all-Russian government. Pending the convocation of a constituent assembly, the government was to be in the hands of a directorate of 5, with Avsentiev, the Right SR leader, as its president. One had fixed its seat at Omsk. The conference had not, however, passed without ominous portents. While it was sitting, Soviet armies recaptured Kazan and Simbirsk from the Czechs. Samara itself fell early in October. The authority of the new all-Russian government was quickly confined within the bounds of western Siberia. Here it held sway for less than 2 months. On November 18, 1918, Admiral Kolchak, recently arrived from Vladivostok, overthrew it by force and, with British support, assumed the title of supreme ruler. As one result of this step, most of the surviving members of the Samara government made their peace with the Bolsheviks. The Kolchak episode lasted from November 1918 till the first days of 1920. Semyonov refused to submit to him as he had refused to submit to the Siberian government, and, when in December 1918 Kolchak issued an order to deprive Semyonov of his command and enforce his compliance, the Japanese military authorities let it be known that they would tolerate no interference by Kolchak, whom they regarded as an English tool east of Lake Baikal. 3 further west, Kolchak enjoyed varying success, but antagonized all Russian parties, other than those of the extreme right, by his ruthless treatment of political opponents and by savage punitive expeditions adopted as a reprisal for recurrent peasant disorders. The summit of his career was reached in the summer of 1919 when he secured a qualified recognition from the Allies as de facto ruler of Russia, the other white generals, including Semyonov, formally accepting his supreme authority. But in the autumn of 1919 the position behind the front became critical. Peasant revolts spread all over Siberia like an unbroken sea. In October Soviet troops assumed the offensive and the motley Kolchak forces soon began to disintegrate. Omsk was evacuated on November 10, 1919, and captured by the Bolsheviks a few days later. At this moment the Czech legions, in a note to the Allies, renounced all further responsibility for the maintenance of order along the railway and asked for immediate evacuation. The demand was justified by a frank denunciation of the Kolchak regime. Under the protection of Czechoslovak bayonets, local Russian military organs commit acts which horrify the whole civilized world. The burning of villages, the beating up of peaceful Russian citizens by whole military detachments, the shooting without trial of representatives of democracy on a simple suspicion of political unreliability, are a daily phenomenon. In Irkutsk, where Kolchak momentarily established himself, the situation rapidly became desperate. On December 24, 1919, a rising occurred which ended, on January 5, 1920, with the formal disbandment of Kolchak's government and the assumption of power by a local political center of predominantly SR complexion. 4 Kolchak, who had fled to Verkhny Udinsk, signed an order handing over his supreme powers to Denikin, and military and civil authority over Siberia to Here. Old enemy, Semyonov. The political center was quickly found to lack serious backing, and on January 22, 1920, an act was signed transferring power to a Bolshevik Military Revolutionary Committee, which undertook to convene a Soviet of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies. Kolchak himself was stopped by the Czechs in an attempt to escape eastwards, and surrendered to the Military Revolutionary Committee. He was tried and shot on February 7, 1920. The downfall of Kolchak, the completion of the evacuation of the Czech Legion and the withdrawal of the British and French missions, left the Bolsheviks and the Japanese face to face as the only effective forces in Siberia. The sequel showed that this unexpected confrontation was equally unwelcome to both, and that both shrank from the direct clash threatened by it. On the Russian side, victory over Khalkhin and Denikin had given fresh confidence and released large military forces. But in the first part of 1920, with increasingly serious dislocations of internal administrative and economic machinery, and with the growing menace of an attack from Poland, the Soviet government had reason to shrink from the responsibility of taking over vast new territories in Siberia, apart from the certain hostility, and probable opposition, of Japan to such a course. On the other hand, the recognition of the autonomy or independence of outlying regions was now firmly rooted in Bolshevik doctrine and practice, and an expedient framed on these lines was likely to have a ready appeal. On the Japanese side, isolated and conspicuous intervention in Siberia after the withdrawal of the other allies accorded ill with the cautious policy favored at this period by the Japanese government. The situation at the beginning of 1920 brought to a head a rift gradually opening in Japanese policy between a military group which sought to prolong indefinitely the occupation of Siberia and a civilian group, perhaps supported by naval influence, which wanted to see the end of an embarrassing commitment. The first group urged the desirability of keeping Russia divided and holding Bolshevism at arm's length. The second feared the permanent antagonism of Great Britain and the United States which continued occupation might entail. During the first half of 1920 the second of the groups gradually acquired the ascendancy. This was the background which gave reality to the apparently far-fetched project of a buffer state for eastern Siberia. It originated during the brief reign of the political center at Irkutsk, and was a characteristic attempt to create a halfway house between Bolshevism and the bourgeois world. The center decided to send a delegation to make this proposal to the Soviet military command now advancing rapidly eastward, and it prudently invited the leader of the Irkutsk Bolsheviks, Krasnoshchikov, to accompany the delegation. Krasnoshchikov, who was of Russian Jewish birth, had spent many years in Chicago and returned to Siberia after the February Revolution. The negotiations took place at Tomsk on January 19, 1920, and were brilliantly successful. The SR head of the Irkutsk delegation assured the Soviet delegates, on the basis of his talks with American representatives, that America was ready to admit the existence of a buffer state with the inclusion in its organ of power of a representative of the communist forces. Agreement was reached on the creation of the buffer state, which undertook to clear the railway of foreign military detachments by way of diplomatic negotiations, and to hand over Khalkhin, his staff, and the gold reserves to the Soviet power. This agreement was confirmed from Moscow over the signatures of Lenin and Trotsky on January 21, 1920. Krasnoshchikov was appointed plenipotentiary of the Soviet government to the political center. 1. It was the success of the Bolshevik Committee at Irkutsk, during Krasnoshchikov's absence, in overthrowing the political center which wrecked this ingenious scheme. Within a few weeks the Red Army had reached Irkutsk and the authority of the Soviet government was firmly established up to this point. But Krasnoshchikov, nothing daunted, moved on to Verkhny Udinsk, and there on April 6, 1920, a constituent assembly of representatives of all the people of the Transbaikal territory proclaimed an independent democratic Far Eastern Republic. 1. Krasnoshchikov, laying down his diplomatic role, became Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs in the Far Eastern government. One of his associates was Bolshevik, a well-known American revolutionary leader, also of Russian Jewish birth. The new republic was formally recognized by the Soviet government on May 14, 1920. 2. The Japanese reaction was more hesitant. The decision to evacuate Siberia apparently became known at the beginning of March 1920, and the withdrawal from advanced positions began about that time. The situation was complicated at this point by the so-called Nikolavka incident of March 1920, when the port of Nikolaevsk at the mouth of the Amur opposite Sakhalin fell into the hands of a Bolshevik partisan leader, Tryapatin by name, with the annihilation or capture of the Japanese garrison. 4 Ostensibly as a reprisal for this episode, substantial Japanese forces were landed at Vladivostok on April 4–6, 1920, and occupied other centers in the maritime province, amid scenes of wanton violence and destruction, and on April 29 humiliating agreement, providing for an extended Japanese occupation of the maritime province and a withdrawal of all Russian forces to a distance of 30 versts from the Japanese zone, was forced on the local White Russian government. These steps marked a partial victory for the Japanese military party and a determination, which was maintained for the next 2 years, to keep a firm hold on Vladivostok and the Pacific coast. But they did not alter the general policy of withdrawal from more advanced positions. During the summer the Japanese forces gradually abandoned the whole of eastern Siberia beyond the maritime province. This policy had as its natural corollary the acceptance of the buffer state. In May 1920, about the same time as the Soviet government's recognition of the Far Eastern Republic, the Japanese commander in Siberia issued a statement in which, after expressing a general desire to withdraw Japanese armies from the Russian Far East, he advocated the establishment in Transbaikalia, between the Japanese armies and the Bolsheviks advancing in an easterly direction, of a neutral zone free from the interference of the armies on both sides. This declaration led, after some further delays, to the opening of direct negotiations between the Japanese military command and a delegation of the Far Eastern Republic. On July 17, 1920, the Gongada Agreement was finally concluded between them. It accepted the view that the best means to the establishment of tranquility and order is the formation of a buffer state with a single government, without interference by armed force in the affairs of the state on the part of other states. On the other hand, this buffer state cannot in international and economic matters live in isolation from civilized and highly industrial states. Between the Russian territory of the Far East and Japan there exists the closest bond of interests, so that the buffer state cannot fail to have the intention of closest friendship and cooperation with Japan. Further, the new republic would not be communist and would have a popular, broadly democratic character. The Russians agreed not to admit Soviet Russian armies to its territory, and Japan agreed to withdraw her troops from Transbaikalia. Both parties were to endeavor to prevent conflicts in the territory of the Far East and only in extreme cases to resort to decisive measures. The immediate effect of this agreement was to give the Far Eastern Republic a free hand against Semyonov, whose importance for Japan had ended with the elimination of Kolchak and his British backers. In October 1920, after the Japanese withdrawal, Semyonov was routed and driven out of Chita, which now became the center of the republic. Here a Congress of Far Eastern delegates was hastily summoned, and early in November 1920 issued what was in effect a recapitulation of the Verkhny-Udinsk Declaration of April 6 constituting former Russian territory east of Lake Baikal as an independent Far Eastern Republic. In December a formal agreement with the Soviet government fixed the frontiers between the Republic and the RSFSR. Elections to a Constituent Assembly in January 1921 yielded 180 seats to a peasant majority party, which formed a bloc with the Communists, and 92 to the Communists themselves, these two groups receiving more than 2/3 of the total vote. SRS and Mensheviks each had less than a score of seats. 13 seats were won by Buryat Mongols, who came out in the assembly with a demand for self-determination and complete autonomy. The meetings of the assembly were stormy from the outset. SRS and Mensheviks accused the government, composed equally of peasants and of communists, of instituting a reign of terror and of being tools of the Far Eastern Bureau of the Russian Communist Party, and were accused in their turn of accepting Japanese subsidies. The constitution adopted on April 17, 1921 preserved bourgeois democratic forms. A government was installed consisting of majority peasants and communists, together with a council of ministers responsible to it, and the fiction of complete independence from Moscow was preserved. But Blucher, one of the leading Red Army generals against Kolchak, was first commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Republic, and this post was later held by Yubarevich, subsequently a well-known general of the Soviet Union. Whatever may be true of the political leaders and the civil administration, there is no reason to doubt that the army was from the first directly controlled from Moscow. The Japanese government had no cause to congratulate itself on these developments. It had been outmaneuvered by superior diplomacy, and the boasted buffer state against Moscow and against Bolshevism was no longer a buffer. Negotiations had long been in progress between Chita and Vladivostok for the effective incorporation of the maritime province in the new republic, and the maritime province had already participated in the elections to the Far Eastern Constituent Assembly. In April 1921 it transpired, apparently for the first time, that the frontier of the republic had been so drawn as to leave the peninsula of Kamchatka to the RSFSR. The purpose was to enable the RSFSR to negotiate a concession to exploit the mineral resources of Kamchatka with an American financier. In Japanese eyes it must have seemed not merely a confession of the unsubstantial nature of the buffer republic, but a direct threat to Japanese interests. The reply of the Japanese authorities was to strengthen the defenses of the maritime province. The weak local government at Vladivostok, which was displaying so untimely an inclination to join the Far Eastern Republic, was overthrown in April 1921 in favor of a more amenable government of predominantly right complexion under a nonentity named Merkulov. Both Semyonov and the Kapilevsi once more appeared conspicuously in Vladivostok, and the Far Eastern Republic was afterwards in possession of a document of uncertain authenticity purporting to be an agreement between the Japanese authorities and the White Russian military forces to open an offensive against the Republic, not later than July 1, 1921. The threat was averted by the increasing pressure exercised on Japan from the English-speaking world. In the summer of 1921 it was announced that the great powers proposed to convene a conference on Pacific affairs in Washington in the coming autumn. The Soviet government had at first great difficulty in guessing whether this would come out to be the act of friend or foe. The first reactions of the Soviet press and of Comintern were wholly hostile. An attempt was made to secure representation of Soviet interests in the guise of an official invitation to the Far Eastern Republic. The recall to Moscow at this time of Krasnoshchikov and Chitov, who played no further part in the affairs of the Republic too, may have been due to tardy realization that a government which included former American revolutionary agitators was unlikely to enjoy much favor at Washington. But the attempt failed, and American hostility to any dealings with the RSFSR remained insuperable. On the other hand, the American government was known to be putting pressure on the Japanese government to terminate its occupation of Russian territory, and the conference might be expected to accentuate this pressure. It was the shadow of the impending conference which induced Japan to enter into negotiations of undefined scope with the Far Eastern Republic. These negotiations began in Daren on August 26, 1921, and continued throughout the winter and throughout the duration of the Washington Conference. The Daren Conference was completely barren of result. The final Japanese demands were formulated in 17 clauses with 3 additional secret clauses. The more important of these demands were that the Far Eastern Republic should undertake to maintain no armaments or fortifications of any kind, and no naval units anywhere on the Pacific, and that it should engage to the Japanese government for all time not to introduce a communist regime on its territory, and to preserve the principle of private property in relation not only to Japanese subjects, but to its own citizens. In return for these undertakings, the Japanese government would do no more than promise to evacuate the maritime province at the time which it would find necessary and convenient to itself. The evacuation of northern Sakhalin would be dependent not only on a settlement of the Nikolaevsk affair but also on the granting of a lease of the island to Japan for a period of 80 years. If Japan hoped that the Daren Conference would serve the purpose of removing this issue from the orbit of Washington, this hope was disappointed. The Far Eastern government addressed to Washington, and to the world at large, a stream of protests which easily found receptive hearers, and an unofficial delegation of the Republic appeared, with American encouragement, in the corridors of the conference. On the other hand, the Russian calculation that concessions at Daren were no longer necessary proved correct. Private undertakings were extracted from the Japanese delegates at Washington by the American government that the evacuation both of the maritime province and of the northern part of Sakhalin was contemplated in the near future too. It was thus the pressure of the Washington Conference, and not the feeble proceedings at Darren, which decided the Japanese government, in this as in other matters, to avoid further friction with the English-speaking powers and to pursue a policy of appeasement. The Darren negotiations were wound up without result in April 1922. But less than 3 months later the Japanese government announced that its troops would be withdrawn from the Russian mainland by November 1, 1922, and indicated its willingness to negotiate not only with the Far Eastern Republic but with the RSFSR itself. 3. The Soviet government marked the importance of the occasion by the appointment of Joff, its most astute and experienced diplomat, as its plenipotentiary. Joff displayed all his skill and stubbornness at the conference, which opened at Changchun in Manchuria on September 4, 1922. But Soviet hopes of extracting material concessions and diplomatic recognition were disappointed. Neither side budged, and the conference quickly broke down on the issues of northern Sakhalin, of Japanese fishing rights in Russian waters and of the disposal of Japanese war stores in Vladivostok. Joff's intransigence was partly dictated by the perfectly correct calculation that Japan could no longer go back on her pledge to the Washington powers. The end of the conference was followed on September 14, 1922, by a deprecatory statement from the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Notwithstanding the breakdown of the Changchun Conference, the Japanese armies in Vladivostok will be completely evacuated before the end of October in accordance with previous declarations of the Japanese government. In view of the declarations of Joff that Japan intends to annex Sakhalin, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs declares that, in accordance with the obligation assumed by Japan at the Washington Conference, Japan does not intend to impugn the territorial rights of Russia, and occupies Sakhalin only as a guarantee for the settlement of the Nikolaevsk question. In view of this, the Japanese government would desire to warn the powers participating in the Washington Conference against an erroneous interpretation of the intentions of Japan. 1. The evacuation of the maritime province took place at the end of October. The white government installed in May 1921 at once collapsed, and the authority of the Far Eastern Republic was established throughout eastern Siberia from Baikal to the Pacific. The questions of northern Sakhalin and of the fishing rights remained to trouble Soviet-Japanese relations. But the withdrawal of Japan deprived the buffer state of any further meaning, even as a symbol, and on November 10, 1922, the Assembly voted it out of existence, and proclaimed its incorporation in the RSFSR. 2. This constituted a further step towards the reunion in a single whole of the dispersed elements of the former Russian Empire. Chapter I2. The Balance Sheet of Self-Determination. Year 1920 was a turning point in the history of Soviet nationalities policy. It marked the end of the Civil War and the beginning of the period of consolidation and reconstruction. It marked also a decisive shift of emphasis from west to east. Both these changes helped the evolution in the conception of national rights which was implicit in the advance from the bourgeois to the proletarian revolution. The right to separate, in the phrase once used by Lenin, was being replaced by the right to unite. In principle, it was unthinkable that any socialist nation should wish to secede from the socialist community of nations. In practice, it was unthinkable by the end of 1920 that anyone not irrevocably hostile to the Soviet order should wish to break up such unity as had already been achieved. Unity was as necessary for full economic development as it had been for military security. The plain interest of the workers and the peasants was unity on the widest possible basis. In order to make the workers and the peasants understand this interest, what was necessary was to eradicate all traces of that past inequality and discrimination between nations which had been, in the Bolshevik view, the fount and origin of nationalism, to ensure that nothing of it should reappear in the future. Thus, from the moment of the triumph of the revolution, the essence of the Bolshevik doctrine of national self-determination passed over almost insensibly from the concept of liberty to the concept of equality, which alone seemed to offer a radical solution. Bolshevism long remained faithful to the international outlook of the original socialist thinkers. Equality between nations was deeply rooted in the teaching and practice of the first Bolshevik leaders, who would have been inexpressibly shocked at the idea that any position of influence in the government or in the party was more readily accessible to a great Russian than, say, to a white Russian, a Georgian, or an Armenian. Party doctrine and party practice alike unsparingly condemned discrimination, and most of the party leaders were guilty not of insincerity but rather of a breathtaking and uncritical optimism. The mood of the early months is not unfairly expressed in an article by a member of the Collegium of Narkomnats in the official journal of the Commissariat. The danger of enforced Russification has vanished. No one is interested any longer in strengthening one nation at the expense of another. No one thinks of attacking anyone or depriving him of his national rights. 1. The absolute rejection of any discrimination between individuals on ground of nation, race, or color remained a fixed and rigidly asserted principle in Bolshevik policy and practice, and became a powerful asset in all dealings with former subject peoples. But this was not by itself enough. The positive aspect of the policy of equality was the provision of aid to the more backward nations to enable them to bridge the gap separating them from their more advanced partners. This comprised material aid, education in all its forms, the loan of technical experts and advisors, and the training of members of the backward nation to serve as its future experts. Since the directors of the Soviet economy were, above all, anxious to increase production throughout the Soviet lands, this policy was likely to be limited only by the shortage of resources, though, where such vast divergences between levels of civilization and culture existed, the abolition of actual inequality between nations could, as the resolution of the 10th Party Congress of 1921 said, only be a prolonged process. 2. For the Marxist, the fundamental element in bringing about a real, as opposed to a formal, equality between all nations entering into the Soviet state or group of states was the equal distribution of productive processes over the whole territory. Hitherto the development of Russian industry had concentrated the more advanced forms of production mainly in a few centers of European Russia, treating the outlying borderlands as sources for the supply of food and raw material, and this had been the predominant pattern throughout the capitalist world, where inhibitions due to vested interests and fears of competition slowed up, or altogether prevented, the development of industrial production in colonial and semi-colonial countries. Capitalism had thus tended to stabilize inequalities between nations. No such inhibitions impeded the eagerness of the Soviet regime to develop the higher forms of industrial production throughout the territories under its control. Nor was the desire to expand industrial output the sole motive at work. The Soviet leaders retained throughout the earlier years a firm conviction that the industrial worker constituted the bulwark of Soviet power in the sense that he could be relied on to support it in face of the wavering loyalties and potential, counter-revolutionary inclinations of the peasant, and it therefore became a matter of high political expediency to plant industry in as many of the outlying territories as possible. If Turkestan cotton, instead of being spun exclusively in the mills of Petersburg and Moscow, now also fed textile factories in Turkestan, this innovation served from the Bolshevik standpoint several purposes. It increased the total production of textiles by opening up a new region of production. It offered Turkestan the prospect of escape from the colonial status of a supplier of natural products, the badge of inferiority, to the more highly developed and coveted status of an industrial producer, and it provided for the growth in Turkestan of an indigenous proletariat which would one day become a sure support of the Soviet regime and ideology. The promotion of economic equality between nations in the sense of an equal distribution between them of an expanded industrial production was thus deeply rooted in the Bolshevik outlook. And, in the conditions inherited by the Bolsheviks from the Tsarist order, this outlook had as its necessary corollary a policy of favoring the outlying and still mainly agricultural borderlands at the expense of the older industrial core by allocating to them a disproportionate share in new industrial development. It was this development which gave point to the Bolshevik claim that Soviet nationality's policy was different in kind from any pursued by capitalist countries, and that it alone aimed not merely at a formal recognition of equality, but at creating the economic environment which made equality possible and real. To preach equality between nations was in itself a hollow pretense unless the presuppositions of such equality were freely accepted. Equality between nations meant breaking down the line of demarcation between industrial and agricultural nations. This was, however, a long-term policy, and the equalizing process had many obstacles to encounter. Intentions were sincere, and achievements real, but progress could only be gradual. Existing inequalities always have a natural tendency to perpetuate themselves and to resist every effort to overcome them. There was thus in this early period a constant process of contradiction and struggle between the aims of policy and the machinery through which that policy had to be carried out. The growing concentration of authority and administrative control at the center had the inevitable effect, however illogical this might appear, of subordinating the other nationalities to the great Russian core round which they were assembled. It was not enough that members of the lesser nationalities should have as large a proportion as was due to them, or sometimes perhaps a larger proportion, of posts of influence and authority in the administrative machine. Many non-Russian occupants of these posts assimilated themselves without effort and without deliberate intention to the outlook of the numerically preponderant Great Russian group. Those who resisted assimilation were less likely to make successful careers. Moscow was the administrative capital, the center where the major decisions were taken. The bureaucratic mentality against whose spread Lenin inveighed tended almost automatically to become a Great Russian mentality. The fact is that our central organs begin to look on the administration of the whole country from the point of view of office convenience. Of course, it is inconvenient to administer 20 republics, but if there were only one, if by pressing a single button one could administer the whole country, that would be convenient. One centralization meant standardization, and the standards adopted were naturally Great Russian standards. Nor is it surprising that the Ukraine should have been the spearhead of opposition to this tendency. Not only was the Ukraine the only one of the republics which, economically and culturally, could rival the status and attainments of the RSFSR, the Ukraine was also the one of the non-Great Russian regions which had least to gain from the policy of the industrial development of the borderlands, since her industrial development was already a matter of history. The Ukrainian nationalist might therefore feel that he had the worst of both worlds. The Ukraine hardly shared at all in the material benefits which Soviet nationalities' policy was bringing to the backward regions. On the other hand, the Great Russian chauvinism of the bureaucratic machine in Moscow showed little willingness to recognize the Ukraine as an equal partner in the central direction of affairs. Strong, and partly successful, efforts were made to counteract these tendencies in the administrative machine. In other institutions fewer precautions were taken to assuage national susceptibilities. The first of these institutions was the Red Army. It does not appear that any of the republics, once the Soviet form of government was established, aspired to maintain an independent army of its own. From the first, detachments were recruited for the Red Army both from constituent republics of the RSFSR and from the independent republics allied to it, and natives of the Asiatic republics, who had been exempted from conscription under the Tsars, were mobilized with the rest. It was this unified Red Army which, during the Civil War, defended and liberated the territory of the independent republics, where the brunt of the fighting and the worst devastation occurred. Rakovsky himself at the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1921, speaking in the name of the White Russian, Azerbaijani, Georgian and Armenian republics, as well as of the Ukraine, had pointed the moral and called for a strengthening of the Red Army to prevent a repetition of the catastrophe. The Red Army thus became an instrument not merely of unification, but of unification through a distinctively Great Russian symbol. Skripnik the Ukrainian complained at the 12th Party Congress that the Red Army is and remains an instrument for the Russification of the Ukrainian population and of the whole non-Russian population, and the Congress included in its resolution on the national question a clause recommending practical measures for the organization of national military detachments, while observing all precautions necessary to guarantee the full capacity of the republics to defend themselves. But the final qualification was significant. There is no trace of any measures taken to carry out the recommendations. The efficiency of national defense could always be invoked as an overriding necessity. The precedent of the army was reinforced by the trade unions. The predominance of the Great Russian element among the workers made the trade unions from the outset a powerful unifying factor on a Great Russian foundation. The case was stated by Ryazanov at the first All-Russian Congress of Trade Unions: he who would build socialism in Russia can build it only if, while allowing the possibility of the free, autonomous development of each of its parts, he at the same time strengthens the social economic link which holds us all together, and without which the workers of Petrograd are torn asunder from those of Moscow, those of Petrograd and Moscow from the workers of the workers of the Don from those of Siberia. 2. At the Third Congress, held in April 1920, Tomsky gave an account of the work of the trade unions in the recently liberated areas of the Ukraine, the Urals, and Siberia. Our instructors followed the Red Army. The first to appear after the Red Army detachments in towns liberated from the Whites were instructors of the Central Council of Trade Unions, instructors of the Central Committee of the Textile Workers, of the Leather Workers, of the Metal Workers, of the Railway Men. Pressure had come from the Ukraine for a separate organization for the Ukrainian unions or a special status for them in the All-Russian organization. In spite of the strong opposition of right elements, however, the Central Council had stood firm for unity and centralism. 3. Clearly, if workers of the world, unite meant anything, it ought at least to mean the unity of the workers of the former Russian Empire. The case for trade union unity was incontrovertible. DUT unity naturally meant an organization under predominantly Great Russian control. Most important of all, the Russian Communist Party played the same unifying role as the army and the trade unions. From 1903 onwards, when the demand of the Jewish Bund for an autonomous status was rejected by the Second Party Congress, Lenin had insisted on unity of organization as a keystone of party doctrine. After the October Revolution, it was laid down by a resolution of the Eighth Party Congress in 1919 that the recognition of separate Ukrainian, Latvian, Lithuanian and White Russian Soviet republics provided no ground for the organization of independent communist parties, even on a basis of federation, and that the central committees of the Ukrainian, Lettish, and Lithuanian communists enjoy the rights of regional committees of the party and are wholly subordinated to the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party. 2. Even the proposal made on the formation of the USSR to change the name of the party to All-Union Communist Party encountered obstruction, of which Skripnik complained at the 12th Party Congress in 1923. It was eventually carried into effect by the 14th Congress at the end of 1925. But the objections were natural enough. The party as a whole was proud of its Russian name and tradition. The centralizing influence of such institutions as the army, the trade unions and the party was perhaps the most important of the many factors, conscious and unconscious, that lay behind the phenomenon of Great Russian chauvinism. Scratch many a communist and you will find a Great Russian chauvinist, Lenin had said in the debate on the party program at the Eighth Party Congress in 1919, and from this time onwards the cant phrase was used to denote the attitude of those communists who, unconsciously inheriting a pre-revolutionary Russian tradition or through a deliberate denial of the significance of nationality, belittled the national claims of the Ukrainians, the White Russians and the non-Slav peoples of the former Tsarist Empire. Great Russian chauvinism was once more condemned at the Party Congresses of 1921 and 1923. Yet Stalin himself at the latter Congress described it as the fundamental force which is putting the brake on the union of the republics, and declared that it was growing daily and hourly and seeking to sweep away our youthing non-Russian, to concentrate all the threads of the administration round the Russian element and to squeeze out the non-Russian. The rallying of patriotic Russian sentiment behind the Bolsheviks in the later stages of the Civil War, the unspoken alliance between Russian nationalism and communist internationalism which made its first appearance in the Soviet-Polish War of 1920, had prepared the way for a process which had its economic counterpart in NEP. The increasing influx into Soviet institutions, as specialists or civil servants, of members of the former privileged classes, had moved Lenin to a note of warning at the 11th Party Congress in 1922. He compared the Bolsheviks to a conquering nation which had been overcome by the superior culture of the conquered. Their culture is wretched, trivial, but still greater than ours. It was not the responsible communists who were managing the vast bureaucratic machine, they themselves, without knowing it, were being managed. 2. The absorption of bourgeois and even aristocratic elements into the bureaucracy had a two-way influence. It betokened not only the reconciliation of these former people with the Soviet regime, but also a less negative attitude on the part of the regime to traditions of the Russian past. Far from refuting the charges made by Rakovsky and Skripnik at the 12th Party Congress, Stalin himself spoke of the danger with emphatic frankness. It is no accident, comrades, that the Smenovikhovцы have acquired a mass of supporters among Soviet officials. It is no accident also that these gentlemen, the Smenovikhovцы, praise the communist Bolsheviks, as if to say, talk as much as you like of Bolshevism, prate as much as you like of your international tendencies, but we know that you will achieve what Denikin did not succeed in achieving, that you Bolsheviks have restored the idea of Great Russia, or at any rate will restore it. All this is no accident. It is no accident also that this idea has penetrated even some of our party institutions. 1. The leitmotif of Russian unity, which had first drawn these discordant elements together in the Civil War, continued to play a role in policy after its victorious conclusion. Incongruously, 2. Great Russian chauvinism derived indirect encouragement from Marxist doctrine, or from current distortions of it, in two different forms. The first was a revival of the old Polish heresy, which rejected nationalism and national self-determination as incompatible with the class struggle and the world solidarity of the proletariat. Lenin again and again pointed out that this view consecrated the privileges of the dominant nation by ruling out any challenge to the status quo on the ground of the national aspirations of others. It was rejected by the April Conference of the party in 1917 and by the 8th Party Congress in 1919. But no condemnation finally killed it. Its popularity among officials of Narkomnats has already been discussed. 2. As late as 1923, Rakovsky offered the 12th Party Congress an imaginary diatribe by this type of communist: we are a country which has already passed beyond nationality, we are a country where material and economic culture is opposed to national culture. National culture is for backward countries who are on the other side of the barricade. For capitalist countries, we are a communist country. 1. The picture may be overdrawn, but is broadly convincing, and this attitude, while purporting to deny nationalism in the name of Marx, fluided easily into the channels of Great Russian chauvinism. The second encouragement received from Marxist doctrine was due to the structure of population in the former Tsarist Empire. Throughout what remained of the empire after the secession of Poland, Finland, and the Baltic states, and notably in the Ukraine, the only heavy industrial region outside Muscovy, a majority of the industrial proletariat was Great Russian, whereas the other nationalities were predominantly or exclusively of peasant composition. Relations between the industrial proletariat and the peasantry were always, in one form or another, the most delicate issue in Soviet domestic policy, and, since Marxist doctrine recognized the revolutionary preeminence of the proletariat, and treated the peasant as a subsidiary and sometimes unreliable ally, the preference accorded by Great Russian chauvinism to the Great Russian accorded all too easily with the preference given in Marxist orthodoxy to the proletarian, and could all too easily disguise itself in Marxist trappings. It was in this sense that the resolution of the 12th Party Congress declared that in some of the national republics the partnership between town and country, between the working class and the peasantry, meets its most serious obstacle in the survivals of Great Russian chauvinism both in party and in Soviet organs. 2. Yet after all, as Stalin himself pointed out to the Congress, the political foundation of the dictatorship of the proletariat is constituted first and chiefly by the central regions which are industrial and not by the borderlands which represent peasant countries, and though Stalin was arguing against those who, like Bukharin and Rakovsky, were seeking to bend the stick in the direction of the peasant borderlands to the detriment of the proletarian regions, the temptation to bend the stick in the opposite direction must have been at least equally strong. 3. To rate the claims of the peasant borderlands somewhat below those of the Great Russian industrial core could easily be represented not only as plain common sense, but as a reflection of the Marxist doctrine of the preeminence of the proletariat and of Marx's and Engels' own attitude to the peasant nationalities of 1848. Great Russian prejudices, whatever excuse could be made for them, were the main source of a tactless behavior on the part of Soviet officials which was a subject of frequent complaint. In 1919 the official journal of Narkomnats recorded that some comrades think the foundation of republics a mistake on our part, and continued with outspoken frankness, wrong results were often achieved thanks to the unskillful tactics of those who worked in the separated territories. The artificiality of the separation showed too clearly. Often a great Russian spirit was crudely displayed. Through the thin layer of independence was visible the hegemony of Moscow. One other communists thought that such national republics are created only for a very short period in order to work off in the quickest possible time the nationalist tendencies of the local population. 2. In 1923 a resolution of the 12th Party Congress noted that a union of republics is regarded by a significant proportion of Soviet officials at the center and in the localities not as a union of equal state units, but as a step towards the liquidation of those republics. 3. But more serious, perhaps, were those gestures of bureaucratic or national superiority which no official disapproval ever entirely suppressed. Rakovsky, at the same Congress, quoted the incident of a high Ukrainian official who, as he was leaving a Congress at which he had voted for a resolution asserting the equal rights of the Ukrainian language, replied curtly to a question addressed to him in Ukrainian, "Speak to me in an intelligible language." 4. Such avoidable errors occupy a large space in the literature of these early years. But criticisms based on them generally ignore the magnitude of the equalizing process which the regime had undertaken, and the real and unavoidable obstacles which had to be surmounted in the translation into practice of declared Bolshevik policy. What long remained the gravest difficulty in the way of political equality among the nations of the Soviet system was discussed in detail by Stalin at the moment when the end of the Civil War was in sight and policy could be reframed on a more lasting basis. One of the most serious obstacles to the realization of Soviet autonomy is the acute shortage of intellectual forces of local origin in the border regions, the shortage of instructors in every branch of Soviet and party work without exception. This shortage cannot but hamper both educational and revolutionary constructive work in the borderlands. But for this very reason it would be unwise and harmful to alienate the all too small groups of native intellectuals, who perhaps would like to serve the masses of the people but are unable to do so, perhaps because, not being communists, they believe themselves to be surrounded by an atmosphere of mistrust and are afraid of possible measures of repression. The policy of drawing such groups into Soviet work, the policy of recruiting them for economic, agrarian, food administrative and similar posts, with the purpose of their gradual Sovietization, may be successfully applied. But the employment of national groups of intellectuals will still be far from sufficient to satisfy the demand for instructors. We must simultaneously develop in the border regions a wide network of lecture courses and schools in every branch of administration in order to create cadres of instructors from among local people. For it is clear that without such cadres the organization of native schools, courts, administration and other institutions in the native tongue will be rendered difficult in the extreme. 1. These difficulties were an unescapable legacy of the past. Few members of any of the subject nations of the Tsarist Empire now remaining within the Soviet orbit had participated in the work of government or possessed a significant intelligentsia or a potential ruling class. Many of these nations were primitive peoples, wholly without political experience. In such cases autonomy often proved unreal, and its first forms had to be imposed from without. But this was due to the weakness in resources and experience of the national group on which the autonomy was conferred rather than to any desire of the central government to limit its scope and effectiveness. Such experiments could be justified, not by the extent of real autonomy immediately enjoyed, but by the opportunity which they afforded for the slow work of training backward peoples in the responsibilities of government. Such conditions explain familiar anomalies of which much has been made by critics of Soviet policy. It is indeed not certain that, when lists of members of national governments are produced showing a majority of Russian names, The bearers of those names were necessarily Russians. Russian names, and names with Russian forms, were current among many of the non-Russian nationalities. But there are authenticated cases such as the appointment of Dimanshtin, the Jewish member of the Collegium of Narkomnats, as a member of the First Kazakh Military Revolutionary Committee, 2, and of Vainstein, one of the leaders of the Jewish Bund, as first president of the TSIK of the Bashkir Autonomous SSR, 3, and these were certainly not isolated instances in the earlier years, when frequent transfers of party workers from one field to another were common practice. 4. But such instances were proof of nothing more sinister than an acute shortage of competent workers in every branch of the administration. Nor could much present help be found in Stalin's suggestion to utilize non-communist native intellectuals. In the few countries within the Soviet orbit where a national intelligentsia existed in sufficient numbers to provide administrators for an autonomous or independent national state, Georgia, Armenia and, more doubtfully, the Ukraine, it was at this time predominantly anti-Bolshevik, having formed the backbone of the bourgeois governments which the Bolsheviks had overthrown. In White Russia, as late as 1923, it was reported that the THIRD are to a large extent infected with the Narodnik deviation, and through lack of confidence in these teachers the whole school system is a failure. 1. When the government was taken over by, or in the name of, the workers and peasants, a shortage of trained local leaders loyal to the new regime and capable of shouldering the burdens of administration was inevitable, and the lacuna was filled by bringing in leaders from the RSFSR. But this was never regarded as anything but a temporary and forced expedient. If criticism is to be made of the policy of the Soviet government on this point, it is perhaps that it went too far in encouraging the resuscitation of primitive or half-decayed languages and cultures as a basis for a national autonomy which was bound to prove largely fictitious, at any rate for some years to come, rather than that it failed to do the utmost which these conditions allowed to make equality real. In some autonomous republics and regions of the RSFSR the national group formed only a bare majority, or even a minority, of the population, and it was the Russian element which might reasonably have complained of its inferior status. The obvious imperfections in the working of the system were thus due far more to the weakness in resources and experience of the national groups on which autonomy was conferred than to any desire of the central government to limit the scope of their opportunities. They were the price paid for the attempt to accomplish in a single generation a process of leveling up which might otherwise have been the work of centuries. Reproaches were constantly directed from the center against the inefficiency of autonomous institutions in the national regions or republics. As late as June 1922 Stalin, in the name of the Central Committee of the party, accused the party organs in the Kazakh SSR of passivity and a pessimistic frame of mind, and Soviet organs in the same republic of stagnation deepened by the presence of small and petty cliques. 2 such defects were endemic in the backward regions and republics. They were a legacy of the past, and cannot be fairly laid to the door of any preconceived policy. The Soviet system offered, at any rate in the early years, as large a measure of local autonomy as the nations concerned could make effective, and it stood as firmly as the enormous preponderance of the great Russian element allowed for the principle of equality and non-discrimination between different nations. Meanwhile its economic policy was, through the more even spread of industrial development, building up the conditions of a more real equality for the future, though this was necessarily a long-term project whose concrete results were scarcely visible in this early period. The Bolshevik policy of national self-determination had completed its evolution from the recognition of the right of secession in a bourgeois society to the recognition of equality between nations and the cessation of the exploitation of one nation by another in a socialist community of nations. The link between them was Lenin's postulate of the voluntary union through which this consummation would be reached, and which made union an expression and not a denial of the self-determining will of the nation. The postulate rested on Lenin's firm personal conviction that, under socialism, the element of coercion would disappear from government and be replaced by voluntary acceptance of administrative rules. Whatever the ultimate philosophical validity of this conception, it must be said that it was not realized in the period of history under consideration, during which the principles of coercion and voluntary acceptance continued to exist side by side, as at other periods, in varying proportions, in all processes of government. What could be said in favor of the Bolshevik nationalities policy was not that it could be carried into effect without the use of force, manifestly it could not, though it perhaps enabled order to be established in Russia with less application of direct force than would have been required on any other hypothesis, and to this extent implied a larger element of voluntary acceptance than any other policy could conceivably have done. What could be said in its favor was that the bourgeois theory of self-determination had by 1919 reached an impasse from which no escape was possible, that the capitalist order, in the form which it had assumed of a division of labor between advanced or industrial nations and backward or colonial nations, had rendered real equality between nations unattainable, and that the conception of reunion in a socialist order between really and not merely formally equal nations was a bold and imaginative attempt to break the deadlock. The importance of the policy lay in the steps taken to establish equality by obliterating the division between industrial and agricultural nations. It was, no doubt, all the easier to accept and enforce the principle of equality and non-discrimination on national grounds precisely because there were other grounds on which inequality was proclaimed and discrimination practiced. Stalin himself had once spoken of ending divisions between nations in order to open the way to the division of classes. National differences became less important in proportion as social differences within the nation were emphasized. But it would be difficult to exaggerate the significance of Soviet nationalities policy either in its historical setting or in its ultimate influence. It was at the outset the crucial factor in Lenin's astonishing achievement of the reassembly of nearly all the former dominions of the Tsars after the disintegration and dispersal of war, revolution, and civil war, and it long remained an effective ingredient of Soviet foreign policy in many parts of the world. Chapter 13. Through Alliance to Federation. W. When the Civil War was finally extinguished towards the end of 1920, the principle of independence or autonomy had been extended to the whole of the former Russian Empire, which now fell into three categories. Certain former Russian territories, Poland, Finland, the three Baltic states recognized as independent, Bessarabia seized by Romania, and the strip of territory ceded to Turkey at Brest-Litovsk, had passed for the time being altogether out of the orbit of Moscow. Of the remainder, the Russian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic formed a single nucleus incorporating nearly 20 autonomous units inhabited by non-Russian, mainly Muslim, peoples. The RSFSR alone accounted for 92% of the area, and 70% of the population, eventually to be included in the USSR. The rest was divided into no less than 8 separate states, whose nominal independence was effective in varying degrees. These were the Ukrainian and White Russian Socialist Soviet Republics, the Azerbaijani, Armenian and Georgian Socialist Soviet Republics, the Far Eastern Republic, with its capital at Chita, and the 2 Central Asian Soviet Republics of Khorasan and Bokhara. These external trappings of dispersal served, however, to mask a movement towards reunion which was already far advanced. The end of the Civil War marked the transition from the second of the three periods retrospectively recorded in the Party Resolution of 1923, cooperation in the form of a military alliance, to the third, the military economic and political union of the peoples, which was ultimately to be completed in the form of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The second of these periods, representing the specifically military phase of reunion, had arisen directly out of the Civil War and begun in the western borderlands, where the emergency was most acute. In January 1919, even before Kiev had been won back, the Provisional Soviet Government of the Ukraine issued a declaration of its solidarity with the Soviet Russian Federal Republic, the cradle of World Revolution 11-1, and forecast the unification of the Ukrainian Soviet Republic with Soviet Russia on the principles of Socialist Federation. The First White Russian Congress of Soviets in February 1919 expressed a similar aspiration, and Stalin deduced from these symptoms the encouraging Conclusion that through the independent Soviet republics the peoples of Russia are coming to a new voluntary brotherly unity. 11. Two military events first forced the issue in the Ukraine. On May 18, 1919, the Central Executive Committee of the Soviet Ukraine issued, in conjunction with the Kiev Soviet of Workers' Deputies, the Kiev County Congress of Peasants' Deputies, and representatives of the Kiev trade unions and factory shop committees. 11. A decree enunciating two general principles: all armed struggle against the enemies of the Soviet republics should be unified in all existing Soviet republics, all material resources necessary for the conduct of this struggle should be concentrated round a center common to all the republics. 3. On June 1, 1919, a decree of VTSIK in Moscow, while recognizing the independence, liberty, and self-determination of the toiling masses of the Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, White Russia and Crimea, cited the Ukrainian resolution of May 18 and unspecified proposals of the Soviet governments of Latvia, Lithuania, and White Russia, and, on the strength of these, proclaimed the necessity of a military union between the Socialist Soviet republics of these countries and the RSFSR. The union was to involve a fusion of military organizations and military command, of the councils of national economy, of railway administration and economic structure, of finances, and of people's commissariats of labor. The decree concluded by appointing a commission to negotiate the carrying out of this project. Within a few weeks of the issue of this decree, the tide of civil war had swept over most of the territories with which it purported to deal. Like so many enactments of the period, the decree of June 1, 1919, remained on paper. The commission which was to have worked out the terms of the proposed union is not known to have met. Nevertheless, the moral was not lost. The decree of June 1, 1919, though void of concrete result, was an unconscious, almost accidental, foreshadowing of the process through which the new entity of the USSR would one day be created. It contained the notion of a union or alliance between the component parts of the former Russian Empire. It established the principle of a close union between certain vital people's commissariats, and it presupposed the right of Moscow, armed with some kind of formal prior concurrence of the other units of the alliance, to take constitutional decisions binding on all. Two military necessity had put the issue in a form which suited and confirmed Bolshevik theory. National self-determination was conditional on the unity of the workers of all nations in the revolutionary struggle and therefore subordinate to it. If failure to establish unity between the workers of different nations and regions of the former Russian Empire enabled counter-revolution to triumph, that would mean the end of self-determination for all. The argument naturally begged the question what manner of national self-determination would be achieved through the victory of the revolution. But in terms of the immediate military emergency it was valid and irrefutable. Nor did its validity pass. With the immediate emergency, since socialist nations lived in lasting peril of capitalist attack, the need for unity was perennial, and found expression in the unity of the Red Army. Once that unity was accepted as an obvious military necessity, and once the prestige of that army had been established through its victory in the Civil War, the battle for unity, and unity on a Russian base, was more than half won. The way was thus cleared for the development of an ad hoc military alliance into a permanent military, economic and political union of the peoples. The third and final stage of the process began automatically and almost accidentally as territories were liberated from bourgeois governments or occupying armies, and the need arose to put their relations with the RSFSR on a more permanent basis. A resolution of VTSIK, published on February 15, 1920, described the establishment of normal relations between the RSFSR and the autonomous Soviet republics and, in general, the non-Russian nationalities as being one of the most important tasks of VTSIK, and set up a commission to work out questions of the federal structure of the RSFSR. 2. The Bashkir, Tatar, Kazakh, and Kalmyk autonomous republics dated from the summer of 1920. Progress, though delayed by the war with Poland and the campaign against Rajul, was made from the center outward. On September 30, 1920, a treaty of military economic alliance together with 5 supplementary treaties were concluded between the RSFSR and the Azerbaijani SSR, which had come into existence just 6 months before, and 10 days later Stalin, as People's Commissar for Affairs of Nationalities, made an important pronouncement of policy in the form of an article in Pravda. 3. Stalin began with the argument of military necessity. 3 years of revolution and civil war in Russia have shown that, without the mutual support of Central Russia and her borderlands, the victory of the revolution is impossible, the liberation of Russia from the claws of imperialism is impossible. Only 2 alternatives were open to the border countries, to line up with Russia or to line up with the Entente. The writer continued with a rather ponderous irony: the so-called independence of so-called independent Georgia, Armenia, Poland, Finland, etc., is only a deceptive appearance masking the complete dependence of these, pardon the word, states on this or that group of imperialists. If a majority of any of these nations demanded secession, Russia, as in the case of Finland, would presumably acquiesce. But the question was no longer one of rights, which were indisputable, but of the interests of the masses of the people, and the interests of the masses of the people say that the demand for the separation of the borderlands at the present stage of the revolution is profoundly counter-revolutionary. Brushing aside the idea of mere cultural national autonomy, Stalin then advocated the solution of regional autonomy of the borderlands, an autonomy which must be effective both in the cultural and in the economic sense. But the main point of interest at the moment was the relation of Soviet autonomy to the unfinished administrative redistribution of Russia. Stalin praised the elasticity of Soviet autonomy, which extended from a narrow administrative autonomy to a broad political autonomy, from this broad political autonomy to its still wider form, and from the Ukrainian type of autonomy to the highest form of autonomy, to treaty relations. What was significant here was, first, that Stalin made no substantive distinction, but only one of degree, either between the autonomous regions and autonomous republics of the RSFSR, or between the autonomous republics of the RSFSR and formally independent republics like the Ukraine and Azerbaijan, and, secondly, that he singled out the recently concluded Treaty of Military Economic Alliance with Azerbaijan as the highest form of autonomy. The line of policy which, over the next 2 years, was to lead to the creation of the USSR was plainly foreshadowed in this enumeration. More careful attention would be paid in the future to the constitutional difference, which was rigidly maintained, between autonomous units of the RSFSR and the treaty republics. But the main course had been clearly charted in Stalin's article of October 1920. In the first category, the lesser peoples would continue to be organized as autonomous units of the RSFSR. Stalin, when he wrote the article, was about to undertake a journey whose principal purpose was the administrative redistribution of the multifarious peoples of the Northern Caucasus. One in the second category, Azerbaijan, and the other 7 independent republics would be organized on the basis of treaty relations with the RSFSR, of which the Azerbaijani treaties of September 30, 1920, were the prototype. The Azerbaijani model was clumsy but direct. The main treaty established the principle of a close military and financial economic union between the 2 states, and bound them to carry out in the shortest time a unification of military organization and military command, of the organs controlling the national economy and foreign trade, of the supply organs, of rail and water transport, and of the postal telegraphic administration and of finance. The military item was presumably dealt with in an unpublished convention. The other items were covered by 5 supplementary treaties signed simultaneously with the main treaty. In 3 of the supplementary treaties, the competent organ of the RSFSR appointed its plenipotentiary to the Azerbaijani Sovnarkom with the right of a deciding vote. In the other 2 treaties, unification was achieved by slightly differing provisions. 2. But the emphasis on unification of economic and financial policy was obvious throughout. This was an early model, and Azerbaijan was a weak and backward country. The 6 treaties, like their successors between the RSFSR and other independent Soviet republics, were concluded as treaties between sovereign states and signed by the respective commissars for foreign affairs in the forms recognized by international law. But the result of the union could hardly be other than the dependence of Azerbaijan on the RSFSR. No great care was thought necessary in the text to mask this reality. The next treaty in the series was concluded 3 months later with the Ukrainian SSR, whose long ordeal of successive foreign occupations had ended with the defeat of the Polish invaders in July 1920. As Azerbaijan was perhaps the poorest and weakest of the 8 republics, so the Ukraine was certainly the strongest and the most insistent in her claim to formal independence and equality. The Ukrainian treaty had a certain solemnity and significance in that it was signed in Moscow on December 28, 1920, during the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, and received the formal ratification of the Congress. It was the only one of these treaties to be signed by Lenin himself on behalf of the RSFSR. Rakovsky, at this time president of the Ukrainian Sovnarkom and principal Ukrainian delegate to the Congress, stressed the transition from military to economic union. There is no doubt whatever that our future policy will go along the path of unification, and especially now, in the period of Soviet economic construction, this integration and unification are just as indispensable as earlier in the period of military defense, perhaps even more indispensable. 1. The wording was more elaborate than that of the Azerbaijani Treaty. The preamble paid homage to the right of nations to self-determination proclaimed by the Great Proletarian Revolution, and recognized the independence and sovereignty of each of the contracting parties as well as the necessity to unite their forces for purposes of defense and also in the interests of their economic construction. The machinery set up by the treaty carefully avoided any direct implication of dependence. Military and naval affairs, national economy, foreign trade, finance, labor, communications, and posts and telegraphs were entrusted to unified commissariats of both republics. These unified commissariats enter into the composition of the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR and are represented in the Sovnarkom of the Ukrainian SSR by plenipotentiaries who are confirmed and controlled by the Ukrainian Central Executive Committee and Congress of Soviets. On the other hand, the Ukrainian SSR had its representatives in VTSIK and in the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, in which ultimate authority over the unified commissariats resided. By a refinement introduced during the discussion at the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, the representatives of one party in the Congress of Soviets of the other party were to have no voting rights when matters affecting non-unified commissariats were in question. 1. The year 1921 saw 3 more republics brought within the same system, the White Russian, the Georgian, and the Armenian SSR. The White Russian Treaty signed on January 16, 1921, was identical in terms with the Ukrainian Treaty. 2. But, in the matter of finance at least, the comparatively loose Ukrainian model seems to have proved insufficiently strict for the more backward White Russian Republic, which can hardly have possessed many financial experts, and 6 months later a treaty was concluded the Azerbaijani model, under which a representative of the Russian Commissariat of Finance sat in the White Russian Sovnarkom with the right of a deciding vote, with the new and additional provision that the budgets of the unified commissariats should be submitted to the Narkomfin and Sovnarkom of the RSFSR for confirmation and for eventual inclusion in the budget of the RSFSR. 3. Meanwhile, the Treaty of May 21, 1921, with the Georgian SSR followed the Ukrainian pattern with only a few variants. 4. The treaty with the Armenian SSR, signed on September 30, 1921, was confined exclusively to financial matters, and stood halfway between the shared control of the Ukrainian model and the subordinate status of Azerbaijan and White Russia. 5. These differences of form certainly implied differences of substance. But the variations probably occurred not so much in the degree of unification achieved as in the extent to which the Allied republics were able to contribute effectively to the working of the unified system. The remaining 3 republics, the Khwarezm, Bakharan, and Far Eastern republics, were in the anomalous position of not being socialist Soviet republics. The 2 first were People's Soviet republics. The third a democratic republic. Khwarezm and Bokhara had never been formally incorporated in the Tsarist Empire, and, partly perhaps because of the turbulent conditions still prevailing there, partly because of their backward social development, Moscow showed a strong inclination to respect their foreign status for the present. Treaties of alliance and economic agreements were concluded by the RSFSR with Khorasan on September 13, 1920,1 and with Bokhara on March 4, 1921. 2. In the military sphere, provision was made for military political conventions to establish a common plan and common leadership and preparations which will guarantee the fulfillment of the tasks of defending the independence and freedom of both republics. 3. So far the pattern was familiar, though it may be doubted whether these military clauses had much immediate application, since the Red Army was actively engaged in Bokhara against the Basmachi till the late summer of 1922. The economic provisions, to which the major part of the treaties was devoted, were, on the other hand, quite different from those in the treaties with socialist republics. Here there could be no question of a unification of organs. 8.11 Foreign trade was to be conducted, not by private persons, but by state institutions, and the republics were to give no industrial or commercial rights in their territories to any state except the RSFSR or another Soviet republic. For the rest, great emphasis was laid on the renunciation by the RSFSR of all property rights or concessions of the former Russian Empire in the territory of the two republics, including the land of the Russian colonists settled before the revolution in Bokhara, who could, however, apparently retain their land by opting for Bokharan citizenship, and substantial lump sum payments were promised by way of subsidy to both republics, 500 million rubles to Khorasan, and a sum to be fixed by subsequent agreement to Bokhara. These treaties may in practice have represented as great a degree of dependence on the RSFSR for Khorasan and Bokhara as for the independent socialist Soviet republics or for the autonomous republics, or even perhaps greater. But the formal ties were of a different order, and belonged to the conception of foreign relations rather than of federal union. It was several years before the two republics were thought ripe for introduction into the unified system. The constitutional outcome of all these arrangements cannot easily be defined. What resulted from the treaties with the Ukrainian and White Russian republics and the three Transcaucasian republics had some features of an alliance, some of a federation and some of a unitary state. But this vagueness was characteristic of all Soviet constitutional documents of the period. The provision in the Ukrainian and White Russian treaties to admit Ukrainian and White Russian representatives to the All-Russian Congress of Soviets and to VTSIK had no counterpart in the Asiatic treaties. Nonetheless, delegates of Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Armenia, as well as of the Ukraine and White Russia, were present, without any objection being taken, at the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1921, and the Congress decided that in view of the desire of independent Soviet republics to have their representatives in the supreme legislative organ of the republic, the number of members of VTSIK should be increased accordingly. 3. This gave a formal basis for the issue by VTSIK of decrees which were treated, apparently without further formality, as binding throughout the territories of the Allied republics. The other significant innovation was the emphasis laid in all the treaties on economic unity. As Stalin put it, in his subsequent review of the process, it was the meagerness of the economic resources remaining at the disposal of the republics which compelled them to combine these meager resources so as to employ them more rationally and to develop the main branches of production. 1. The economic aftermath of the Civil War completed the process which the military exigencies of the war itself had begun. Already in March 1920 the slogan "Everything for the Front" had given way to the slogan "Everything for the National Economy." 2. Even earlier, the 7th All-Russian Congress of Soviets had appointed an administrative territorial commission to redraw local boundaries on lines more in harmony with economic groupings. Thereafter the subject was constantly in view. A plan which emanated from the State Planning Commission for the division of European Russia into 12 economic regions and Asiatic Russia into 9, was cautiously blessed by the 12th Party Congress in April 1923 as a preliminary working hypothesis, needing to be supplemented, checked and elaborated on the basis of experience. For the creation of these regions, cutting across all political divisions, including those drawn on national lines, provided a fresh illustration of the contradiction between the long-term and short-term aims of Soviet nationalities policy. The demands of economic unity, which was an essential condition of economic progress for the backward nations, and therefore of real equality in the future, came into conflict with the disintegrating influences exercised by present national aspirations. The diplomatic stage of unification lagged behind the military and economic stages, for here there had been no specific cause or impulse to unite. None of the treaties between the RSFSR and the other Soviet republics included foreign affairs in the list of unified commissariats, and, since the unified control of foreign affairs was a traditional hallmark of federation, its omission here emphasized the character of the relation now established as an alliance rather than a federation. In practice, the Ukraine was the only republic to make any wide use of the license to conduct its own foreign relations, concluding treaties with such other states as recognized it and maintaining its own diplomatic representatives for a short period in Prague, Berlin, and Warsaw. Apart, however, from the practical obstacles to the organization of independent foreign offices and diplomatic services by backward and impecunious republics not recognized by any important foreign countries, the relation between these republics and the RSFSR would by itself have precluded any serious attempt to conduct a separate foreign policy. The treaties created a formal union so close that the common attitude to the outside world could, on any matter of importance, only be determined by a common authority and represented through a single channel. But nothing like uniformity of procedure had yet been established. The Soviet delegation which signed the Treaty of Peace with Poland at Riga on March 18, 1921, was a joint delegation of the RSFSR and the Ukrainian SSR, the Russian delegation also holding full powers from the White Russian SSR. 2 days earlier the RSFSR had signed at Moscow a treaty with Turkey determining the frontier between Turkey and the three Transcaucasian republics, and even effecting several territorial changes, without any formal participation of the republics either in the negotiation or in the conclusion of the treaty. The point had, however, not been overlooked. The last article but one of the treaty ran as follows: Russia engages herself to take in relation to the Transcaucasian republics the necessary steps to bring about the recognition by these republics, in treaties which will be concluded by them with Turkey, of the articles of the present treaty directly of collecting them. Later in the year, when the republics of Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia redeemed this vicarious promise by concluding a treaty with Turkey at Kars, it was specifically noted in the preamble that they had carried on the negotiations with the participation of the RSFSR, one whose delegate also signed the treaty. This confusion of procedure could not, however, continue. Early in 1922 the issue was brought to a head by the invitation of the Western Allied powers to the RSFSR to attend the forthcoming European Conference at Genoa, an invitation which took no account of the constitutional status of other Soviet governments. On February 22, 1922, the 8 republics entered into an agreement empowering the RSFSR to represent and defend their interests at the forthcoming international conference at Genoa, and to sign not only any agreement concluded there, but all international agreements of any kind directly or indirectly connected with this conference with states represented at the said conference and with any other states, and to take all measures resulting therefrom. This wide authority amply filled the gap left by the omission of foreign affairs from the list of unified commissariats. If there was any resistance to this merging of diplomatic functions, it came from the Ukraine, the only republic strong enough to indulge in gestures of diplomatic independence, and a soothing statement from Yakovlev, acting Ukrainian Commissar for Foreign Affairs, in the summer of 1922 was palpably designed to assuage opposition. The foreign policy of the Ukraine has not and cannot have any interests other than those common with Russia, which is just such a proletarian state as the Ukraine. The heroic struggle of Russia, in complete alliance with the Ukraine, on all fronts against domestic and foreign imperialists, is now giving place to an equally united diplomatic front. The Ukraine is independent in her foreign policy where her own specific interests are concerned. But, in questions which are of common political and economic interest to all Soviet republics, the Russian as well as the Ukrainian commissariats for foreign affairs act as the united federal power. 3. The last occasion on which the formality of separate representation was observed was at Berlin in November 1922, when the Ukraine, White Russia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and the Far Eastern Republic signed with Germany a treaty extending to them the provisions of the Treaty of Rapallo. 1. In December 1922, when a conference of Eastern European powers for the reduction of armaments met in Moscow, Litvinov informed it that since the armed forces of all the Soviet republics constitute a single whole, i.e., the Russian delegate has full powers to negotiate a reduction of them. 2. Before the end of 1922, therefore, the process of reunion was virtually complete and was beginning to be taken for granted. It remained only to clothe it in the appropriate constitutional garb. The dividing line between the independent republica linked in treaty relations with the RSFSR and the autonomous republics within the RSFSR was not in practice very great. The logical course would no doubt have been to assimilate them to one another, either by making the treaty republics autonomous units of an enlarged RSFSR, or by removing the autonomous republics from the aegis of the RSFSR and making them units, side by side with the RSFSR and the treaty republics, of the larger union. 3. But the logical rarely coincides with the politically expedient. The first solution would have been resented by the treaty republics, and especially by the Ukraine, as a derogation from their formally independent status and an act of submission to Russia. The second solution would have weakened the RSFSR as the essential linchpin of the whole structure and incurred the hostility of all the vested interests in its existing predominance. Hence a compromise had to be framed which diverged as little as possible from the status quo. The RSFSR remained as a federation embracing at this time 8 autonomous republics and 13 autonomous regions, 4 and entered as a unit, on formally equal terms with the independent socialist Soviet republics, into the wider federation. In order to pave the way for this solution, the 3 small Transcaucasian republics were required to combine into a local federal unit, and this apparently trivial step became the occasion of serious friction between Armenia and Georgia, between rival groups of Georgian Bolsheviks, between rival groups within the Central Committee of the party itself and, finally, between Stalin and the now almost incapacitated Lenin. The controversy was in part a sequel of the events of February 1921, when Georgia was taken over by the Bolsheviks and Lenin had so surprisingly, and vainly, come out for a coalition with the Mensheviks. 1. But it also reflected the intensity of Georgian nationalism and recent Menshevik affiliations, which made Georgia, hardly less than the Ukraine, a kernel of separatist national resistance to the Soviet power. It was the difficulty, from the Soviet point of view, of solving the Georgian problem without the crude and undisguised application of force to politically conscious groups of Georgians loudly voicing the claims of national self-determination, which caused embarrassment and division in the party leadership. From the moment when all 3 Transcaucasian republics had been brought within the Soviet fold, Armenia, conscious of her military and economic weakness and isolation, had pressed for some form of federation or union between them. 2. And Georgia, proud of an independent tradition, had objected to a move which would tend to level out economic conditions between herself and her poorer neighbors and to increase the influence of her own large and despised Armenian minority. The difference of view was reflected in the respective constitutions of the 2 republics. 4. Whereas the constitution of the Armenian SSR spoke of the strengthening of relations with its neighbors, the Constitution of the Georgian SSR merely declared its solidarity with all existing Soviet republics and its readiness to enter into a single international socialist Soviet republic. 1. Here as elsewhere, however, economic necessity works strongly on the side of unification. Within a few weeks of the taking over of Georgia in February 1921, the Georgian railways, the vital link in Transcaucasian communications, were incorporated with those of the other 2 republics in the Soviet system, apparently in the face of protests from the Georgian Bolsheviks and with the introduction of large numbers of Russian railway workers. 2. As early as April 1921, Lenin, faced with the danger of an economic collapse, urgently recommended the creation of a regional economic organ for the whole of Transcaucasia. A few days later, obviously preoccupied with the success of NEP, he published in Pravda Gruzia an article in which he appeared to warn the Transcaucasian and Caucasian peoples against the extremes of war communism. It was not, he explained, necessary to copy our tactics in detail, but rather to imitate the spirit and to profit by the example of the years from 1917 to 1921. What was required was more flexibility, caution, conciliatoriness in regard to the petty bourgeoisie, the intelligentsia, and especially the peasantry, a slower, more cautious, more systematic approach to socialism. The most urgent needs were to improve the position of the peasant and to undertake works of electrification and irrigation. For the mood of 1921 was set strongly towards NEP, with its relaxation of centralized discipline and control. Not much was done in Georgia for the rest of the year. Famine raged in the Volga provinces of European Russia and was a warning against any abrupt change in systems of cultivation. It was afterwards complained that not even a beginning had been made in Georgia with the work of agrarian reform. In December 1921, under the direct impetus of a visit from Arhonikij as the Georgian specialist of the party, a new campaign was opened, and an eventful year began with the arrest of Mensheviks who had remained active in Georgia after the amnesty of March 1921. One on March 12, 1922. One under continued pressure from the center, the three republics concluded a treaty forming a federation of socialist Soviet republics of Transcaucasia with a plenipotentiary conference as the supreme federal organ. Direction of economic policy was one of the functions placed by the treaty under federal control, and Lenin's plea of a year before for a regional economic organ was at length satisfied by the creation of a Supreme Economic Council. No sooner had this been achieved than orders came from party headquarters in Moscow that what was needed was not a federation of republics but a single federal republic. This threw the local communists, who had reluctantly accepted federation, into a state of confusion and revolt. In the summer of 1922 a special commission was sent down to Georgia by the Central Committee, composed of Dzerzhinsky, Mickiewicz-Kapsakis, and Manuilsky, to pass judgment and restore discipline. In the autumn the local communist leaders, Mdivany and Makaradze, were relieved of their posts and recalled to Moscow and a new Georgian party committee constituted. The obstacles having thus been removed, a first Transcaucasian Congress of Soviets met in Tiflis, and, on December 13, 1922, adopted the constitution of a Transcaucasian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic, closely modeled on that of the RSFSR. The national recalcitrance of the Georgians had been curbed, and a suitable unit created for the formation of the broader union. Through these proceedings the 8 independent units in the Soviet constellation were reduced to 6. A further convenient reduction was effected by the reincorporation of the Far Eastern Republic in the RSFSR. Of the remaining 5, the republics of Khwarezm and Bokhara, not yet socialist, were not eligible for inclusion in the Union, and retained their allied status. Of the 3 that were left, the Ukrainian SSR and the Transcaucasian SFSR simultaneously passed resolutions on December 13, 1922, in favor of creating a union of socialist Soviet republics, and the White Russian SSR followed 3 days later. One on December 26, 1922, the 10th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, on a motion by Stalin, passed a resolution in similar terms. 2 on December 30, 1922, the delegates of the RSFSR, of the Ukrainian and White Russian SSRs and of the Transcaucasian SFSR constituted themselves by anticipation the First Congress of Soviets of the USSR. The occasion marked, as Stalin said in the main speech of the day, the triumph of New Russia over Old Russia, over Russia the gendarme of Europe, over Russia the butcher of Asia, and he proceeded to read a solemn declaration and a draft treaty on the organization of a union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Point 4 The declaration enumerated the 3 motives for union: economic, military, and ideological. Arhonikij and NLDZE. The delicate feature of the situation was that Lenin was believed, before succumbing to his second stroke, to have promised his support to Mdivany, a letter of his, criticizing the policy of Stalin and Dzerzhinsky, was circulated to our members of the Congress, though not published. Trotsky, who did not speak on the subject at the Congress, afterwards claimed to have been in Lenin's confidence and to have shared his views. The episode will be further discussed in the second installment of the present work, The Struggle for Power, I9ZJ I9Z8. Devastated fields, factories at a standstill, destroyed productive powers and exhausted economic resources, which remain as the legacy of the war, render insufficient the separate efforts of separate republics in economic reconstruction. The restoration of the national economy has proved incompatible with the separate existence of the republics. On the other hand, the instability of the international situation and the danger of new attacks make inevitable the creation of a united front of Soviet republics in face of capitalist encirclement. Finally, the very structure of Soviet power, which is international by its class nature, drives the working masses of the Soviet republics along the path of union into a single socialist family. All these circumstances imperatively demand the unification of the Soviet republics into a single union state capable of guaranteeing external security, internal economic progress and freedom of national development for the peoples. The rest of the proceedings were brief and formal. Franz, speaking on behalf of the three Allied republics, approved the draft treaty, but called for supplementary guarantees that the act accepted by us really is an act establishing without any mistake new and firm mutual relations which will allow each state entering into the Union to display the maximum of energy and independence in the interests of the common cause. Greetings were brought to the Congress by delegates of the Soviet republics of Bokhara and Khorasan, who expressed the modest hope that they might one day qualify, as socialist republics, for admission to the Union, and by Kirov, introduced by the President as a Baku worker, on behalf of the proletariat of the Transcaucasian SFSR. The Congress then unanimously approved the treaty, elected a Central Executive Committee, the first VTSIK of the USSR, and instructed it to draft a Constitution for the Union. The treaty just approved had already laid down its main outlines. Chapter 14. The Constitution of the USSR. On January 10, 1923, the Presidium of the new VTSIK elected by the First All-Union Congress of Soviets appointed a commission of 13 to draft the terms of the Constitution. The commission was quickly enlarged to 25, the RSFSR providing 14 members, the Ukrainian SSR 5, and the Transcaucasian and White Russian SSR 3 each. Since 5 of the 14 delegates of the RSFSR were drawn from the autonomous republics, this meant that only 9 members of the commission were Great Russians, a point with which Inukij made play when he eventually presented its report to VTSIK. In fact, as the sequel showed, the crucial decisions on the Constitution did not rest either with the Commission or with any organ of state, but rather with the Politburo or with some informal group of leaders within the party. A project which deposed the RSFSR from its unique position and subordinated it, side by side with its now equal partners, to the common central authority of the USSR, had a flattering appeal to those partners, and especially to the Ukrainian SSR, the most powerful and most sensitive of them. But Franz had already voiced the apprehensions of the republics, and gradual recognition that the new USSR might prove to be little more than the old RSFSR writ large, and endowed with enhanced prestige and wider power, caused a sharp reaction. Counter-drafts submitted to the drafting commission of VTSIK by the Ukrainian and White Russian Central Executive Committees, which were afterwards made public, were in effect a challenge to the whole principle of a centralized authority and could scarcely be reconciled with the principles of union accepted in the previous December. The Council of Nationalities attached to Narkomnat served as a quasi-representative body through which the views of the diverse nationalities of the RSFSR could find expression. In February 1923 the proposal was put forward in the drafting commission to convert this council into an organ of the USSR, making it, in accordance with the precedent of other federal constitutions, into a second chamber of VTSIK. This proposal was fiercely resisted by some of the Russian delegates, and a deadlock seemed likely to ensue in the commission. As in most delicate situations, it was left for the party to take a hand. The 12th Party Congress, held in April 1923 while the controversy was at its height, showed itself keenly sensitive to criticism from the republics. Stalin, who had recently been under fire from Lenin for displaying undue intransigence in his handling of the Georgian question, was particularly eager to efface any such impression and to go more than halfway to meet the claims of the nationalities. The Congress came out strongly against potential manifestations of great power chauvinism. Overlooking for a moment the paragraph in the party program which commended a federal union of states organized on the Soviet model as one of the transitional forms to complete unity, the Congress strongly condemned those who took this view of the USSR now in course of formation. The Union of Republics is regarded by a considerable number of Soviet officials, both central and local, not as a union of equal state units with a mandate to guarantee the free development of the national republics, but as a step towards the liquidation of the republics, as a beginning of the so-called one and indivisible republic. Such behavior was branded as anti-proletarian and reactionary, and penalties threatened for its continuance. 2. The Congress specifically commended the project for a special organ of representation of the nationalities on the principle of equality. 3. But this left open the question, equality between whom? According to the official plan, the Council of Nationalities was to be composed of representatives of all republics, whether federated or autonomous, and of the autonomous regions. According to another plan, it was to be composed exclusively of representatives of the 4 federated republics. 1. Rakovsky, the Ukrainian delegate, complained that, under the official plan, the RSFSR had more than 3 times as many representatives as the other 3 federated republics taken together, and proposed a new refinement, borrowed from the Weimar Constitution of the German Reich, under which no single state unit could have more than 2/5 of the total representation. Stalin rejected all these projects on the ground that the new organ was to be a council not of states but of nationalities. 2. Under the arrangements finally made, the All-Union Central Executive Committee was divided into 2 chambers. 1. The Council of the Union, consisted of 371 members elected by the All-Union Congress from representatives of the constituent republics in proportion to the population of each. The other, the Council of Nationalities, was composed of 131 delegates, 5 from each Union Republic or Autonomous Republic and 1 from each autonomous region, elected by the Executive Committee of the Republic or region. The Council of Nationalities thus embodied a formal recognition of the equality not of the states but of the nations constituting the Union, irrespective of population. The 2 chambers shared on an equal footing the rights and functions of VTSIK, which did not substantially differ, either in theory or in practice, from those of its predecessor, the VTSIK of the RSFSR. Every act of VTSIK required the concurrence of both chambers, voting separately. Differences of opinion between them, if they could not be reconciled in a joint session, had to be referred to an ordinary or extraordinary All-Union Congress of Soviets. The resolution of the Party Congress was a directive to the drafting commission to proceed with its work on the lines laid down. Thus stimulated, the commission completed its task, submitting an agreed draft to VTSIK for approval at the beginning of July. Apart from the innovation of the Council of Nationalities as a second chamber, the fundamental law of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics presented comparatively few original features. It was a straightforward attempt to apply to the enlarged area of the new Union the well-tried principles of the Constitution of the RSFSR. Sovereign authority was transferred to the new All-Union Congress of Soviets, the All-Russian Congress of Soviets remaining the supreme organ of the RSFSR in its now subordinate capacity as a member of the Union. The All-Union Central Executive Committee took over the functions and the familiar short name of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, the latter being relegated to the subordinate role, and what had been the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR became the Sovnarkom of the USSR, to the RSFSR. Like the other constituent republics having a minor Sovnarkom of its own. The central institutions of the RSFSR were thus converted, with some new accretions of personnel but in substance unchanged, into central institutions of the USSR. The real continuity was between the RSFSR of the old dispensation and the USSR, not between the RSFSR of the old dispensation and the subordinate RSFSR of the new. The period of 4 years since the drafting of the constitution of the RSFSR had brought important changes in the constitutional structure, notably the creation within the RSFSR of a number of autonomous republics and autonomous regions. When the constitution came into force in July 1918, civil war was about to sweep over most of those areas of predominantly non-Russian population where autonomous units of the Federation might have come into being, and soon diverted all attention to the military struggle. But after 18 months of fighting, the collapse of Denikin and Kalkak reopened the issue. As the result of the appointment by VTSIK, in February 1920, of a commission to work out questions of the federal construction of the RSFSR, a standard form of constitution was devised and applied in the next 2 years, with local variations, to autonomous republics in the Volga region, in the Caucasus, in Central Asia and in the Crimea. Each of the autonomous republics had not only its own Congress of Soviets and its executive committee, but its own people's commissariats, forming a Republican Sovnarkom, too, and it was in the division of powers between these commissariats and the central authorities that the chief constitutional interest of the experiment resided. In all cases a tripartite classification was established. Foreign affairs and foreign trade were exclusively reserved to the central authorities, so also were military affairs and the conduct of the struggle against counter-revolution by the All-Russian Cheka, subject in some cases to consultation with the local authorities. Next came a category of functions in which the people's commissariats of the republics were directly responsible to the corresponding organs of the RSFSR. These normally included the principal commissariats concerned in the economic life of the country. The remaining commissariats of the autonomous republics were independent, subject to the general supervising authority of VTSLK, which was sometimes reserved and sometimes left to be understood. These constitutional arrangements within the RSFSR had already served as a model in formulating relations between the RSFSR and other socialist Soviet republics. 3. They now served as a basis for the structure of the USSR. Under the Constitution of 1923, the People's Commissariats of the USSR and of the republics were divided into the familiar 3 categories. The first category was formed by 5 all-union commissariats which had no counterpart in the republics, so that the subjects treated by them, foreign affairs, defense, foreign trade, communications, and posts and telegraphs, fell within the exclusive competence of the USSR. Here the central authority had exclusive control both of the framing and of the execution of decisions. The second category of unified commissariats, the name only was new, included the Supreme Council of National Economy, and the commissariats of labor, food, finance, and workers' and peasants' inspection. In these cases both the USSR and the Republic had commissariats, the Commissariat of the Republic being the agent and local department of the corresponding Commissariat of the USSR. Here the Commissariat of the Republic was responsible for the execution locally of decisions taken by the central authority. Into the same category also fell the unified state political administration created by a short special chapter of the Constitution for the purpose of uniting the revolutionary efforts of the Union republics in the struggle with political and economic counter-revolution, espionage, and banditism. Replacing the GPU of the RSFSR, the OGPU was attached to the Sovnarkom of the USSR but worked through representatives attached to the Sovnarkom of the Union republics. It thus had the form of a unified commissariat. Finally, the 6 commissariats of internal affairs, justice, education, health, social welfare, and nationalities formed a third category. These were organs of the republics and had no Union counterpart, though the Constitution reserved for the Union the establishment of the bases of the courts of justice and legal procedure as well as of the civil and criminal legislation of the Union, of the fundamental labor laws, of general principles in the domain of popular education, and of general measures for the protection of public health. Each constituent republic had its own Sovnarkom consisting of the commissars of the non-union commissariats and of the unified commissariats, and the all-union commissariats had the right to appoint delegates to sit on the Sovnarkom of each republic. The Sovnarkoms of the republics, insofar as they functioned effectively as corporate entities, thus tended to become the local executive organs of the central authority. The central executive committees of the republics had equally little power against the Sovnarkom of the USSR. Under the constitution they were entitled to protest against its decrees and resolutions to VTSIK but without suspending their execution. Another innovation on the 1918 constitution of the RSFSR was registered in the chapter on judicial organization. The 1923 Constitution of the USSR provided for the establishment of a Supreme Court attached to the Central Executive Committee of the USSR for the purpose of strengthening revolutionary legality and coordinating the efforts of the Union republics in the struggle against counter-revolution. But, though the judiciary thus acquired a certain formal independence, its role as the servant of the executive was safeguarded by the provision that the Procurator of the Supreme Court, a nominee of the Presidium of VTSLK, had the right of appeal to the Presidium against decisions of the court. The Marxist theory of law as an instrument of state power was thus maintained intact. It was in accordance with the same spirit that no provision had been made in the 1918 Constitution of the RSFSR for any judicial interpretation of the Constitution. The 1923 Constitution of the USSR allowed the Supreme Court to give opinions at the demand of the TSIK of the USSR on the legality of resolutions of Union republics from the point of view of the Constitution. But no such way was offered of testing the legality of any TCT of the organs of the Union, and the relation between the Union and its constituent members was indicated by the provision that the USSR safeguards the rights of the Union republics. Ultimate authority rested with the All-Union Congress of Soviets, or, more specifically, with VTSIK. It was not possible for any act of these bodies, any more than of the British Parliament, to be ultra vires. It was a corollary of these arrangements that the right of amending the Constitution was vested not in the constituent republics, but absolutely in the central authority. 1. The only specific provision made by the Constitution of 1923 for its own amendment related to a division of authority between the All-Union Congress of Soviets and VTSIK, the former having, under Article 2, exclusive competence for the confirmation and amendment of the fundamental principles of the Constitution. This vague definition of function implicitly admitted the competence of VTSIK or its presidium to amend the Constitution in matters not involving fundamental principles, and as time went on, this competence was freely exercised. For example, the decree of May 9, 1924, abolishing the Union and Republic Commissariats of Food and establishing unified commissariats of internal trade, was issued by the Presidium of VTSIK. The decree of November 18, 1925, fusing the commissariats of internal and foreign trade into a single commissariat of trade, involving some consequential constitutional amendments, was issued jointly by VTSIK and Sovnarkom. On the other hand, the Fourth All-Union Congress of Soviets itself amended Article 1.1 of the Constitution, which prescribed annual meetings of the Congress, by making them biennial. The general conclusion is that the process of amendments to the Constitution was governed by the same considerations of convenience, and subject to the same uncertainties of competence, as the ordinary process of legislation. From the standpoint of constitutional law, the discrepancy was covered by the obligation of VTSIK to submit all decrees, including constitutional amendments, to the ensuing Congress of Soviets for ratification. But this obligation did not delay their entry into force, and remained in practice a formality. To sum up the changes in the Soviet structure resulting from the 1923 Constitution is a difficult task. The student is confronted at the outset by one curious paradox. The RSFSR had the word federal in its title and was constantly referred to as such, yet it was, in strict constitutional terms, a unitary state, incorporating a number of subordinate, though partially autonomous, units. In the Constitution of the USSR, and in official documents relating to it, the words federal and federation were avoided. Yet, the USSR was, in essential points, a federation. It was created by agreement between formally equally sovereign states, and the Constitution formally recognized the continuing sovereignty of the units of the federation, which was restricted only within limits laid down in the Constitution. The Constitution provided unorthodox federal lines for a division of competence between the authorities of the USSR and those of the republics, and on certain matters for concurrent jurisdiction. It even recognized a right not normally accorded to the constituent units of a federation, the right of secession, and explicitly provided that this right could not be abridged without the consent of all the republics. The bicameral assembly was a familiar device in federations to safeguard the rights of member states. In all these respects, a large measure of formal satisfaction was offered to the Soviet republics constituting the USSR. It is nonetheless possible to hold that the dropping of the term federal from the title of the USSR was more significant than the adoption of these federal forms. In the documents of the period, the USSR was described with the emphasis of frequent repetition as a single union state. The 1923 Constitution of the USSR marked, in comparison with the 1918 Constitution of the RSFSR, a step forward in the direction of centralization, both in the increased number of questions placed within the competence of the central government and in the greater stringency of its overriding power. It was a further step in the process of concentration which had been steadily at work since the early days of the regime. No constitutional safeguards of the rights of the republics were powerful enough to resist this tendency towards centralization. The degree of uniformity imposed in practice by the Constitution can indeed easily be exaggerated. The units of the USSR, especially if the autonomous republics and regions are included in that category, revealed a far greater diversity of economic, political, and cultural development than has been present in any other federation in the course of history, and this fact alone makes the application of uniform standards of measurement difficult or irrelevant. The Council of Nationalities, tracing its descent from the body which had grown up under the auspices of Narkomnats, may have signally failed to satisfy the aspirations of Ukrainian nationalists, and yet have represented an immense advance to the awakening political consciousness of the Kazakhs of the steppe or of mountaineers of the Caucasus. In constitutional terms, the provision for a bicameral representative assembly proved to be little more than an attempt to transplant to the ungenial soil of the USSR the constitutional usages and devices of the bourgeois world. No contentious debates on matters of substance took place in either chamber, and no difference of opinion between them was ever registered. Decrees continued to be adopted by VTSIK and issued in its name, but neither the two chambers of VTSIK nor its joint presidium took major decisions or wielded constitutional power more effective than that of a drafting committee. In short, the Constitution of 1923 shared what must necessarily seem the unreality of all constitutional forms under the Soviet system of government, once the system is criticized in terms of Western constitutional law. These forms played their part in the conduct of the administration, central and local, and in the formation and presentation of opinion. But the major decisions of policy, and the debates which preceded such decisions, lay outside the constitutional framework. The increasing concentration of power in the successive constitutions of the RSFSR and USSR, the tendency for federal forms to be eclipsed by the reality of a unitary state, and the ineffectiveness of constitutional checks were in one sense a concession to the prolonged national emergency. A struggle for existence whose outcome is constantly in doubt never creates an atmosphere favorable to a decentralization of authority or to a mitigation of its rigors. Moreover, at this period the notion of state power as a temporary instrument, ruthlessly wielded so long as the struggle went on, but destined to die away once the battle for the socialist order was won, was still vividly present to the mind of many Bolsheviks and excused any measures which seemed to need extenuation. Nor were strong centralizing tendencies confined to the Soviet Union. Indeed, Soviet experience confirms the conclusion of a recent general treatise on federal government: war and economic crisis, if they recur frequently, will almost certainly turn federal governments into unitary governments. The growth of social services may, but need not, tend towards the same end. 1. The concentration of power at the center was characteristic of the period rather than of the institutions of any one country. In the Soviet Union its roots were predominantly economic. A significant paragraph in Article 1 of the Constitution made the supreme organs of the Union responsible for the establishment of the foundations of the general plan of the whole national economy, and 4 out of the 5 unified commissariats dealt with economic matters. The Constitution of the USSR as framed by the Drafting Commission on the directives of the 12th Party Congress was adopted by VTSIK at its meeting on July 6, 1923, and came immediately into force. It still required formal confirmation by the Second All-Union Congress of Soviets, and this was given on January 31, 1924, 110 days after Lenin's death. 1. The Bolshevik doctrine of self-determination. The 19th century background. The French Revolution abrogated the conception of the state as the personal domain of the monarch and substituted the conception of national or popular sovereignty. The idea of a proprietary right vested in the sovereign had been bound up with the feudal system of land tenure, and was incompatible with the new social and economic conditions created by the rise of industry and commerce and with the growth of a new non-feudal intelligentsia. The middle classes thus became the heirs of monarchy and the bearers of the new creed of nationalism. In aristocratic states the word patrie has no meaning except for patrician families who have seized the sovereignty. It is only under democracy that the state is truly the patrie of all the individuals composing it. 1. The definition of the nation or the people as the repository of power, popularized and systematized by the French Revolution, remained, however, purely bourgeois. Babeuf complained that the multitude sees in society only an enemy and loses even the possibility of having a country. Whiteling connected the notion of country with the notion of property. He alone has a country who is a property owner, or at any rate has the liberty and the means to become one. He who has not that, has no country. The nation or people who constituted the state were the triumphant bourgeoisie. The workers had as little portion in it as in the days of the monarchy. They still had, in a modern phrase, no stake in the country. Such was the background of Marx's attitude to the national question and the ancestry of the aphorism in the Communist Manifesto that the worker has no country. This famous phrase was not, as is sometimes supposed, either a boast or a program. It was a protest against the exclusion of the proletariat from the privilege of full membership of the nation. The first requisite laid down in the manifesto was therefore that the proletariat of each country should settle accounts with its own bourgeoisie. Thus, though not in substance, yet in form, the struggle of the proletariat with the bourgeoisie is at first a national struggle. And again, since the proletariat must first of all acquire political supremacy, must rise to be the leading class of the nation, must constitute itself the nation, it is so far itself national, though not in the bourgeois sense of the word. All this could take place within the framework of bourgeois democracy, the merit of which was to provide the proletariat with tools to undermine bourgeois supremacy. But other and longer-term forces were at work. Marx did not, like Lassalle, stop short at National Socialism. He had observed that the technical developments of production were profoundly affecting the nation-state, irrespective of whether bourgeoisie or proletariat was the dominant class. National differences and antagonisms between peoples are daily more and more vanishing, owing to the development of the bourgeoisie, to freedom of commerce, to the world market, to uniformity in the mode of production and in the conditions of life corresponding thereto. The supremacy of the proletariat will cause them to vanish still faster. United action of the leading civilized countries, at least, is one of the first conditions for the emancipation of the proletariat. In proportion as the exploitation of one individual by another is put an end to, the exploitation of one nation by another will also be put an end to. In proportion as the antagonism between classes within the nation vanishes, the hostility of one nation to another will come to an end. The proletariat would hasten this process. It was the class in which, as Marx said in a rash early pronouncement, nationality is already dead, and which represents the dissolution of classes and nationalities in contemporary society. Clearly the process would be completed only after the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the transition to socialism. There was, however, no inconsistency in exhorting the proletariat of each country to dispossess its own bourgeoisie and make itself the national class, and in believing at the same time in the unity of workers in a classless and nationless society as the ultimate goal of the revolution. Most 19th-century thinkers, from Mazzini onwards, had treated nationalism not as the antithesis of internationalism but as the natural stepping stone to it. In the same way it could be assumed that the nationalism of the bourgeois stage of the revolution would develop into the internationalism of the proletarian stage. The doctrine of popular sovereignty carried with it by implication the doctrine of national self-determination, which seemed the logical and inescapable corollary of democracy. But the doctrine of self-determination as proclaimed by the French Revolution implied primarily the right of peoples to constitute national states in defiance of the dynastic principle, and was a domestic as well as an international question. It certainly did not contemplate a wholesale process of secession and disintegration. In France the revolution had proved a uniting force, destroying the last traditional remnants of Breton, Norman, and Provençal separatism. Elsewhere the nations in whose favor the principle was most often invoked in the next 50 years, the Poles, the Italians, and the Germans, were dispersed peoples seeking reunion and reintegration with their brethren. Marx does not appear to have had any occasion to consider the question of national self-determination before 1848, but he would certainly have seen in it nothing to contradict the gradual process of unification, which was, in his view, dictated by modern conditions of production. The year 1848 was a landmark in the issue of nationalism and national self-determination. The dynastic principle, destroyed in France in 1789, was shattered all over Central Europe, and, now that national sovereignty was being invoked everywhere as the basis of the state, new nations began to make their voice heard. Not only were the aspirations of the Germans, the Poles, and the Italians for national unity stimulated, but the national claims of the Danes of Schleswig, of the numerous peoples of the Habsburg Empire, and even of the Irish, began to be canvassed. These claims raised some altogether new problems. The claims of Germans, Poles, Italians all threatened the integrity of the Habsburg Empire. That empire, the backbone of the nefarious Holy Alliance, had been a target for all progressive thinkers since 1815, and the formation of German, Polish, Italian, and Magyar national states could the more easily be represented as a progressive and constructive progress. But now German unity was also subject to challenge by Danes and Czechs, Polish unity by Ruthenians, Magyar unity by Slovaks and Croats, Italian unity by Slovenes, and British unity by the Irish. Nationalism and national self-determination were being invoked for the first time as destructive, disintegrating and reactionary forces. Marx and Engels did not attempt either at this or at any other time to formulate a complete theory of nationalism. When they were called on to express opinions on the events of 1848, their attitude to the national question was conditioned by the background of the bourgeois revolution, and did not differ sensibly from that of liberals and Democrats generally. It was apparent to everyone that the line must be drawn somewhere. Claims to national independence could not be indefinitely multiplied. So far, all schools of thought were agreed. The interest lay in the criteria which were applied. In the first place, Marx and Engels tended to accept claims which would lead to the building up of large and powerful units, and reject claims which would lead to the breakup of large states in order to create small ones. This accorded with current liberal opinion too, as well as with the view of the Communist Manifesto that the establishment of larger units was required by contemporary economic development. In an article of 1866, Engels drew a clear distinction between those large and well-defined historical nations of Europe whose national aspirations were supported by all European democrats and those numerous small relics of peoples which, after having figured for a longer or shorter period on the stage of history, were finally absorbed as integral portions into one or other of those more powerful nations. These minor nationalities were inventions or instruments of Russian panslavism, and their claims deserved no manner of encouragement. Point 2. The later liberal idealization of the small nation had not yet begun, and there was no reason why Marx and Engels should be affected by this sentiment. Secondly, Marx and Engels tended to support claims whose realization might be supposed to further the scheme of world revolution set forth in the Communist Manifesto, that is to say, the claims of countries in which bourgeois development was well advanced and which might thus provide a promising field for eventual proletarian activities. The claims of Poland, the only country mentioned in the Communist Manifesto whose bourgeois revolution would have an agrarian rather than an industrial character, were by exception admitted to this category J and were consistently supported in Marx's articles of 1848 on the Frankfurt Assembly. Other peasant nationalisms were treated as naturally reactionary. It was in this spirit that Engels dismissed the claim of the Danes to Schleswig on the ground that they were only a half-civilized nation. The German right to the duchies was the right of civilization against barbarism, of progress against stagnation. It is customary to attribute this judgment to Engels's German prejudice. But Marx, who can be acquitted of English prejudices, also failed at this time to support the claims of the Irish. 1. The claims of the Slav nations of the Habsburg Empire, other than the Poles, were rejected with similar scorn in the two much-quoted articles against Bakunin written by Engels in 1849. 2. All these were backward peasant nations. Their triumph would represent the subjugation of the civilized West by the barbaric East, of the town by the country, of trade, manufacture and intelligence by the primitive agriculture of Slavonic serfs. Thirdly, it was the axiom of all progressive 19th-century thought that Russia was the most powerful champion of European reaction, and hostility to Russia was therefore a touchstone of revolutionary sincerity. It was primarily on this ground that Lenin explained the rejection by Marx and Engels of the claims of the small nationalities of the Habsburg monarchy. In 1848 there were historical and political grounds for distinguishing between reactionary and revolutionary democratic nations. Marx was right to condemn the former and support the latter. The right of self-determination is one of the demands of democracy which must naturally be subordinated to the general interests of democracy. In 1848 and the following years these general interests consisted first and foremost in the struggle with Tsarism. By this token the claims of Poland, which could be pressed against Russia, were approved, and those of the lesser Slav peoples, which tended to lean for support on the Russian power, stood condemned. Lastly, the attitude of Marx and Engels contained an element of sheer empiricism, and it would be foolish to attribute everything in it to a consistently considered theory. For example, the peasant Slavs of Austria for the most part regarded the Habsburgs as more remote, and therefore less obnoxious, masters than their Polish or Magyar landlords. In 1848 they assisted the Habsburgs to resist those very national claims which Marx and Engels, in common with most liberals, were concerned to maintain. It was this so-called betrayal of the national cause, quite as much as any theory about the reactionary character of peasant nations or about their supposed predilection for Russia, which prompted the denunciations of Engels. The attitude of Marx and Engels to Poland was also affected by the practical difficulties of reconciling German and Polish claims. Whether through national prejudice, or because Germany from the revolutionary standpoint seemed more advanced and therefore more deserving of support than Poland, Marx and Engels were constantly disposed to favor German territorial claims against Poland while ready to compensate Poland at the expense of Russia or of those small nationalities which inhabited the marches between Russia and Poland. It would be dangerous to draw theoretical conclusions from these empirical pronouncements. Before 1850, therefore, Marx and Engels developed no distinctive theory of national self-determination, but were content either to follow broad democratic prescriptions or to take empirical decisions in particular cases. In his later life Marx was led to take some further interest in the national question by his direct contact with the workers' movement. The Polish insurrection of 1863 had been the occasion of the initial meeting between British and French workers from which the First International had sprung, and sympathy for Poland was still lively in radical circles when the International was actually founded in the following year. Through these accidents, national self-determination found its way into the program of the International, which was adopted by the General Council on September 27, 1865, by a Polish side door. "It is urgently necessary," ran one of its articles, "to annihilate the growing influence of Russia in Europe by assuring to Poland the right of self-determination which belongs to every nation, and by giving to this country once more a social and democratic foundation." While, however, national self-determination had apparently been invoked only for the specific purpose of casting a stone at Russia, it was difficult to confine its application to Poland. Engels in due course was induced to revise his attitude towards the Danish claim to Schleswig, and Marx admitted a change of view about Ireland. "Formerly I thought the separation of Ireland from England impossible. Now I think it inevitable, even if after separation it came to a federation." He ultimately reached the conclusion that it is the direct absolute interest of the English working class to get rid of their present connection with Ireland, and argued the case in the General Council of the International. The question of principle appears to have been raised only once. The French members of the International were Proudhonists almost to a man, and followed their master in rejecting the claims of nationalism. When the Prussian-Austrian War broke out in June 1866, the Proudhonist clique, as Marx reported to Engels, began to preach peace on the ground that war was out of date and nationalities nonsense. When a few weeks later Lafargue, pursuing this line of thought, described nations in the General Council as antiquated superstitions, Marx launched a counter-attack by showing that Lafargue, by his denial of nationalities, quite unconsciously understood their absorption in a model French nation. It was an argument which Lenin was one day to use against Austrian and Polish socialists and great Russian chauvinists, who, in denying the principle of national self-determination implicitly, asserted their own national superiority. The Second International, from its foundation in 1889 down to 1914, was still less concerned than its predecessor with the doctrine of national self-determination. After 1870, interest in the question ebbed. No further troubles occurred in Poland or elsewhere to make it acute on the European continent, and the voices of the oppressed peoples of other continents were only just beginning to be heard by the world at large. The fullest pronouncement on it was contained in a resolution of the London Congress of the Second International in 1896. The Congress declares in favor of the full autonomy of all nationalities, and its sympathy with the workers of any country at present suffering under the yoke of military, national, or other despotisms, and calls upon the workers in all such countries to fall into line, side by side with the class-conscious workers of the world, to organize for the overthrow of international capitalism and the establishment of international social democracy. 4. The first half of the resolution thus established the proletarian interest in the bourgeois doctrine of national autonomy or self-determination. The second half recorded its faith in the ultimate international solidarity of the proletariat. But interest in it was perfunctory. No attempt was made to return to it at the subsequent congresses of the International before 1914. Bolshevik doctrine before I-9 I-7. The right of national self-determination had been proclaimed in the initial manifesto of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party at its foundation Congress in 1898. The party program adopted at the Second Congress in 1903 recognized the right of self-determination for all nations entering into the composition of the state. The turn of phrase and the inclusion of this clause among others relating to Russian domestic policy showed that the reference was to the nationalities belonging to the Russian state. 2. The international implications of this simple formula were not raised either no.w or at any other time before 1914. But its party and its national implications were the subject of controversies throughout the period. These became more acute after the 1905 revolution, and Lenin's own sense of the importance of the national question may well have been sharpened by his move into Austrian Poland in the summer of 1912. In the following year he noted that the national question has at the present time emerged into a conspicuous position among questions of Russian social life. The major Bolshevik pronouncements on this question before the revolution belong to this period. The first of the two main heresies which challenged party orthodoxy at this time was of Austrian origin. About the turn of the century, the leading Austrian Marxists, anxious to counteract the disruptive tendencies of a nationalism which threatened the ramshackle framework of the dual monarchy, propounded a project for replacing national self-determination, as a right recognized in social democratic doctrine, by a non-territorial cultural autonomy, which could be enjoyed by national groups throughout the empire without destroying its political end. Territorial integrity. The first and most obvious corollary of this project was its application to the party itself. At its Congress of 1897, the Austrian Social Democratic Party decided to reorganize itself as a federation of 6 autonomous national parties: German, Czech, Polish, Ruthenian, Italian and Yugoslav. The next party congress, held at Brunn in 1899, passed a vaguely worded resolution in favor of the reorganization of Austria as a federation of nationalities. This was followed by a campaign, led by Karl Renner and Otto Bauer, in favor of an ingenious scheme of national cultural autonomy on a personal basis. Members of the different nationalities would be organized, irrespective of their place of residence, under national councils for the conduct of their educational and other cultural affairs, the political and economic unity of the monarchy and its administration remaining unaffected. In Russia, these ideas, in regard both to party organization and to the state, were eagerly taken up by the All-Jewish Workers' Union in Russia and Poland, commonly called the Bund. The Bund, the oldest social democratic organization in Russia, had been admitted to the Russian Social Democratic Party at its foundation Congress in 1898 as an autonomous organization independent only in questions especially affecting the Jewish proletariat. 2. At the Second Congress in 1903, the delegates of the Bund fought to retain its prerogative as sole representative of the Jewish proletariat in whatever part of Russia it lives and whatever language it speaks. 3. Heavily defeated on the vote, they withdrew from the Congress and from the party. They were readmitted to it at the Fourth Congress in 1906 on an equivocal formula which settled nothing. By this time the Lettish and Caucasian Social Democratic parties were putting forward the same demands as the Bund. With the growing acuteness of the national issue in Russia, controversy within the party became constant and bitter, the policy of autonomy for national sections being opposed only by Lenin and the few Bolshevik stalwarts. Throughout the controversy it seems to have been assumed on all sides that national autonomy within the party and cultural autonomy for nationalities within the state were principles that stood or fell together. 1. Lenin, convinced that it would weaken the party to split it on nationalist lines, was equally convinced that the same was true of the state, and he fought the issue on state as well as on party lines. Early in 1903, before the Second Congress, he had reproached an Armenian social democratic group with demanding a federal republic for Russia as a whole and autonomy of cultural life for the Caucasian nationalities. The proletariat, Lenin held, was not interested in national autonomy. It was interested only in two things: on the one hand, in political and civil liberty and complete equality of rights, on the other, in the right of self-determination for any nationality. 1. Lenin thus quickly came to occupy an uncompromising all-or-nothing position on the issue of national self-determination, which was less paradoxical than it appeared at first sight. The nation had a right to secede. If it chose not to exercise that right, then it had, as a nation, no other, though its individual members naturally enjoyed a right to equality with other citizens in matters of language, education, and culture, such as they enjoyed even in a bourgeois democracy like Switzerland. 3. Lenin's attitude was therefore already defined at the beginning of 1903. It was 10 years later, when the national question had become acute, that he set stage in, a young Georgian Bolshevik then visiting him in Galicia, to demolish the Austrian thesis. Stalin's essay The National Question and Social Democracy was published in a party journal in the spring of 1913. 4. External and internal evidence shows it to have been written under Lenin's inspiration, and it remained the standard work in party literature on its subject. The introduction to the essay deplored the growing wave of nationalism, and called on Social Democrats to protect the masses from the general epidemic. by bringing against nationalism the tried weapon of internationalism, the unity and indivisibility of the class struggle. Stalin then proceeded to define the nation as a historically evolved stable community of language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a community of culture. The Austrian definitions of a nation as a cultural community no longer tied to the soil or an aggregate of people bound into a community of character by a community of fate were condemned as ignoring the objective quality of nationhood and the changing historical and economic conditions which produced it. In fact, a nation is not merely a historical category, but a historical category belonging to a definite epoch, the epoch of rising capitalism. The bourgeoisie plays the leading role in its creation, and the market is the first school in which the bourgeoisie learns its nationalism. Thus the national struggle is a struggle of the bourgeois among themselves. A national movement is in its essence always a bourgeois struggle, one that is chiefly favorable to and suitable for the bourgeoisie. The pattern varied between Western and Eastern Europe, where, thanks to the longer survival of feudal authority, multinational rather than national states came into being. But these broad generalizations about the rise of nations applied everywhere. The nation thus created must be considered as an objective and independent entity. Nations are sovereign and all nations are equal. This view, which implied the right of nations to full self-determination and secession, assailed the Austrian thesis on two counts. On the one hand, the Austrian thesis limited the rights of nations both by seeking to maintain the multinational state in defiance of the right of self-determination and by endeavoring to substitute parity of cultural rights for sovereign political rights. On the other hand, the Austrian thesis fostered nationalism not only by perpetuating national prejudices, but by treating the nation as a fixed and permanent category, so that on this hypothesis even the future socialist order would divide humanity into nationally delimited communities. It was in opposition to this dual heresy that Stalin propounded the dual view of the nation which took its place in the Bolshevik creed. On the one hand, the nation was the historically attested form of state organization in the period of the bourgeois revolution, and as such enjoyed an infeasible right of self-determination in the form of secession from an existing multinational state. On the other hand, the ultimate goal of socialism was the replacement of the division of the world into nationally delimited communities by the principle of the international solidarity of the workers. The distinction between the nationalism of the bourgeois revolution and the internationalism of the socialist revolution, here only faintly adumbrated, had important consequences which would become apparent later. The second heresy against which Bolshevik doctrine reacted was mainly associated at this time with Polish social democracy. 1 In the early 1890s a split occurred between two groups of Polish social democrats on the national question. Out of one of these sprang the patriotic Polish Socialist Party of Pilsudski. The other, endorsing the ideas of Rosa Luxemburg, denounced the demand for the restoration of the Polish state as a utopia, and eventually became a section of the Russian Party. 2 The controversy was reflected in a sharp article by Rosa Luxemburg in the social democratic journal Neue Zeit 3, which argued that national independence was a bourgeois concern and that the proletariat, being essentially international, had no interest in it. Rosa Luxemburg's argument was rebutted in later issues of the same journal by Koski, who in an article entitled Finus Polonia sustained what afterwards became the Bolshevik position, for it is a curious symptom of the dependence on Russia felt in all sectors of the population of Russian Poland before 1914 that, while the landowning and merchant classes leaned on their Russian counterparts through fear of revolutionary stirrings in the Polish peasantry or the Polish proletariat, Polish revolutionaries equally scouted the idea of an independent Polish Revolutionary Party which would be too weak to make headway against a Polish ruling class. A long article of Rosa Luxemburg published in 1907–1908 in a Polish journal provided Lenin with the text for his most elaborate refutation of the Polish thesis. The Bolshevik reply to the Polish thesis turned on three main points. In the first place, the formation of independent, national states is a tendency of all bourgeois democratic revolutions, one so that the recognition at this stage of the right of secession is a corollary of the doctrine of proletarian support for the bourgeois revolution. The proletariat could not at this stage reject or limit a right of self-determination accorded even in bourgeois principle and practice. The secession of Norway from Sweden in 1905 was constantly quoted by Lenin as a shining example of bourgeois self-determination. 2. Secondly, the denial by a ruling nation of the right of self-determination for other nations flouted the principle of equality among nations. The proletariat of a ruling nation could not properly be an accomplice in such a denial. Just as Marx had sought to goad the English workers into support of Irish independence and had denounced Lafargue's denial of nationality as a concealed way of asserting French national supremacy, so Lenin now argued that rejection of national self-determination by Russian Social Democrats meant subservience to the interests of the serf owners and to the worst prejudices of the ruling nations. It was legitimate for a Polish Democrat to reject the policy of secession for Poland, but this did not make it any less necessary for the party as a whole, and particularly for its Russian members, to proclaim the right of Poland to secede. This argument led up to the third point on which Lenin constantly insisted, the distinction between the right of national self-determination and the decision to secede. To advocate the right of divorce did not, Lenin observed, mean to vote for divorce in a particular instance. 4. Those whose right to secede was recognized had still to make the decision whether secession was desirable or not. This distinction became highly important at a later stage. The first full-dress party pronouncement on nationalism was contained in a resolution adopted at a meeting of the Central Committee at Poranin in Galicia, where Lenin was then living, in the latter part of 1913, on the national program of the Russian Socialist/Democratic Workers' Party and critical notes on the national question. Lenin was intensely preoccupied by the national question at this time. The resolution fell into 5 sections, of which the 3 first were devoted to the Austrian and the 2 last to the Polish heresy. The following were the principal points. In capitalist conditions the main desiderata are equality of rights for all nations and languages, the absence of an obligatory state language, school instruction in the local language, and a wide measure of provincial autonomy and local self-government. The principle of cultural national autonomy and of separate national school administrations within a given state is rejected as inimical to democracy in general and to the interests of the class struggle in particular. The interests of the working class demand the union of all workers of a given state in proletarian organizations not divided on national lines. The party supports the right of the oppressed nations of the Tsarist monarchy to self-determination, i.e. to secession and the formation of an independent state. The desirability of the exercise of this right in any particular case will be judged by the party from the point of view of the whole social development and of the interests of the class struggle of the proletariat for socialism. 1. The controversy was not ended by the resolution of 1913. Discussion about national self-determination was everywhere stimulated by the war, and not least in social democratic circles. The manifesto issued by the Zimmerwald Conference of Anti-War Parties in September 1915, which contained the usual recognition of the right of nations to self-determination, provoked an angry article in a Swiss journal by the Polish Social Democrat Radek, who denounced as illusory the struggle for a non-existent right of self-determination. 2. In the following spring the controversy was carried into the columns of the Vorbot, the journal set up by the Zimmerwald left, which in April 1916 carried 2 sets of theses for and against self-determination, the one by Lenin, the other by Radek. Radek argued that social democracy can in no case come out for the setting up of new frontier posts in Europe or for the restoration of frontiers destroyed by imperialism, that to espouse national self-determination was a sure road to social patriotism, and that the only acceptable slogan for Social Democrats was "Down with Frontiers." A few weeks later, in another journal, Radek condemned the Dublin Rising of Easter 1916 as a putsch. 4. Lenin summed up in another long article entitled Results of the Discussion about Self-Determination. Even Radek had declared against annexations, and to reject self-determination was to support annexation. If Germany annexed Belgium, would not Belgium be justified in reasserting her claim to independence in the name of self-determination? Was not the destruction of an independent Poland itself an annexation? To recognize the right of national self-determination was the only alternative to a condonation of national oppression. The resolution of 1913 had been specifically related to the capitalist conditions of the bourgeois period, and it was against this background that the whole controversy was conducted. For this reason little stress was laid on a point which was nonetheless indispensable for a clear understanding of Bolshevik doctrine. Lenin never departed from the Marxist conception of national differences and antagonisms as vanishing ever more and more before the approach of socialism. He therefore never allowed them any long-term or absolute validity. As early as 1903 he opposed the conditional recognition of national self-determination by Social Democrats to its unconditional recognition by bourgeois democracy. The bourgeois democrat imagines that democracy eliminates the class struggle and therefore presents all his political demands abstractly, unconditionally, from the point of view of the interests of the whole people or even from the point of view of an eternal moral absolute principle. The Social Democrat unsparingly unmasks this bourgeois illusion always and everywhere, whether it is expressed in abstract idealist philosophy or in the presentation of an unconditional demand for national independence. And 10 years later, in the year of the Poronine Resolution, he distinguished in the clearest terms the two stages in the Marxist attitude to the national question corresponding to the two stages of the revolution. Developing capitalism knows of two historical tendencies in the national question. The first is the awakening of national life and of national movements, the struggle against all national oppression, the creation of nation-states. The second is the development and growing frequency of all sorts of relations between nations, the breaking down of national barriers, the creation of the international unity of capital, and of economic life in general, of politics, of science, and so forth. Both tendencies are the universal law of capitalism. The first predominates at the beginning of its development, the second characterizes mature capitalism as it approaches its transformation into a socialist society. The national program of the Marxists takes account of both tendencies, defending in the first case the equal rights of nations and languages, the inadmissibility of any privileges of any kind in this respect, and also the right of nations to self-determination, and, in the second case, the principle of internationalism. The distinction here drawn was between the period when the bourgeoisie was still struggling for its rights against the feudal order and the period after the bourgeois revolution had already been consummated. In the first period the national struggle was par excellence bourgeois and aimed at the creation of the nation-state. This did not mean that the workers were not interested in it and should not give it their support. Limitation of freedom of movement, disfranchisement, suppression of language, restriction of schools and other forms of repression affect the workers no less, if not more, than the bourgeoisie. 2 They would not, however, regard the demands of national self-determination as absolute. A claim to self-determination could never be set up against the claims of international socialism. The worker who places political unity with the bourgeois of his own nation higher than full unity with the proletarians of all nations acts against his own interest and against the interests of socialism and the interests of democracy. And again, Marxism is incompatible with nationalism, even the most just, pure, refined and civilized nationalism. Marxism puts forward in the place of any kind of nationalism an internationalism which is the fusion of all nations in Guarantee. 4 The aim of socialist policy, Stalin had said in his famous essay, was to break down national barriers and to unite the peoples in such a manner as to open the way for division of a different kind, division according to classes, as so long as the national issue stood in the way it diverted the attention of the lower strata of the population from the class struggle to questions momentarily common to them and to the bourgeoisie. 6 The principle of national self-determination must therefore always be accepted with full consciousness of its relative, conditional, and temporary validity and with one eye firmly fixed on the ultimate international goal. But while the doctrine of the two stages of the revolution had always been essential to the Bolshevik theory of self-determination, the national question had hitherto been treated for all practical purposes as a matter exclusively of the first or bourgeois stage, since the second stage still seemed to be in the remote future. The War of 1914 gradually brought Lenin to the view that the contradictions of the capitalist system had brought it near to breaking point, and that the beginning of the second or socialist stage of the revolution was at hand, and this called for a corresponding adjustment of the theory of self-determination. The study of world conditions under the impact of war introduced, however, a fresh complication. The stages of the revolution were successive in time. But, owing to the unequal development of capitalism, different stages might be reached in different parts of the world at the same time, and these reacted on each other. Both these points were announced in Lenin's theses of April 1916 on the socialist revolution and the right of nations to self-determination. The first of the theses boldly maintained that all the objective prerequisites of the realization of socialism had now been created, and, since the first task of victorious socialism would be to bring democracy to its completion, it would have also to realize the right of oppressed nations to self-determination, i.e. the right to free political secession. But the most novel of the theses was the one which divided the world into three chief types of countries. The first comprised the leading capitalist countries of Western Europe and the United States. Here bourgeois progressive national movements are long ago finished. The second group of countries covered Eastern Europe and especially Russia. Here the 20th century has especially developed bourgeois democratic national movements and sharpened the national struggle. In the third category were semi-colonial countries like China, Persia, and Turkey and all colonies. Here bourgeois democratic movements are either only just beginning or far from finished. Thus, at the moment when Lenin was groping his way towards the transition from the bourgeois to the socialist stage of the struggle for national self-determination, he also introduced a new refinement into the analysis of the bourgeois stage of the struggle. This was a direct corollary of the view propounded at this time in his famous pamphlet, Lumpenalism as the highest stage of capitalism, in which he traced the degeneration of competitive 19th-century bourgeois capitalism into exploiting 20th-century bourgeois imperialism. The struggle for national liberation was essentially a bourgeois democratic struggle. In its characteristic 19th-century form it had been a struggle against the remnants of feudalism and autocracy, and in this form it had not yet been completed in the countries of the second type, i.e. Eastern Europe and especially Russia. In its characteristic 20th century form it was a struggle of the colonial and semi-colonial countries of the third type, no longer against feudalism and autocracy of the old kind, but against bourgeois imperialism. The foundation was thus laid for a working alliance between national movements of the second and third categories, between the victims of the old 19th century autocracy and the new 20th century imperialism, between Eastern Europe and Asia. To suppose that a social revolution is thinkable without a revolt of the small nationalities in the colonies and in Europe, without revolutionary outbreaks of the petty bourgeoisie with all their prejudices, without the movement of unconscious proletarian and semi-proletarian masses against the oppression of the nobility, the churches, monarchies and foreign nations, to suppose that is to abjure the social revolution. These refinements had, however, to be applied in the light of the announcement also made by Lenin in the theses of April 1916 of the impending advance from the bourgeois to the socialist application of the principle of national self-determination. Here, too, Russia occupied a central and a crucial position. In the transition period from the bourgeois to the socialist revolution, the line between the bourgeois and socialist stages of development in the national struggle had also become blurred, with Russia, in particular, keeping a footing on both sides of it. But Lenin was prepared with a working criterion for the application of the bourgeois and socialist aspects respectively of the doctrine of national self-determination. People who have not thought out the question find it contradictory that social democrats of oppressing nations should insist on freedom to secede and social democrats of oppressed nations on freedom to unite. But a little reflection shows that there is not and cannot be any other road to internationalization and to the fusion of nations, any other road from the present position to that goal. On this somewhat nebulous foundation the October Revolution was left to build its theory and its practice in the burning issue of national self-determination.